Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. You got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fam, it's beautiful to see you all. Friday. Week almost over. But it's been a very, very busy and interesting week at that. Ending with a bang. First though, some shout-outs. Fishbone, Noah Noep, Reference Frame, 123 in the YouTube chat, Young Chris A. Close Fourth, Mr. Spock also here. Edward Thornton, Hermit Horologist, MST Wash, Look Bovine, lowercase, and Stoicite. Everybody here. Well, like I said, a lot to talk about tonight. Been a busy week, election news, and more elections coming up on Tuesday. We've got stuff to talk about with ICE. Of course, Donald Trump struggling with his health and his sleep schedule. We're going to quickly talk about the Graham Plattner scandal. The firing of Scott Pelley. What else has been? Oh, the economy free falling, stock market plummeting, and a climate change and super El Nino fueled summer coming for us. News in the United Kingdom: Hasan still banned. Elon getting involved politically. Let's start in the United States. Oh, I almost forgot. And of course, Ivanka Island. We'll be talking about Jared and Ivanka. Like 21st century Lewis and Clark. But first, let's talk about the health of the president. And really, whether or not he's sleeping during the middle of important meetings.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here today. You have been at multiple meetings with President Trump. In a moment, I'm going to show you a video of one of these meetings. It is from last December. It's a cabinet meeting. I'm going to ask you to focus on President Trump, and you will see that he is sleeping while you are talking.
Oh, my God.
Please show the video.
I love the way he says that.
Products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money.
Secretary Rubio, have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false.
Oh,
That's
that's
false.
false.
I've never seen him fall
That's
asleep.
not
On
an
the
answer to
contrary,
the
the guy
question.
doesn't sleep, which is a big problem because he calls me.
It's pretty clear that little Marco is confused by the question. The question was, have you ever been at a meeting? And he just says, that's false. That's not an answer to the question of, have you been in a meeting? Saying it's nowhere, it's a yes or no question. Saying that's false, really, it's an answer to a different question.
In the morning, he calls me at 5 in the morning, and I like to sleep a little bit, maybe not 12 hours, but at least 6. So he works. The other day he was at the Oval Office until 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month.
I love how he just responds. I need that sound shot, honestly. I was thinking about it earlier. I do need this sound shot. Just little Marco going, oh, okay.
Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking.
Like,
Please show.
he just got done saying, oh, Look, that's false. That's false, okay? Okay, Senator. I'm sorry, I mean, okay, Mr. Liu, that's false. It's false. And then, and I've never been at a meeting where Donald Trump was sleeping. And then he just comes back and he's like, actually, you're a liar. And Marco just goes, oh, okay. As if he's just like already defeated. Oh my God, it's so funny. Hold on, I need that. One more, please.
Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this
Did I get it? I think I got it right there. That was perfect. Please hold. Please hold.
Congress.
Oh, okay.
So
Yes.
this
Okay, perfect. I got it. Yes. Success. Oh, God. Great success.
Great success.
Wait, which part of the sounds? I think it is. It's the first half, right? Damn, my sound clipping software is acting fucked up.
Congress.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right. I see which parts of this it. I think it. Congress. Oh, okay. I think that. Yeah. All right, back to this.
This is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month where Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking. Please show this
Oh, okay.
video.
Coalition of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war, it's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping.
Don't worry about
right
it,
next
little
to
Marco.
you.
Gentlemen.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling, imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So I'm going to ask you, have you been at classified meetings where Donald Trump has fallen asleep or had trouble staying awake?
meeting. I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And I think
so
it's
you're
outrageous
lying
that I'm before the
again.
Foreign Affairs
You're lying
Committee of the United States
consistently
House of Representatives
to
asking
Congress.
questions about sleep.
You're
This is
lying
a
to
joke.
Congress, Secretary Rubio. So I'm going to show you another video in a moment. The
Show me all the videos you want.
president's inability to stay awake on the job has caused other countries to perceive him differently. They
Yeah. Sleepy Don. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying sleepy, sleepy Don. Can't stay awake during a meeting. You know, it honestly, it wouldn't be as funny if he didn't spend like 4 years calling President Biden Sleepy Joe. Like, if he hadn't done that, it wouldn't be as amusing to see him just continually falling asleep over. I mean, it's like since before this time last year, right? Or like around this time last year, we were talking more about him falling asleep, right? Like on his birthday, right? Like next week, like next week, like a week and a half from now, right? Will be the 1 year anniversary of Donald Trump falling asleep at his birthday party. Remember that, where there was the parade, the birthday parade, and then he falls asleep, like just right next to the Pete Hegseth and Melania.
Be best.
Flotius. Next to the Flotius and Secretary of War, and he just sort of conks out. Right in the middle of a parade, which you would think is exciting. I mean, it was a shit parade. It was a shit parade, but still, he's the one who put it together. So you would think he would have been excited at that moment, but he falls asleep then, and he's fallen asleep. How many times now? Over and over and over again. The squeaky tanks, yes, the squeaky tank parade. He put it together, okay? He put it together. If he didn't like it, he shouldn't have spent millions upon millions of taxpayer dollars on it. Okay, that's where I'm at. But it's not just little Marco with excuses for the president's health. Dr. Oz, of course, the CDC secretary director. I forget which job it is technically. The head of the CDC, Dr. Oz, former talk show host. Really shy sideshow act. I know he technically had his own show eventually. Like once Oprah kind of fell off. But that doesn't qualify you to be the director of the CDC. But he did have some comments about the president's health.
Before we do talk a little bit more about Republicans,
although
I want you to know that has been missing.
I will be fair. I will be fair to Dr. Oz. He's more qualified than the secretary of the HHS, who's his boss, right? I don't know what that says necessarily. I mean, I know what it says about the structuring of the... it doesn't mean I think he's qualified for the job. I'm just saying, comparatively to his own boss, RFK Jr., he technically has more qualifications. If we had to quantify it, I'd be forced to say, yes, technically Dr. Oz is more qualified than RFK Jr., right? The guy who's in charge of him. Kind of doesn't make a ton of sense.
Because he goes to the doctor so much because he likes hearing how healthy he is, according to Dr. Oz.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to follow up on her question behind me. If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep going back in for checkups?
I think he likes the results. He does really well. He aces the test every single day, and I do actually believe that he is curious to make sure everything is going in the right direction. He's a very meticulous person in so many ways that are often underappreciated. But for him to want to know all the numbers and keep on top of them, it's the same reason he calls people at odd hours, because something's on his mind and he wants to deal with it. Yes, in purple.
I have started getting mammograms, and after I get the results that say, there's nothing detected, I'm like, you know what?
Shove it back in there.
Can you smash my breast one more time?
That's funny.
I love the results.
I am
the results
going
are so
in
good. I just need them
for
twice.
My second colonoscopy this week. Tomorrow.
But you're second elected, right? Like you're doing them all the time because you just love that. For number one, you love drinking, the stuff that makes you shit, obviously. But number two, you love the results, which are like your colon.
There's nothing
looks so good.
More reassuring than doing multiple colonoscopies a month and having it come back still looking good. No polyps.
We all do that. Okay, well, yes, I had an astrologer, Channy Nicholas, who's wonderful on, much to the chagrin of some people who do not like anything mystical, but she doesn't think that he makes it past August. And
I've had people comment on that, and I would be surprised if he's around this time next year, but who knows?
He's going to be 80 very, very soon. We're going to have a UFC fight to celebrate.
Circle emoji.
Are we, though?
What
the fuck is that?
All caps, wait, what the fuck? The cameras are rolling? How dare you interrupt my damn sleep? Give me my damn cereal. Ramble, ramble, ramble. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
Thank you for the bits over there on Twitch, Looney Tunes. I love how the robot just said every single Z. Z, 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 Z.
A what now?
Just stick on the Republicans before we sort of lay into the Democrats. But last night there was this primary in Iowa. This guy, Randy Feenstra, endorsed by Trump, rode hard for Trump. He lost to a guy named Zach Lawn. And Zach was I guess he was running on the make Iowa great again. I mean, literally Trumpian things.
Okay, we're gonna skip the rest of this. Keep this discussion going on the sleepiest of Dons, the Donald Trump. Sleepy Don. Very, very sleepy. Now, Marco said he's never been at a meeting on multiple occasions to Representative Ted Lieu about having never, on any occasion, witnessed the president sleeping at a meeting of any nature, classified or otherwise. Ted, of course, had a bunch of receipts, video clips. Dr. Oz is saying Trump is just a meticulous man. He just keeps going to the doctor because his health is so good. He just loves the results. He just wants to make sure that they are staying just at peak. He wants to be at peak performance, right? He's like a clavicular, you know. He's like when we don't see him, he's hitting his jaw with a hammer, right? And he is, you know, on like retatrutides and like all these other fucking things. And even though he says he's never worked out, he's actually at the gym like 24 hours. This guy, he's very health has he said he's never worked out in his life? Does he only eat McDonald's and Coca-Cola, Diet Coca-Cola? By the way, Diet Coca-Cola is not necessarily more healthy for you. Right, like the additive used in Diet Coke to replace sugar, the part that makes it the diet, it's been proven to cause cancer in rats. But I mean, we're to believe that this man is so adamant about his health being at peak performance that he's going to the doctor every other fucking day to get another mental exam, that's not related to him having dementia and sundowning in front of our very eyes. Is that what I'm to understand? It's a little ridiculous, if you ask me.
This is ridiculous!
Now, let's go here. This is from earlier today. At a meeting, a very important meeting. Oh, it was so important. Believe me. Very important meeting. They're talking about all sorts of stuff here at this meeting. I mean, this is the kind of meeting you would want to have pay full attention to, right? You wouldn't want to get distracted, I guess is what I'm saying. Or perhaps, like, nod off suddenly.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Trump appears to be completely passed out, asleep during his 3 p.m. Oval Office announcement. What the f?
Of a job, an economy, a community, a family.
Oh, he woke up. Never mind. Back to sleep. Motherfuckers honk shoeing and meing in the Oval Office, dude. You know what's really funny about the Trump sleep is that, like, he doesn't need to do these major announcements every day. I don't know why he still chooses to do it and then just falls asleep during them. Just don't do it. I don't know. You don't have to do it. It's like a flex, you know? He's just like, nope, I'm gonna fall asleep. No one's gonna talk about it. He's like a baby. You know how like a child refuses to go to sleep at nap time? That's Trump.
You're a
They're
little
like,
baby.
Mr. President, it's nap time. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this announcement. And he's like, no, I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna do nap time while I'm doing it. I can do both.
He didn't make the case to the American people, what I think is a pretty impressive case why regime change is necessary. Nor did he make the case for any other objective in launching the strikes. He just didn't.
It's just so.
Okay. You ever notice that John Bolton looks like a little baby, like an old, like a baby? He's got like reverse. What's it called? It's like the Benjamin Button's disease or something. He's like an old man who looks like a baby. All right. One more clip on this somnambulant situation. MS Now.
We also have opened up for leasing another 13.1 million acres.
Look at him
that
going.
people
He is
can bid
going
on in our
down
country
so
on public
hard.
land, and this is land that was set aside.
He's going down so hard. Like, everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. And like, look at how awkward all these fucking guys, like Lee Zeldin and fucking what is this turd's name in the middle next to Burgum? I also don't know who Big Boy is here. Who is this guy? But I know I've seen this dude's face so many times. I know him. Like, he's like the it's not Secretary of Energy. What is this fucking guy's job? Oh, maybe he is Secretary of Energy. I can't remember this. Oh god, it's killing me. But look how awkward they look. They all know that Trump is just straight up falling asleep right in front of them. They're trying to pretend like nothing's happening.
Acres that people can bid on in our country on public land, and this is land that was set aside. This is not national parks, it's not wilderness area, it's not our wildlife refuges. This is public land that was set aside for the benefit and use of the American people, including energy development, making sure that we've got affordable, reliable energy.
I mean, you can sort of see him blinking there, but his eyes are super heavy, appearing to, I don't know, at least begin to maybe
very
nod
sleepy.
off during an Oval Office meeting yesterday.
Very
this time,
sleepy.
we'll take a look at it again, was Thursday's announcement of new investments in reliable American energy.
hard.
Members of his cabinet
People don't get
stood
it.
right next to him. One of them speaking.
There's so much footage of Trump falling asleep at this point. From this term, it's like dozens of times this guy is just falling asleep over and over and over again. Oh, he's not well. The president's not well, and yet Republicans are fine with this. Look at them, just sort of like it's like Weekend at Bernie's. Like, everyone's trying to like act completely normal. Like, look at Katie Britt. Look at Katie Britt. She's like looking as far away from Trump. This guy, this lady with the most awkward smile I think I've seen in quite some time. I mean, by July he will be wearing sunglasses indoors. Okay, I'm just saying. We should maybe think about the 25th Amendment.
Loudly. This is a different event. Still, a White House spokesperson is adamant, here's a series of events really, that the 79-year-old Trump is the sharpest, most accessible and energetic president in American history.
This is a hilarious statement. Oh, God. President Trump is the sharpest, most accessible, and energetic president in American history. While the deranged and failing Daily Beast has their lightweight, glue-sniffing reporters push baseless conspiracy theories, President Trump is working around the clock to make our country greater than ever before. Wow. By the way, you notice the White House is now using Davis Ingle for a lot of these, and you don't have a lot of press conferences happening at the White House. I think they're just waiting it out. Like, the second that Caroline pops out that baby, I think they're planning on bringing her back in. And to be fair, she's been a great propagandist for them. But like, what is she in? Like the third? She's in the third trimester right now. She announced the baby what, in like January? Or was it around Christmas? I can't remember when it was, but it's been like at least 6 months, I think, since she announced. And she's not coming up a lot lately. I think it'd be fascinating to see the new mother come back out to work right after having a baby. For the trad regime, like the traditional family people. That should be fun. That'll be a good time. I wonder if anybody will recognize the blatant hypocrisy.
Telling the Daily Beast that any suggestion otherwise was from lightweight
Was it
glue
Easter?
sniffing reports.
She already had the baby.
Pushing baseless
Caroline did not have the baby. Oh my God, it was on May 1st. Jesus Christ. Was it a new baby? Was she ever pregnant? This doesn't, the timeline doesn't make sense. She announced in like December. She had the baby 3 months early? What? No. When did she? I could have sworn she announced in like fucking like December or January. Yeah, she announced in December. I guess she could have been pregnant for months before that. Now that I think she could have been pregnant for months before that, before ever announcing it. It's just throwing me off. That's just throwing me the fuck off, though. So there's been a new Levitt baby for a whole month and nobody told me about it? Come on, guys. Come on! This is important news from our favorite propagandist, and you're not... Yeah, I blame you. I blame everybody else but me. How have I not seen any memes about this in the Discord? A wild Levitt just appeared. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. A new addition to the Trump cult. I mean, I can think of a half a dozen memes right now off the top of my head. I haven't seen a single one. What's happening? Why are you all slacking on this? Why are you all sleeping on this? Are you Trump? Huh? Sleepy space fams? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You dropped the ball. See? It's not me. It's not me. It is reassuring. All right, let's keep this moving here. Oh, by the way, happy Pride Month, everybody. It is officially June 5th. My God. I've probably mentioned it a couple times, but probably keep mentioning it. Happy Pride Month. Here's some unfortunate Pride Month. Well, some unfortunate Pride Month decision-making from a particular MAGA Republican.
So MAGA Republicans are absolutely panicking because one of their members came out and tweeted something overtly homophobic and disgusting. And this led to a massive firestorm, a massive backlash. The public was furious. And that led to some MAGA Republicans actually breaking and going, wait, don't say that. That's fucked up. We don't agree with that. So first, let me show you this. Representative Andy Ogles comes out and says the following. Homosexuality has no place in America. Happy Nuclear Family Month. Let's be clear, declaring the same month that is Pride Month, Nuclear Family Month, is literally no different than like, you know, you have Black History Month and white people in the South go, no, we actually call that Confederate History Month or whatever the fuck. Or they celebrate like Jefferson Davis Day on what's supposed to be a holiday about black liberation. Like, this is what that shit is, okay? It's not up in the air. There's no black or white. Like, this is just like, hey, we are bigots. Let's be bigots. Let's embrace our bigotry. Let's just do that, right? That's what this is. That's exactly what this is. Homosexuality has no place in America. Happy Nuclear Family Month. Also, let me point out real quick, as you all know, these Republicans are virtually all closet cases. If you are vehemently anti-gay, you are telling on yourself, because what you're telling the world is secretly...
I just want to go back here to the comment section. Christy Murray, correction, you have no place in America, Representative Ogles. This is all caps Y. Pride.
Happy Nuclear Family Month. Also, let me point out real quick, as you all know, these Republicans are virtually all closet cases. If you are vehemently anti-gay, you are telling on yourself. Because what you're telling the world is, secretly, I dream to choke on cock. I want to choke on cock until slobber drips out of my mouth, tears are in my eyes, and I end up crying tears of joy. That's what this guy says. The second nobody's looking, these massive anti-gay evangelical Christian Republicans are looking to gargle balls. Everybody knows that. It's never been more clear. So I'd also say, watch yourself, because you're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself here. But openly bigoted post. Everybody knows it's bigoted. There was, massive backlash over this. But then this happened. Ready? Perhaps surprising some people. So former Representative George Santos comes out and he says, and remember, he is gay. As much as I support the nuclear family and how fundamental it is for life, I never thought I'd hear a person I consider a friend say there's no place for me in this country simply because of who I chose to love. I never once pushed my lifestyle onto anyone, and I've always voted and advocated for conservative principles. But I have the same civil rights as anyone else in this country, and I am saddened by this insane comment.
I mean, the fact that George Santos would tweet this right now just shows you how sort of oblivious many in the Republican Party truly are. That George could be at all shocked by this comment is beyond me. This is textbook Republican Party shit. And he's like, oh, I am deeply saddened by this insane comment. There should have been like an asterisk after it that I should have totally fucking expected.
This is ridiculous!
I know we covered that story yesterday, but we did a different video on that same story yesterday, so there. And we got more in the world of LGBTQ news. Here this Pride Month, the Federal Appeals Court making an actually good decision. Actually, I feel like the Appeals Court is often making better decisions. Almost actually always better than the Supreme Court. Supreme Court's never making good decisions, it would seem. Not in this decade. The Federal Appeals Court has ruled that the policy of Pete Hegseth over at the Pentagon to ban transgender service members has been blocked and ruled illegal.
The divided Federal Appeals Court panel ruled a Trump administration policy illegally banned transgender troops from serving in the military. The decision largely upheld a lower court's ruling that found President Trump's executive order to exclude transgender troops from military service is likely unconstitutional. The ruling is limited to service members who were part of the lawsuit, meaning the Pentagon can still restrict transgender people from enlisting. It does not immediately go into effect.
Yeah, not the best ruling, honestly. It could have been a lot stronger. But it basically said that the banning of active duty service members for being transgender was unconstitutional. But it didn't completely prevent them from enacting policies to prevent new recruits from being transgender. Which also, I mean, are they going to do what? Are they going to do like genital checks? Is that the plan? Anyway, let's move on from the military. Talk about the militarization of immigration in this country and some of the people who've been fighting back against it, including the Broadview Six, a group of individuals who were charged by the federal government for protesting activities in Illinois by ICE, including, of course, former Illinois congressional candidate Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Here is Democracy Now! From Wednesday.
This is Democracy Now! As we continue to look at the Broadview 6 case, we're joined by two of the activists indicted, Kat Abu Ghazala, who recently ran for a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, and Michael Rabbitt, Democratic committee person in Chicago's 45th Ward. They were arrested and indicted for protesting last year outside the Broadview ICE jail during Trump's so-called Operation Midway Blitz crackdown, when hundreds of mass federal immigration agents flooded the streets of Chicago. The charges against them were dropped last month. So, Kat, the charges were dropped against you. What did that mean? What did these charges mean? Explain what you were doing that day. And the fact, Kat Abu Ghazala, you weren't arrested that day. This came weeks later, and you were running for Congress.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to talk about these charges without also talking about the conditions at the place we were protesting, the Broadview Processing Center, where ICE headquarters its operations in Chicago, which essentially functions as a concentration camp. People are denied basic human rights. They are denied translators, so they are forced to sign their own self-deportations, while also being denied water, food, access to hygienic facilities. Pregnant women sleep on concrete. People are stuck sleeping standing up because they're packed in so tightly, which is why I and many others had been regularly protesting at Broadview, and ICE had escalated its actions week after week. That day, we were hit by a car. ICE drove a car into a crowd. We weren't arrested that day, but ICE still shot us with pepper bullets, rubber bullets. They deployed tear gas and flashbangs. But I didn't find out that I had been indicted until a month after this happened. These charges are simply for exercising our First Amendment rights. The government tried to villainize me and 5 other people for protesting, the very thing that makes America great, allegedly, and yet they tried to paint us as the villains, and we were actually the victims of a crime by an ICE agent.
I mean, we're watching the video right now as the car drives into you all, and you didn't know each other, is that right? The so-called Broadview 6? You didn't know all of each other.
Most of us did not know each other until we met in the courtroom, and we were indicted on conspiracy.
But we're watching the car drive into you, and the ICE agents are tear gassing you all at the same time. Michael Rabbitt, you are a 45th Ward Democratic committee person in Chicago. Talk about how you heard about the charges against you and what it did to your life.
So my wife and I were on vacation celebrating our 30-year wedding anniversary in Portugal in mid to late October. And as Kat mentioned, we weren't arrested that day. So I was rather shocked when I woke up in the morning and looked at my phone, and there was a message from the FBI saying that I had been indicted and needed to turn myself in the next day, or else there would be a warrant for my arrest. I was quite shocked by that message. I actually thought it was a scam. I honestly didn't think it was real. I actually, looked up the name of the FBI agent and the U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, and found that it was real. And it was quite shocking. And
we just have 30 seconds, but let me ask you, were you afraid that you would get arrested coming into the country, or that you wouldn't be allowed back into the U.S.?
Yes. So I actually was warned by a congressperson that I may be detained upon arriving at O'Hare. So we actually had to make some arrangements in case that happened, which, needless to say, made the flight home a little stressful.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, I just thought that was a good thing to check in on. Thankfully, the Broadview 6 defendants have now had their charges dropped. Completely erroneous. And, what's the word? I can't think of the legal word for this. But just ridiculous, trumped-up charges here. Forgive the pun, by the Trump administration. For people just exercising their First Amendment and doing literally nothing wrong, including somebody who was running for Congress at the time. It's insane. And of course, that's sort of just par for the course. I mean, they arrested Ras Baraka, the mayor of Newark. They arrested LaMonica MacIver, the representative from New Jersey's 6th? No, not 6th. I can't remember what district she's from. Sort of just par for the course. They've been trying to intimidate people by using the federal apparatus to, just throw people in jail, investigate them. Completely dubious grounds, trying to upend people's lives to prevent other people from doing the same. A little bit more here on the ice. Another Democracy Now! Clip. This one from yesterday. Let's go to New Jersey.
As protests continue.
Talk about Delaney Hall.
Outside the Newark, New Jersey immigration jail known as Delaney Hall, New Jersey's Attorney General has sued the GEO Group, the private prison company operating the facility. The lawsuit asked the court to grant the state health department full access to the facility. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill said in a statement, quote, "If the GEO Group, with a $1 billion government contract, has nothing to hide and the conditions inside Delaney Hall are as safe and as sanitary as this private corporation and the Trump administration claim, then there is no legitimate reason why my health inspectors are being kept from full access throughout the building." The New Jersey governor is still being denied access to visit the ICE jail.
This comes as the city of Newark plans to expand its own lawsuit from last year against the for-profit GEO Group, asking a court to close Delaney Hall unless city officials are allowed to inspect the jail. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka also lifted a nightly curfew around Delaney Hall on Tuesday as hundreds of immigrants jailed inside the ICE jail continue a hunger and labor strike. Democracy Now!'s Maria Inez Terracena was outside Delaney Hall Tuesday and filed this report.
We are standing outside the police barricade. It's about half a mile away from Delaney Hall, the ICE jail here in Newark. We just spent the afternoon with mutual aid workers, speaking to them, speaking to some of the families of immigrants who are detained inside.
They're saying families need an appointment. That has never been the case for those visiting. They're just making it more and more difficult to go and visit those who are on labor and hunger strike. Those who have been on strike have been isolated, retaliated against, have had their tablets taken away from them, have had pepper sprays in their units, and then had the doors closed. We have first-hand accounts of this happening. These families are just here to visit. They're still waiting here. And whenever we ask the cops, they're literally ignoring me.
And our families, how do they feel? Have they told you if they are afraid now that they have to be escorted by police in order to even get to the entrance of Delaney Hall, which used to not be the case when this barrier was not in place?
People are scared. People are confused. I just heard a mom tell her daughter, "It's okay. We're okay. Look, I told you there's nothing to be scared of," because the daughter started shaking. She's just here to see her dad. She thinks Delaney Hall is a hospital because her family is too scared to tell her what it actually is, which is a concentration camp.
That was Natalie, a mutual aid organizer with the group Eyes on Ice, New Jersey.
Yep, the fight against ICE continues. Has been this whole time, even with it out of the news, out of the spotlight. Now, one guy who's been in the spotlight this week, big time, is candidate for Senate in the Democratic primary, which will be decided on Tuesday, 4 days from now. Of course, I am talking about Graham Plattner, who this week has been dealing with a scandal that I feel like sort of a couple specific groups are, but it's not limited. I take it back. This is a situation that seems to have captivated the attention of a great number of people. But from what I can tell, it's mostly either conservatives, which I find fascinating, considering everything. We know about this scandal and their own sort of scandals, but it's not just conservatives. There's also Democrats and also leftists. It's sort of it's a mix of people. I think it is more to the right. The concern seems to be coming from what I can tell, and certainly less so from Maine voters themselves. Let's start this conversation off here with Hasan.
Is this the most consequential story? Extramarital sects, like sexting, sexual texts. They're doing round-the-clock coverage on this when you got a concentration camp 50 miles away from the CNN studios in New York City, a concentration camp in Newark, New Jersey. And this is the maximum position that they're posting. They're constantly posting this. And here's one of these guys. Look.
Did I hear that right? He's from New Jersey? I didn't think I said New Jersey, did I? I was talking about New Jersey a second ago. We were just talking about Delaney Hall. I think that's the confusion. Wait, did he just say New Jersey or did I say New Jersey?
Is this near a tandem? Or is this a guy who used to have a hammer and sickle who deleted the hammer and sickle from their profile? The moment that you find yourself in this situation where you're literally championing Susan Collins is a moment where you should really reflect on what you're doing. You're doing this while Eric Swalwell was an open secret? Me doing what? Oh, you're saying the Democrats are. Yeah, the centrist Democrats. Or Andrew Cuomo. All of these guys supported Andrew Cuomo. Every single one of these centrist Democrats supported Andrew Cuomo. And he was doing a lot more than sexting, right? He was doing a lot more than just harassment. He was sexually harassing and assaulting people as the goddamn governor. And people saw Zohran Mamdani as an insurgent candidate in the mayoral race and decided Andrew Cuomo should actually try to destroy the chances of having Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York. And the very same people who stood proudly by the side of Andrew Cuomo, the cop rapist, as I like to call him, are now talking about Graham Plattner sending salacious text messages before he ran for Congress, and a private conversation that him, his wife, and their former campaign manager had, who then turned around, left the campaign, and leaked that to mainstream media. It's ridiculous. If you cannot find it in your heart to support these people because you have scrutiny, understandable skepticism over their record, because you feel like you've been burned in the past, then focus on your actual opponents. Look at what your enemies are doing. If the far right is your enemy, as you claim they are, and the fascism from the far right is what you oppose, and the collaborators within the Democratic Party are also your enemies, how the do you find yourself in line with those people? Who's your leftist says, can we stop with the narrative that Plattner isn't a good candidate? Having a rough pass clearly didn't hurt his chances in defeating the sitting governor and the state party machine. He's been all over the state with packed town halls. Mainers clearly like something about him, to which I responded with, centrist libs and right wing cannot comprehend that people like his platform. People want to abolish ICE. Israel accountable for genocide, end our expensive wars, and spend that money on Medicare for all and schools instead. The optics of being a rugged white veteran doesn't hurt, but it's mostly the policies and his earnest way of communicating them that have made Mainers trust him. He was
Yeah, exactly. And I saw a comment earlier. I can't remember exactly. I don't want to misquote it. But actually, the thing that comes to mind for me, like, the most, I'm not saying these two are the same people. But you know who else was targeted by, allegations of being like sort of, having a salacious, like extramarital affairs by the U.S. government? Martin Luther King Jr. Once again, I'm not saying these two guys are the same, but it came to my mind when this started going down. I was like, why does this feel familiar? And I was like, oh, right. Because they're not accusing him of anything illegal. They're just accusing him of like having been improper in his marriage.
Unknown entity, not even a year ago. He came out of nowhere. What's the real reason? You think Democrats haven't run white rugged veterans before? They have. Why do those guys fail? Democrats run vets all the time. They love masturbating to the idea of having like a CIA agent who is going to support establishment, neoliberal, centrist, pro-corporate policies. They constantly put those guys up and they constantly lose. So why is this guy, an unknown guy out of nowhere, capable of defeating the Democratic Party machine and the Democratic Party's own governor in the state of Maine in the primaries, in spite of all odds? How is that possible? Is it because he's a dog? Is that what you think it is? Before anybody knew anything about him? Is it because he's just like, oh, he's so rugged, he has a grovelly voice? Is that what it is? No, that's not the reason. I said I have my own doubts about his service in mercenary work, but I'm not silly enough to assume that Maine voters would see that as a negative. The desperate manufactured outrage around his personal issues don't matter when voters see him as a vehicle to push for changes they want to see in the Senate. I'll give you an example that you can comprehend. Trump, like him, hate him, doesn't matter. Donald Trump created a campaign where there was a lot of buy-in from people. He was able to create a cult pretty much because he said, the establishment, the billionaires, I'm a billionaire and that's why I'm unbought. And people trusted him because he was saying things, sometimes saying things that we even agree with, like the fact that, corporate lobbying owns this entire system, saying that Washington is corrupt, it's a swamp, an objective anti-corruption message, and then offering a lot of amenities to those who actually subscribe to his message, saying like, it's the immigrants that are the enemy, it's the trans people that are the enemy, I'm going to combat them. I'm going to do everything in my power to combat them. And he did.
Here's the fact. Everybody's entitled to their opinions, okay? But what's important when it comes down to it, I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be fighting. Like I'm fighting in every, I'm working on it, like in every, as everybody knows, like I'm doing streams, doing vids, like for all of these elections as best as I can, right? Like through the primaries, and we'll be going straight through the midterms, right? And so like I don't have any illusions that, like people aren't allowed to talk about other states. But when it comes down to it, it's what are Maine voters voting for right now, right? I'm once again, we can still try to influence these elections if you have, if you have, a different horse in this race that you want to push as your prerogative in a democracy. But he's, right now, he's got the support of Maine voters. And even with this news, polls don't seem to be showing him slipping. Let's go here to the majority report from, I think, Wednesday.
Any comment on the meeting overall?
Are you with the Republican Party? Are you talking about morality and corruption with President Trump? Have a nice day.
Grant Plattner was down in Washington, D.C. There's, I think, like a mixed response on whether this latest scandal, as it were, and I think it's probably your definition of a scandal, is going to impact his run. Let's be clear. Janet Mills has only suspended her campaign, so she still may get 8% of the vote in this primary election next week. But if you're mad that Graham Plattner is your only choice if you're in Maine, and I would say I don't know that there's that many people who are that mad about it in Maine, but certainly outside of Maine, there are a lot of people who have opinions about it. Understand this is a failure of Chuck Schumer to put a candidate into the race who was viable. Maybe he couldn't find one who was willing to show fealty towards him. I don't know. But Chuck Schumer understands that Graham Plattner is going to be the nominee, and this is what he had to say yesterday. God knows what conversations he had with Plattner.
Right there, right here, this young man.
On Graham Plattner, are you satisfied with the explanations he's given for the controversies his campaign has faced right now? Are you concerned about what you've heard?
I met with Graham Plattner today. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate.
So you're saying that Dan Mill is your preferred candidate, and then radicals that she should get back in. You're standing behind Graham Plattner, he's here.
We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Yes.
Does Democrats sticking behind Graham Plattner, does that hurt their credibility in attacking Ken Paxton?
We're going to take that. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Any other subject you got? Any other subject?
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Now, look. He's obviously, I mean, I don't know what he's saying here. I know what it is. We're going to beat Susan Collins. But when someone says, do you think it inhibits your ability to criticize Ken Paxton? Your response shouldn't be, we're just going to beat Susan Collins in Maine. Your response, if you have any ability, like when you walk up to that podium, the implication is you know what you're doing, that you have a purpose. Like a teenager could respond, I'm sorry, are you comparing a private matter amongst someone's marriage with Ken Paxton's about to be incredibly ugly biblical divorce? Or are you comparing a private matter in a marriage with Ken Paxton's impeachment by Republicans? Or are you comparing a private marriage with 8 of Ken Paxton's top advisors blowing the whistle on him? Or are you implying that something that happens in a private marriage has to do with Ken Paxton essentially letting a pedophile free from jail?
Illegal.
Like, what comparison are you making? Because I'm curious in what world you're living in where you could even think about that comparison. Are you serious? Now, I know that's a lot of words for one guy to say at one time. But honestly, that's just absurd. Here is a report from Maine. And to be fair, this is all around Augusta, right? But Augusta is not Portland.
No, not even close.
Augusta is Maine. I mean, yes, there's more than like 4 people there, but not much more.
No, about 8, 9.
Here's a report from Maine. What channel is this?
It's ABC 8, but then at the end it cuts to MS Now, so I don't know if they're using this footage.
Okay.
So we're hearing directly from Mainers who are processing the latest scandal to rock Graham Plattner's Senate campaign.
That's not breaking news for any politician, to tell you the truth.
I couldn't care less, honestly.
I mean, look at our president and his track record of things that he's tweeted online or what he's said about women.
Many voters in Maine tell us Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner's latest controversy will not change their vote.
Separate what somebody's doing in their personal life and the mistakes or whatever that they've done from how they run politically.
I don't think any differently about him since that story came out.
At this point, I don't think anything would shock anyone. After JFK, after Clinton, after Trump, there's been bipartisan sex scandals of all kinds.
How do you feel about Senator Susan Collins?
I think it's time that we replace her. Yeah, I mean, she's done some good, but there's some things I don't agree with. But that's me. That's how I feel. Yeah. And I don't know if Graham Plattner's going to be the guy or not. I mean, I have no idea. We just have to wait and see and find out.
I'm not really too excited about that kind of thing. I mean, it's a red flag, but at the end of the day, I'll be interested to see what his policies and take are on what we have going on with affordability, housing, and the other things that bother the state.
The voters we talked to said it won't be.
Yeah, so this looks like a
little hard to hear that last guy. The sound was pretty bad. But he's like, look, I mean, it was a red flag, but I'm more concerned about what he's got to say about affordability and the housing crisis. Yeah. I mean, right now, we've seen the polls. Like the economy is the #1 issue right now in the United States. And in fact, I think the majority of Americans are saying that I think it's like 55% of Americans say it's the #1 issue.
Put together by Andy O'Brien.
So some guy, like, sexting while he's married. I mean, how is that the top thing to worry about?
Here, we could keep going if you want.
I mean, you get the gist. You get the gist. But
who was a politician that was asked, like, what about your gaffes? Remember that was at Mitt Romney? But it's like, this is like a rote journalist like behavior. Like, what about, does this undermine your ability to do this?
Well, here's the best way to answer this. And maybe Chuck Schumer could take a lesson from Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders was down there, was in D.C. and approached by I wonder if this.
Okay, we already watched this part. So I am going to skip to the next clip. Now this one, I just want to preface this one with a couple of things. But we are about to watch a clip from a channel that we all know and love, The Surf Times. Lance. Lance has got his own take here on all of this, and I might have a criticism. In fact, it's not a might. I do have a criticism of what Lance has to say, I'm afraid.
I'm the purest of the pure. And it's like, that's great. Well, enjoy not living in the United States of America as our country crashes into the fucking iceberg like the Titanic and sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
Why have we centered Graham Plattner?
This is so good for online arguing and making people fight over actually doing other stuff, specifically because it gives everyone good moral grounding to be outraged at other people. Other American leftists or progressives or pundits make it really, really hard to not talk about this guy because of the way they act about him, as if he is somehow the new future of leftist politics in America. And that's the part I think that a lot of people, especially like, leftists outside of the country, like myself, have to kind of grapple with. What is the appeal about this man so much that is making so many people so excited for him? And, do you want your own attack dog? Do you want a soldier boy? Do you want someone who can say, like, to any Republican coward who wants to, recruit people into endless forever wars, do you get the opportunity to then say, hey, this guy actually served. He doesn't have stolen valor, and he's saying we shouldn't send more people to die because he knows he's been through it. He's been in the fucking the worst of it, and the front lines kind of shit.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do here, I just wanted to listen to just a tiny bit of his argument about and actually we didn't quite. I mean, I need to skip ahead a little bit on this and let him go a little bit longer. I think probably here. Yeah.
That's the end.
Like I said, the criticisms up front are kind of legitimate. But as time goes on and you're on your 7th Graham Plattner video as they frog march people into the concentration camps and Trump is looting the treasury with the Epstein class right in front of us, and you're on your 7th Graham Plattner video policing everybody who's trying to make the world a better place, that's when I sort of start to lose respect a little bit, and it begins to look like a Jimmy Dore 2018 project, where it's like a virtue signal fest. Like, I'm the most pure. No, I'm the most pure. No, I'm the purest of the pure. And it's like, that's great. Well, enjoy not living in the United States of America as our country crashes into the fucking iceberg like the Titanic and sinks to the bottom of the ocean. It's like, you know, I'm sort of resentful about that too, particularly when it comes to Tabernacle, because it's like, you don't even have any fucking skin in this game, bro. We're trying anything we can, last ditch effort, to try to save this motherfucking country, and you're cock blocking one of the only options we have that might potentially work. You know what I'm saying?
Because of his service in Iraq, you know, being a machine gunner in Fallujah, going to 3 tours in Iraq, and then briefly working with Constellus. Obviously, he, you know, bragged about killing people in Iraq, talked about, you know, how he enjoyed that or something crazy. And there is a contingent of left-wingers. You know, I was watching a conversation with the Tabernacle and Noah Samson where they were talking about this. And they were like, it is weird that people on the left are so willing to forgive that, where they probably never would forgive like a former IDF member or something who bragged about, you know, killing Palestinians when they were volunteering with the IDF or something. So how do you square that circle? What would your response be to some of those left-wing critics of Graham Plattner who aren't against him for the bullshit reasons of like he jerked off in a porta potty or he cheated on his wife or something, but actually more concerned about like, hey, you know, this guy doesn't actually have any political experience. He has no real record to point to other than killing people and bragging.
US. And to the extent of like, why make endless videos about Graham Plattner? Well, I agree. There's a lot of other topics. I can understand some people making 1 or 2 videos about him. I just don't understand the ride or die part. That's the aspect of this that I think people today, especially people from, you know, other countries watching, you know, with obviously hope that there will be more American candidates that get elected that are actually anti-imperial, anti-industrial military complex, anti-Zionist. Like, that would be amazing, and each one of those victories is something that you're like, oh, great. There's also a lot of other candidates that are running that fit that portfolio that don't have the war criminal record. Like, it's the war criminal record is kind of almost, I'd say, an insurmountable thing to say, yeah, your concerns are valid, or yeah, I mean.
Okay, and so this is where the argument, I feel like the rubber meets the road for me, and I really don't need any more of this for me to say what I have to say, because I don't want to sit here and pick apart Lance's argument about this or like litigate all of these, because everyone's once again entitled to their opinion about Graham Plattner. I understand the concerns. I even talked about my own concerns and my own skepticisms around this, right? But here's the thing, okay? I'm just going to pull this up. Like, is Lance wrong about there being other candidates? No, he's not. And there's technically 2, right? I mean, 3 if you count Susan Collins, and you know, a few more if you count like libertarians and unaffiliated people, right? You can just look right here, right? Ballotpedia. Here's Graham Plattner. You got a whole bunch of other people. Ethan Alcorn, never heard of him. Timothy Rich, never heard of him. David Evans, never heard of him. And let's not forget, I spend my days working on these elections right now, right? I have this entire spreadsheet I've been putting together of all the candidates for all the primaries in every state in the nation right now, right? Like, and I've never heard of these guys, any of these guys. I'm familiar with David because I'm very, very loosely familiar with him. Janet Mills, of course, I know because she's the fucking governor right now. And I don't know Andrea LaFlamme. And I don't know any of these withdrawn candidates, 5 of them. Susan Collins is still in the race. So you got these 2, Andrea and David, and then 3 completely just, I have no idea who the fuck these guys are. And the fact is, like I've been saying, I'm overwhelmed right now. And it's hard for me to try and go through all these things. But what I know about this race is this. Graham Plattner is in the lead, right? And not just in the lead in the Democratic primary, but also in the polls against Susan Collins right now. Okay? And the election is still going on, right? The primary election is still going. It's been going on for quite a long time. And the fact is I think if you haven't been spending the time up to now pushing for a different candidate in the primary, then you are kind of doing a Jimmy Dore. I think Kyle is right. I actually thought that before I heard Kyle even say it earlier today. I said, this feels Jimmy Dore-ish. Like, if you're not, I'm not specifically, like, trying to come at Lance here, but, like, I feel like at this point, 4 days away from the election, right, still going after Graham Plattner without, because I will say this, I listened to this whole video, I didn't hear Lance utter the name of a single candidate that he supports in the race. So all he is saying is don't vote for Graham. And then not presenting, and I can't accept people not presenting a different option, okay? Because nothing happens to you if you vote and it's wrong, right? If you don't vote, then you haven't exercised your opinion, but no one's going to come and like arrest you for having voted incorrectly, right? But like you should at least be trying, right? And you can't just throw your hands up in the middle of this current time that we are living in, where people are their financial their financial stability is being utterly decimated. People are losing their healthcare. People are losing their access to food assistance. We are destroying the fucking climate. Ending, we have ICE still going through the fucking streets, still locking up and detaining people, forcing them into slave labor, force feeding them, as fucking Tom Homan said, when they do hunger strikes. Like, this is not a time to be undecided. We have to be decided. So if we don't like a candidate, we have to have a separate candidate, right? And at this point, like, we have to be aware of the dynamics right now. And in 4 days, on Tuesday, people in Maine have to make a choice. And putting out videos is a choice. I have to say, like, putting out videos is a choice. And I'm afraid that this is one of those things that I think is lacking that foresight, all right? Like, I would totally accept this from Lance and whomever else if they were pushing another candidate, but nobody has a better candidate. Nobody is talking about some other better candidate, right? Nobody's, and unless you're pro Susan Collins, then we got a problem here, because those are the two candidates that are going to you assume are going to be in the race, right? And it's basically, the primary is already effectively decided, right? It's highly unlikely that he loses, but I just feel like it's this kind of stuff that is going to wind up getting us in trouble in the middle of a primary season, right? Like, if we, and I'm over here trying to make the tough decisions. I'm not gonna. It's actually been pretty difficult, like, having to go through some of these and be like, none of these people fit perfectly the candidate that I would like to see in this district, or in this governor's seat, or in the Senate seat. But I can't, since I've decided to take this upon myself and actually try and cover these primary elections with as much effort as I can, while also still doing the rest of my job. Like for me personally, like, I'm having to make tough decisions. I'm looking at candidates and saying, look, this guy doesn't support everything that I wouldn't say that this guy is a great candidate, but he's the best candidate, or they're the best candidate, right? Whatever. Like, and it's just, like, we do have to play pragmatism. We have to be pragmatic. We have to be able to say, look, we don't have the perfect we can't let perfect be the enemy of good, right? And of progress. We have to be able to say, look, this is, because otherwise you're just giving up your vote. You're just giving up your vote and saying the Democratic establishment that has brought us to this point is fine, right? And or Republicans are fine. Because as we've seen here, the Democratic establishment candidates have not done very well in, like, in recent actual general elections, right? Now, of course, we're in a moment right now where we'll have advantages as a result of Trump's historic unpopularity. I'm not going to say that. I want to see the best result possible right now. Like, we need to, we need to have the House and Senate, right? And we need to take that as far as possible. So if you do get a couple of fucking, cinemas and or Fettermans in there, you still have some room, some wiggle room, hopefully, right? We can make that happen. They're already depending on a fucking vote from the vice president in the goddamn Senate. And the House is as evenly split as it could possibly be right now. And with that in mind, this is like why the primaries matter so much. Because if we know that we're looking at what is most likely going to be a blue wave, shouldn't it be a leftist wave? Right? Shouldn't it be the best possible wave that we can get, rather than just letting whatever wave is going to come crashing down on us? It's like trickle down the democracy. It's like, oh, hopefully the wave will be good. It's like, no, you have to say, I had something to do with this wave before it came, right? And that's what the primaries are all about. And that's all I've got to say, is that, like, if we're gonna, like, I'm fine with people having criticism of Graham Plattner. I have my own, like, I've had my own concerns in the past, but I have personally come to grips with them myself. Some people haven't, and that's their prerogative. But if you're a content creator, I feel like if you are a content creator who has a leftist view, and I see Lance as an ally, of course, right? I've been watching his show for longer than I've had a show. And I mean, I've been doing this for 2.5 years. He's been doing it for what, like 7, 8, maybe longer. I can't remember exactly when he started, but it's been a while. And, like, I just think that, if we are working for a better future with more civil rights, more human rights, more equity, right? Like an end to, the endless wars and whatever else. Like, we have to be working together on this stuff and be, like, aware of the dynamics happening, and not be, like, just like dragging each other down without a fucking solution, right? Like, it's fine if you're like, hey, slow down. I've got a better candidate for you right now. Like 6 months ago, right? Whatever it was. It's been a long time since the first thing that people, like, since, like, the tattoo came out, right? Like, when that came out, people had come out and been like, look, okay, this Graham Plattner, he's got everything we want, but this is a concern, right? And, red flag, we have to do due diligence now and look for new candidates. I would have been all for it. I'd be like, yes, do that. And come tell me who you find, right? Like, I'm 100% open to that conversation. Like, I said that at the time. Like, I've said it, I think, on multiple occasions at this point. But it's just like, you can't keep harping on this without a solution, right? You can't, it's not constructive. Because, like I've been saying, it's the primary process. This is the time for these debates. But you can't just take the side of, like, it's not just like for or against. It's for and or for. It's for or for during democracy. Like, during the primaries. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, this is the moment where you have a herd of candidates in all of these different elections that you can choose from. And I don't care who you're against. Tell me who you're for right now. Because it doesn't matter who you're against, because they might not be in the general fucking election. Tell me the candidate that's the best candidate, why you're for them, and why anybody who's like I or anybody else should vote for that candidate, right? That's the arguments. Those are the arguments that need to be made right now, or should have been getting made up to now. And I welcome that help, right? I actually would love for Lance and for everyone else in this community, and people here who've been listening to the show know this. I've been saying this over and over again. I would love for people to get more active in these primaries and get talking about who's running in them It would help me out because I'm trying to put together an entire fucking list of all this shit, right? Like, I mean, here we are. Here's my list. Speaking of which, I have updates for next Tuesday. But as you can all, I've been at this, I've been at this shit. I'm not fucking around. We are looking for the best outcome in this election right now. I was accused of being not pragmatic earlier this year. I can't even handle that. Like, I've been doing this, like, while doing this, somebody accused me of not being pragmatic. Like, this is literally me doing my very best effort at that. But like, here we are. All right. This is the election we just got done with. We're still tabulating results for California. And next week, next Tuesday, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different elections. Maine, Nevada, North Dakota, South Carolina. The fact is, I haven't heard anybody talk about any of these elections. Nevada, North Dakota, South Carolina, I haven't heard a single person. I'm including myself. I haven't mentioned these elections until now. But Maine, Graham Plattner, as we know, actually nobody can read this, can they? Nope, none of you can read this. Here we go. Is that better?
Aren't I a good guy?
Here's Maine's House elections. Got 2 different candidates here, as you can see. For those of you who've been paying attention, we have 1 good candidate, 1 bad candidate. Paige Loud running in the 2nd district here. In fact, I hear there's a few progressives running against each other right now in Maine. And then an incumbent Democrat with not the best voting record, with no challenger in the 1st. So nobody has to vote for her in the 1st. It would just be really a general election decision type of deal, because she's going to be going straight to the general. Graham Plattner is the recommended candidate here from the Galactic News Network in the Senate, and Shanna Bellows, I think. Do not here, look. I've been trying to go through all these, and this is not just to give everybody a heads up. This list is not fully fleshed. It's 80% fleshed. Okay, like I still, especially for Maine, like it gets worse as it goes on. Like especially towards South Dakota. But Shanna Bellows here, I think, is the best candidate. There's like 8 candidates running in the Democratic primary for governor. It's really quite a heated election there in Maine for governor. I'm probably gonna go in a deeper dive maybe tomorrow when I have a chance. I barely managed to pull together what I have here by this stream. Let's move on to Nevada. I'll have clips for everybody tomorrow, but I just want to point that, like, just for anybody in any of these states right now, Nevada, 4 different candidates, 3 good ones. In Nevada's 1st, Joy Hoover. Nevada's 2nd, Matthew Fonkin. Nevada's 3rd, Dr. James Lally. And in Nevada's 4th, you got a incumbent Democrat, Dino Dem, no challenger, Steve Horsford. And I haven't yet fleshed out the governor. I don't think there is a governor's race here. Is there a governor's? I can't remember. Was it this one, or was it actually maybe it's Maryland that I have. One of these ones I put like ahead of before when I made this graph just to make my life easier. I went through and tried to figure out which states had governor's elections and Senate elections. And I tried to put a Y next to each governor's election and a 1 next. I don't know why I chose to do that, but a 1 next to each senator. And yet now I fucked up. The point is I'm trying. North Dakota, you got 1 candidate here you don't have to vote for, unfortunately. No great democracy happening here in the fucking House here. Trygve Hammer, no challenger, running as a Democrat in North Dakota. South Carolina, I only have 2 good candidates for you right now, Matt Fulmer and Courtney McLean. I haven't been able to parse through the Dino Dems yet between the 2nd and the 7th. And Kyle Freeman for Senate. We'll talk about the Oklahoma election next Tuesday. Tomorrow. Or maybe next week. I don't know. But point is I've been working my cock off over here, trying to compile these lists together, fact check these people, their policies and their records and whatever else. Could really use some help. What I don't need is people shitting on good candidates without better alternatives, okay? This is the only reason I'm bringing this up, because it's quite close and personal to me, because of how much effort I feel like I've been putting in trying, even though I don't feel like I'm doing enough. As I've said 100,000 times now, right? I feel overwhelmed by this moment. I would much rather help ideas be much more open to that, rather than people 4 days ahead of election trying to make the case against the best candidate in the election. All right, let's go on to CNN. Talk more about these elections and the numbers. The great Harry Emden. Everybody's saying it.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. Hey friends, it's me, Harry Enton, and today we're discussing how Democrats and why Democrats are in their strongest position in decades. I dare say it's a historic position heading into a midterm election. And if you stay tuned till the end, we'll talk about Donald Trump and how he's in a historic position as well, and how that is fueling Democrats in the midterm opportunities. But let's start off with the economy, because as Jimmy Carville is fond of saying, it's the economy, stupid. And in the case of you, the audience, it's the economy, smarty pants. And this number really just jumps off the screen, because take a look here. When you poll Americans on how they feel about the current and future economy, we get the worst ever consumer sentiment ever. And this measure has been taken since the mid-20th century. And of course, we are now in the 21st century. It is down, get this, 38% since the start of Trump's term, all the way back in January of 2025. Just a massive decline. And this is fueling Democrats.
Holy Toledo. Those numbers are not good. Worst ever consumer sentiment. Boy, oh boy. Down 38% in a little over a year. People went from thinking the economy was looking great to the economy is literally on fire. No! All right, now, this might be why people are, more so than in any other primary election in the 21st century, thinking about voting Democrat.
I'm staying in the race.
Independent, etc. And when we allocate those independents, look at this, to the Democrats or Republicans. Democrats right now have a 13-point lead. A 13-point lead on Republicans on this most basic of measure. And when we look back at prior midterm cycles, at this point, this 13-point lead is bigger than any in at least 20 years. It even beats 2006, when Democrats easily took back the U.S. House of Representatives and gained 6 Senate seats, which if it happened this year, Democrats would be, yeah, that is perfect for us. We would take back the Senate as well. Now, when you look at this party ID lead, this is fueled in part by the simplest of questions. What's the most important problem the country is facing in your mind, and who do you trust to solve it? Well, right now, Democrats, hello, it's that same 13 points. It's that same 13-point lead that Democrats have over Republicans on which party they trust more to handle the top issue. And that, look at this. This really tells the story. Look at 2022. Republicans were trusted more by 11 points. More by 11 points. This is the inverse of that. This lead, this 13-point lead, look at, this green line. This is very similar to what we saw all the way back in 2006, which I said is exactly what Democrats want to happen, right?
Yes, indeed. Economy is imploding, and Democrats are benefiting from it right now. If only we had leadership capable of messaging properly. Well, we can't expect one man to be at least in the House of Representatives as a result of this week's voting results in the great state of New Jersey. Dr. Adam Hamawi.
Let's get into what happened across the country last night. Again, California, we only have some results in, and to the extent that we do, not necessarily stuff that we're going to be super psyched about. Again, at the end of the day, the most important thing, in my estimation, is that the Democrats take the House and the Senate. Progressives did fair last night, I would say. Fair to not so fair. But there wasn't necessarily huge races. Like, we're not talking the difference between a Plattner and a Mills. We're not talking the difference between a Haley Stevens and an Abdul El Sayed. That's not what we're talking about. Congressional races come and go, although this one is pretty exciting. Dr. Adam Hamawi, who was on the program last week, Emma interviewed him, pulled out an impressive win in New Jersey. And here is his acceptance speech. And you understand, this is a very blue district, so he's going to win this district.
As a doctor, I see my patients struggling in the richest country in the history of the world just to be able to afford their health care. I met people every day drowning in medical debt because the billionaires and the insurance companies decided that we need to make profits over taking care of the sick. I became a doctor to take care of people and to save lives. But I end up spending half my time just fighting the insurance companies to be able to provide care. I knew that the system was broken, rigged, and that it was serving only a few and not the many. And when I came back from Gaza, I went to the halls of Congress to share what I saw. But what I found is many doors that were closed in my face, people didn't even want to listen. And I realized that these doors weren't just closed to me. They were closed to everyone, for everything. That's right. Unless you were one of the oligarch lobbyists with a check in your hand. Yes. So 6 months ago, we launched this campaign. Almost no one thought that we were viable. No one thought we had a shot. Even those who call themselves progressives laughed us out of the room. And they said that we didn't ask permission to run.
So there it is. Maui in the New Jersey's 12th district wins. That's going to be
a thing of beauty. All right, now just a reminder, everybody. I'm just gonna pull this back up again. Sorry to do this. It's really not a big update. But I'll just pull this up as well, just for added effect. As for California's primary, because I know people are still waiting for results here, I'm afraid I have no new news, really. Nothing new to speak of, I'm afraid. I've been checking, believe me. Well, but don't you worry, space fans. I have been perhaps checking too much. I've been trying to be real with myself and be like, this is going to take weeks. Do not be an idiot. And keep clicking this. And then I click it like every day, every 12 hours, maybe sometimes more than that. But I'm afraid there's no real changes. Not in, and I've been, believe me, I'm so familiar with these now. I know the vote counts. And like the vote counts have barely changed. mean, the votes have come in slightly here. I will point this. Actually, this is new. Oh, wait, this is new for me. Hold on. The mayor race just changed. Oh, wait, hold on. More votes coming in. I can't comment on this. Oh, wait, I can. I think Nithya just picked it up by 10,000 votes. I think like we just had like 30,000 get counted, and she's picked up 10,000 of them, maybe more. And Spencer's not picking up as much. But point is, the House is what I've been most focused on. Probably why I missed the mayor stuff. But that's still going on. There's still 30% left to count. Unfortunately, I have no new updates here, but I do have at least some good things. Rosie. I'm sorry, not Rosie. Mai Vang, excuse me. Why can't I think of words? Mai Vang is still within like 100 votes. Last time I checked. Sorry, 130 votes. like 130 votes or something like that. Where she was. Oh, wait, no. There's a new update. Oh, my fucking God. You got to be shitting me, dude. Yo, she just did it. Let's go. Come on, chat. Come on. Chat, come on. Oh, boy.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, how things have changed. Mai Vang has now taken the lead. Not by a little bit, by 8,200 votes. Now 6% ahead of the GOP candidate Wooden, making it. I mean, there's 35% left to count, but the vast majority of these late mail-in and hand-in ballots are, as all the pollsters are saying, heavily Democratic, which means we're gonna have another Democrat versus Democrat primary. I mean, not primary, general election in November in District 7, and Mai Vang is gonna be one of those candidates. It looks like she's almost got more votes than Matsui now. Oh boy, and they're not done counting votes. Oh, how things have changed. It looks like she's gonna be taking that down. She was behind the last time we talked about it. That was last night, or maybe the other night. I can't remember the last time we talked about the California election now. But that's great. Last time but oh my, I almost want to go through all these. I was going to just be like, this was going to be a quick update. And you know what, we're going to leave it. Because I'll have more updates tomorrow. But that's good news. That's great news. That's what I like to hear right there. But everybody else is looking quite good. All the people that we talked about last, including Mai Vang, including Eric Jones, Randy Villegas, Teresa Lynn Hoge, Angelica Dueñas, and I think even Marianne Shama was looking good the last time I checked. Actually, maybe not. I take that back. The last one I take back. Don't quote me on that last one. But at least the same candidates that we talked about last time are looking good, if not better than good. Oh, man. That's, hey, little good news there. Come on.
Come on!
Let's go. Of course, Mai Vang linked up with Hasan Piker. She had a fairly strong campaign. I don't attribute it all to Hasan, of course, but she certainly was out there doing everything needed, it would seem. Now taking second place. It's like 100 votes splitting them up at one point. That's a W. I'm calling that. That's a win. But now I'm like waiting to see the vote count actually the full. I want to, because if she beats Matsui in the primary, that would, I think, say a lot about what's to come in the general. Now, with these votes continuing to come in, and some people's leads, like Spencer Pratt, continuing to thin, other Republicans getting completely shut out of the races. One man is claiming that these elections in California have been stolen.
Illegal.
Can you guess who?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's right, the president. Donald Trump basically accuses Democrats of stealing California primaries. President Donald Trump, without evidence, accused Democrats of trying to steal California's gubernatorial and Los Angeles mayoral open primaries, as mail-in and drop-off ballots are still being counted, with the Republican candidate in contention to make the runoff in each of the races. In a post on True Social, Trump attacked the Democrats and basically accused them of trying to, quote-unquote, steal the two races away from two great Republican candidates. The president didn't offer any evidence to back his assertions and attacked, quote, very late and massive numbers of, quote-unquote, mail-in ballots, as he appeared to echo false claims he has previously made about the 2020 elections. In a follow-up post, Trump again accused the Democrats, derisively calling them Democrats, of big cheating, and claimed votes were all tied up, and results may not be in for weeks. The president then said the voting process is, quote-unquote, under investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. Although it's unclear that he actually ordered this probe. But doesn't he govern by tweets? Aren't all tweets law now? It is ridiculous. It is a little ridiculous. But he's not giving up. No. Been continuing to claim Democrats have stolen the election or are trying to steal it in California with mail-in ballots, a process he's very familiar with as a man who has mailed in his votes for decades.
What's happening in California? They're rigging the election. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. What's happening in California? They're rigging the election. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. They found a lot of mail-in ballots last night, shockingly.
LA's mayor responded to his false claims about, quote, big cheating, writing, quote, Trump only says this when MAGA candidates like Spencer Pratt start losing. LA will count every vote.
I can't prove it, but everybody watching thinks there's shenanigans when it takes this long, and Pratt and Hilton keep losing.
They said it's going to take weeks to count. You know what that means.
Yeah, shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
When you look at what's happening in California, their election regime now is destroying trust in our election system.
They absolutely have the capability to cheat. They have designed a system that is designed to cheat.
Oh, God. It's a system designed to cheat. Wow. Fascinating. That's fascinating. A system designed to cheat. Remember that. Remember that for later. Okay, that's gonna... Actually, you know what? Just in case. I think it's best. Let me just get that clip.
Now is destroying trust in our election system.
They absolutely have the capability to cheat. They have designed a system that is designed to cheat.
They have designed a system that is designed to cheat, says Representative Randy Fine of Florida. A complete lunatic, no doubt. But a claim that I think will be important later. Designing a system designed to cheat. Huh. Interesting. Interesting that a Republican would bring up designing systems of voting intended to cheat.
I just want to underscore for the people maybe listening and not watching what it says on our screen that these are baseless fraud claims. And the question is, how are California officials dealing with that? Well, the current governor, Gavin Newsom, just let CNN's own Alex Michelson explain.
Right now, about 80% of voters return their ballots by mail. Each one of them has to go through a signature verification process. LA County alone has 5.9 million registered voters, which is more voters than 41 other states. So there's a lot of vote by mail. There's a lot of steps to prevent fraud, and all that takes a lot of time.
I mean, it's expected. We knew that those baseless claims, let's just keep calling it that, would come. The question is, what is going to happen ultimately when we get the results? When will we get the results? And I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, because they're just going to keep counting them until they're done counting them. Right? And there's nothing nefarious about that. That's just the existence of the nation's biggest state by population. Or at least one of the biggest states. Yeah, it's California. It is the number one. More than Texas, more than Florida, more than New York, more than Pennsylvania. More than Pennsylvania by 3. By a factor of 3. 300%. But yeah, we're just going to keep waiting for the results to come in. Republicans don't like the fact that those votes are not necessarily for them. And so they're once again resorting to baseless claims of election fraud. It's just 2020 all over again. They're just starting it early now in the fucking midterms. I think they're just thinking to themselves, messaging-wise, if we can just start claiming the elections are stolen now, we'll have no problems. Now, of course, Democrat districts have been disappearing from the South as a result of Republicans gerrymandering, right? With the help of the Supreme Court, they've been returning their states to Jim Crow era racist lines, and are also trying, I mean, they haven't succeeded, but are trying to enact federal election laws regarding voter ID, the SAVE Act. That's still stuck in the Senate, but they're actively trying to cheat in as many ways as possible. To talk more about this, let's go here to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, who is the first in her family to graduate from college and went on to become a critical care physician and steadfast public servant who's answered the call to public service, that understands the urgent need to help ensure and help provide care for all Americans. I would now like to yield to the gentlewoman from Oregon, the Honorable Dr. Congresswoman Dexter, for as much time as she desires.
Thank you, Congressman Jackson, for convening this special order hour and for humbling me with such a kind introduction, but mostly for your leadership and your steadfast commitment to protecting the Voting Rights Act. When I was completing my medical residency in Colorado in the early 2000s, I distinctly remember standing in line for hours to vote, with 2 small children in tow, at the single polling location available to me. Hours, with toddlers, in the glory of Colorado's most unpredictable weather. That experience was a world away from voting in my home state of Oregon, where since 1996, our state has proudly chosen to vote entirely by mail. It is safe and secure. You can't hack paper. It's harder to intimidate a voter in their own home. And turnout is higher. In fact, in 2023, Oregon had the single highest voter turnout in the nation. That is how representative democracy is supposed to work. People should be able to easily exercise their voices and to use their power. For generations, the Voting Rights Act helped move us closer to that promise. It stood as one of the most successful civil rights laws in our nation's history, born from those who marched, bled, and died for the right to have a say in their government. Today, that promise is under assault. Over the last decade, a series of decisions handed down by a radical Supreme Court has steadily weakened voting protections. Most recently, Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court justices gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which allowed voters to challenge racially discriminatory maps. This has unleashed a wave of racist gerrymandering across the South designed to dilute Black voting power, erase hard-won gains of the civil rights movement, and rig the political system for Republicans to stay in power. In Alabama, the far-right Republican state legislature is now moving forward with a congressional map that all but erases one of 2 majority Black districts. This is a map that judges in Alabama rejected, but that Trump's handpicked radical Supreme Court is letting move forward. It is a betrayal. And that betrayal and assault is why last month I traveled to Montgomery, Alabama, with members of Congress from the Northeast to the West to stand in solidarity and say, we are not going back. Standing there, I felt the weight of history. The people, including your father, who courageously led this nation in the fight against segregation and Jim Crow. They will not stand alone now. We will fight back, and we have the playbook in front of us. This fight is won in courtrooms and at kitchen tables, at the ballot box, and marching in the streets. Our role here in Congress is clear: to serve as a check on a judiciary that is straying from its constitutional role and weakening the protections that ensure free and fair elections for all Americans. That is why I support term limits for Supreme Court justices, a binding and enforceable code of ethics for the court, and to ensure no court and no state legislature can ever again undermine the sacred right to vote. Congress must pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore federal protections against racial discrimination in voting. The right to vote is the foundation of our democracy. Oregonians sent me here to protect it, and I will keep fighting to do just that. Thank you, and I yield back to Congressman Jackson.
There we go. Said much better than I could have. Got a serious problem here. I mean, the same thing happened, of course, in Louisiana. The primary was canceled and then moved to, I think, like 2 days before the general election. I think it's been moved to like November 3rd. That's at least the last update that I could find on that one, because I was recently looking for it. Because I was like, you know what? We were supposed to have a primary in Louisiana. What happened to that? And I started going through articles online. The best I could find was like a week ago or something like that, saying that the election had been moved to like the same week as the general election, which is fucking insane, I would point out. I mean, it gives a lot of time for the primary, which is in a way great when you think about it, especially when from my perspective, that's kind of a huge win. I've already done a bunch of effort in terms of researching there, not enough of boosting those candidates, right? Because to some degree, that's what I feel like I need to be doing, is boosting these candidates for free on my own time, like for like, you know, like with the channel, and like putting out like shorts or whatever, like just to get these like things in front of the right people, right? Use the right keywords and hashtags, and hopefully you hit the right demographic. And unfortunately, I'm not doing that right now. I think everybody knows that I'm not doing that, and it's frustrating to me. I'm probably not vocalizing it enough, but like I'm very bothered by that. But that gives me time for Louisiana really get on that. Knicks up by 4 at the half. Is everybody watching the fucking NBA Finals right now? It's only game 2. You can't do news and watch NBA at the same time. Come on.
Come on!
Damn, we're 2 hours into the stream already? How did that happen? Have we made any... Oh, I forgot to put up the Galactic content go on Twitch, too. That's fucked up. I think we only had, like, 1 donation today, right? Yeah. Okay, week ending report goal started on Twitch. Started really late tonight. It does not bode well. Just a reminder, everybody, we have a historically sized galactic deficit as a result of a number of factors. We still definitely did not earn as much on Twitch last month as we used to earn on YouTube. I did not calculate last month's deficit properly, so I'm still behind technically on one bill. And yeah, it's not great. It's not good. Thankfully, you can help with the galactic deficit in a multitude of ways. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Of course, you can, you know, I don't know, you could... No, we can't do that either. Nope. But we still have the galactic content goal as well today. Twitch bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, all apply to that. But no YouTube super chats, no super stickers, no memberships, no gifted memberships. Still demonetized. It's a lot of links. Some say too many links. Many people are saying too many links. Woo, BC raid. Wait, BC. BC. Who is BC? Why can't I think of who BC is? When the heck is a BC, Boku? All right, let's go quickly back to talking about the numbers with the great Harry Emden, of course. Who else would we go to for numbers? Bunker Cat. Yes, there we are. Thank you. Bunker Cat raid. Thank you, Bunker Cat. I didn't see the raid. I missed the raid. I was too focused over here talking about other things. Whatever that was. Elections? Something like that. Harry Emden.
How do rural voters feel about the president?
Yeah, you know, Iowa has been traditionally a field of dreams for the President of the United States, but it's quickly turning into potentially a field of nightmares. There seems to be a rural revolt going on in this country against Donald Trump. Take a look here. Rural voters on Trump. Look, according to Fox News, he was easily winning them back in October of 2024 versus Kamala Harris. 18 points ahead. The exit poll even had it a bigger margin. But look at where he is now. Woo! Down there, underwater, underneath the cornfields. He's now 14 points underwater. That's an over 30-point switcheroo against the President of the United States. As I said, there appears to be a rural vote.
As we all know what this is. That is a Holy Toledo. I kind of want to put a Holy Toledo on my soundboard itself, but it's filled. Where would I put Holy Toledo? What can I replace that we don't use? I don't use this very much.
I see that you know your judo well.
I don't use I see that you know your judo very well, very much.
Consequences.
I use consequences a lot. I just want to make... Is it wrong that I just want to make Harry Emden go ho 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 Holy Toledo? Is that so wrong? Is that wrong of me? I don't think that's too much to ask, actually. I think that's a reasonable request.
Holy Toledo.
Hold on. I have to edit the sound shot. It's not close enough to the actual sound wave. How's that?
Holy Toledo.
Yeah.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, everybody. That's the kind of Holy Toledo I'm talking about.
going against Donald Trump.
What could one of those reasons be?
You know, one of the big reasons that there seems to be a rural vote against Donald Trump, simply put, it's the economy, it's inflation. Take a look at this. You thought that switcheroo was big. How about this one? Rural voters on Trump and inflation. Versus Kamala Harris, he was more trusted by 37 points. Now he is 19 points underwater with rural voters on inflation. That is an over 50-point switcheroo against the president of the United States. Rural voters, like the rest of the country, turning against Trump on the key issue that got him elected to a second term back in 2024.
That is a big shift.
That is a
Maybe that's why Donald Trump and Republicans are trying to steal the election and claim that the other side is actually the one rigging the election. That makes sense. That explains the deeply hypocritical, paradoxical situation we got going on here.
This is ridiculous!
But hey, maybe you don't even need to steal the election if you already own the media and are able to just push out a narrative to millions. You know, say you had like a billionaire buddy who was one of your biggest campaign donors who went and bought out the entire media apparatus so that he could, you know, just undermine it from doing actual journalism. I'm, of course, talking about CBS. And this week, another CBS departure, this time not voluntarily, apparently. Scott Pelley fired from 60 Minutes. And the continued onslaught of personalities and journalists over at CBS News with the Free Press's Barry Weiss at the helm of this long hallowed American agency of... Okay, I've gone too far.
There is turmoil at CBS News. Longtime 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley is out, fired after the 37-year veteran lashed out at the show's new executive producer in a meeting.
Pelley is the latest staff member to lose his job at the news magazine in the last week. News 4's Erica Byfield is live in the newsroom with how Pelley is responding. Erica?
That's right. He's still pushing back. He continues to say that the executives who fired him are not being truthful.
Scott Pelley's 37-year career with CBS News is over. The prominent anchor and 60 Minutes correspondent fired overnight, a major headline at his former network.
This morning, we want to share with you some news about ourselves and longtime 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley.
Happening after CBS News insiders say that Pelley confronted the new boss of the news magazine. They say that the 68-year-old questioned executive producer Nick Bilton's credentials, a documentary maker and one-time New York Times tech journalist, and said that the head of the network, Barry Weiss, was murdering 60 Minutes. Last week, she fired several ranking producers and two correspondents, Sharon Alf, tech journalist, and said that the head of the network, Barry Weiss, was murdering 60 Minutes. Last week, she fired several ranking producers and two correspondents, Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega. Pelley isn't leaving quietly, releasing a statement expressing gratitude to the team at CBS and said that he fought off attempts to insert bias into his reporting. Mid-morning, Pelley had more to say.
That is quite concerning. Inserting bias into reporting over at CBS. Intentionally. Jeez. You know, and in fact, CBS's numbers are continuing to plummet, right? Like, I mean, sure, the whole, like, mainstream media apparatus is somewhat plummeting, but CBS's numbers are fucking imploding on themselves, as well as online, right? Like I think they've seen a huge outflow of subscribers. I should actually check Social Blade. I just realized I could check CBS's Social Blade night just now. Oh, should look at that.
refuting what his former boss told staff this morning on a conference call. He wrote, "Barry Weiss knows that what she said is not true. In the meeting on Tuesday in which I was effectively fired, there was no effort of any kind to find a way back." NBC News obtained a transcript of that call. Weiss told her staff that respect is critical, adding that the foundation was broken Monday, and after attempts to engage with Pelley, they could not find a way back. She closed by praising his work and called his departure an unfortunate outcome. Turmoil has been brewing at the network since David Ellison took over CBS News' parent company Paramount last year. Ellison wanting to expand his media empire with a merger that is currently awaiting federal approval. Pelley believes that the new owner is trying to curry favor with the Trump administration. The president weighed in on Pelley.
Scott Pelley's a stiff, and he's afraid, and he's part of this,
Bam. Oof. Oof. Look at the subscriber numbers. This is back in 2024, right? They were doing 90,000 subs a month, right? And slowly but surely, they have been imploding. And to the point where now, I mean, oh my God, 10,000 subs in May. They're dead. They died. Oh.
Holy Toledo.
gang of crooked, stupid people that don't care about our country.
At 60 Minutes, there are reports that the remaining staff are feeling uneasy, and they believe that there's great uncertainty engulfing the legacy program. Questions bubbling if anyone else will exit, Pelley leaving things this way. These executives cannot gain the trust of the staff with lies. This is antithetical to everything that we stand for and reveals contempt for what journalists do.
NBC News reached out to CBS News. Pelley's allegations about bias in the newsroom when he was reporting his stories, and we have not heard back.
No way they haven't heard back from CBS yet about whether or not they're inserting bias into the news. No fucking way.
What?
That is shocking. One more on this situation.
In a statement last night after his firing, Pelley said that Paramount, the new owner of
before I let Jake buy my book Tapper here, so I'll preface this with it from talking about CBS to the network that is in danger of becoming the next CBS.
In a statement last
CNN.
night after his firing, Pelley said that Paramount, the new owner of CBS, is trying to curry favor with the Trump administration and claims that new management recently, quote, instructed me to inject falsehoods and bias into a politically sensitive story, unquote. Pelley says that he ignored and refused those instructions. We're trying to find out exactly what he's referencing there. In a statement, a CBS News spokesperson said,
oh, God. Can you imagine, though? Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if she was the face of 60 Minutes? Oh, my God. This one? Wait, hold on. Not just the eye one, though. Hold on. What about that? Wait, no, not the actual. This lady, this one. Ah, come on.
Come on.
The face of 60 Minutes. Erica Kirk. I mean, actually, I think by next year that will happen. Like, it's a joke now. But just like with all jokes, all political jokes in this current time, it's just a matter of waiting until those jokes become real.
there is no political interference at CBS News, not from ownership, not from Barry Weiss. The only interference is the normal back and forth between editor and correspondent that happens in every newsroom. But The story did not end there, because in this morning's CBS editorial meeting, Barry Weiss addressed the firing, saying, quote, "I'm only interested in working in a newsroom that is built on trust and mutual respect. That foundation was broken on Monday. Despite our attempts to engage with Scott Pelley and to find a way back, unfortunately, we weren't able to do so, and so we had to part ways," unquote.
Wow,
after those comments leaked, Pelley then issued another statement to the New York Times saying, quote, "There was no effort of any kind to, quote, find a way back." As Weiss said in the editorial meeting, at no point did anyone in the Tuesday meeting suggest that there could be steps taken by either side that would lead to a resolution, unquote. The Paramount spokesperson pointed to a Wall Street Journal piece outlining that CBS President Tom Zebrowski opened that meeting and said the purpose was to figure out how to go forward. The article reads, quote, "At the beginning of the meeting on Tuesday, Zebrowski told Pelley that he had a long legacy with 60 Minutes and that they would like to talk to him about, quote, how to reach a point of civility and go forward, according to a person familiar with the matter." Now let's zoom out for a second to look at the core issues here and why this larger 60 Minutes overhaul may be happening, because this story is...
We know why this is happening. We don't need this. I just need those comments. Thank you, Jake. We know why this is all happening. It's because Barry Weiss, I want to say handmade, but that's not quite it. The puppet of Larry Ellison, billionaire owner of Oracle, and of which island in Hawaii again? I can't remember. God damn it. Owner of Island and many things. Larry Ellison, billionaire, founder of Oracle, tech oligarch, AI guy. Basically, much of the internet rests on his servers, and so does AI. More and more. He's at different points been the richest man, although it's not currently. He's been eclipsed once again by Elon Musk. He's basically the sort of douchebag who's constantly competing with Elon Musk to see who's the richest, right? He's the reason. We know this. Pro-Israel billionaire dickbag. Put her there. A woman who ran an independent journal, online blog called The Free Press, where the freedom of the press went to fucking die. And she was just like foisted upon us by him because he just had the money to buy an entire network. That's the fucking world we live in. Cue the soundboard. Which sound were you preferring for what?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that for Erica Kirk? I mean, she's disturbing. Okay, well, while Trump acolytes rid the media of vaguely critical voices, and Trump and Republicans wage a war on elections, we cannot forget, of course, that meanwhile, we still have this ongoing $2 billion settlement fund that was created by Trump's controlled DOJ.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Democracy Now!
In a rare reversal for the Trump administration, the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche told lawmakers Tuesday the Department of Justice would not be moving forward with the $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund, even after the temporary pause mandated by the court. Blanche had announced the fund just weeks ago as part of a settlement deal with President Trump and his family over their private lawsuit with the IRS over the leaking of Trump's tax returns years ago. The fund has been widely criticized as a slush fund to provide payouts to January 6th insurrectionists and other Trump allies, even drawing rebuke from some Senate Republicans and dividing the caucus. This is Todd Blanche, formerly President Trump's personal attorney, responding to questioning from New York Congressmember Grace Meng on Tuesday.
We are not moving forward with the fund, period. The reasons for the fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time, which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them. The reasons for the fund, I think, it remain as important as they were before, but we are not moving forward with the fund.
Not moving forward ever.
Correct.
You and Associate Attorney General Woodward signed earlier documents regarding the settlement and this fund. Would both of you now sign and release documents reversing the DOJ's position on the fund?
We're not moving forward with the fund. I'm not sure what that means to sign documents reversing. There's nothing to reverse. We're not moving forward with the fund.
But the story isn't over. On Friday, District Court Judge Kathleen.
No, I don't think they do. I don't think they watch the rest of that. Or maybe they do. Do they do that? No. But she finished. Just to finish that, let me just go back 5 seconds. Because, what's her name? Representative Meng. She asked Todd Blanche, hey, would you put these in written in Word? He's like, no, why would we do that? We're not going forward with it. But she's like, I think she continues and is like, dude, look, you created this in writing, right? Like, you took the time to do that, right? And put it in writing as the DOJ. And so to reverse it, can you please just do the exact same thing as that by formally rescinding it in writing? And he's just a fucking moron. He's just a fucking lackey. It's just insane. He's just here to do whatever the president wants. He is exactly what Republicans accused Merrick Garland of being, right? Merrick Garland was in no way taking orders from Sleepy Joe. He was actually overly independent, in my opinion, in a way that I felt was possibly detrimental to democracy. Like he tried to make too much of an effort not to go after Donald Trump and his allies for the crimes that they clearly committed. Whereas Todd is here literally being the thing that Merrick Garland was accused of for years. He is literally Donald Trump's personal attack dog and prosecutor, wielding the apparatus of the federal government against his enemies in endless witch hunts. This is literally what is happening.
What that means is sign documents reversing. There's nothing to reverse. We're not moving forward with the fund.
But the story isn't over. On Friday, District Court Judge Kathleen Williams in Miami ordered the case reopened after 35 former federal judges filed a motion saying the settlement may have been a fraud on the court and a product of collusion. The president's attorneys have until June 12th to respond. We're joined now by one of those 35 judges, retired federal judge Nancy Gertner. She served on the bench for 17 years in Massachusetts before retiring in 2011. She joins us from Boston. And we're joined by former New Jersey Attorney General Matt.
I'll be right back.
Who is serving as co-counsel for the former judges in his 4 years as state attorney general under Governor Phil Murphy from 2022 to January of this year. He led or joined at least 43 lawsuits against the Trump administration and brought several high-profile investigations into Republicans, Democrats, and state police. He's joining us today from Minneapolis. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Judge Gertner, let's go to you first. Explain why you're talking about this as possibly a fraud on the court and even if Trump drops it, as the Attorney General has said, you're calling for this case to be reopened, investigated.
What happened in this case was essentially Trump was suing himself. There was no question that Trump was on both sides of the V, brought this case essentially as a fig leaf to justify paying the money. There is a fund that is called the Settlement Fund, where individuals who sue the IRS, the case is settled, or if the case goes to judgment, they can collect against that fund. And so the Trump administration believed that the way in which to sort of perfect this fund, to get this money, was to file a lawsuit, and that would sort of dignify what they were doing. It would legitimize what they were doing. The problem was that the lawsuit, we claim, the evidence suggests, was a sham, that the lawsuit was one part of the administration suing the other. There was no effort to defend it in any meaningful way. In fact, as the judge found, there was a document from the IRS which made it clear what their defenses were in like cases, defenses that they were just not raising in this case because they were just rolling over. After the case was filed, the judge had a sense that there might be a problem with it, might be collusion. Collusion meaning they're essentially the same person was on both sides of the V. She closed the case when they sought to dismiss. And then we moved, I'm represented by Matt Platkin, fabulous lawyer. We moved to reopen the case on the grounds that there's information that the judge didn't know about, namely that this was collusive. The judge has opened the briefing on this issue, and in addition, she is inquiring about sanctions for lawyers that made misrepresentations in the case.
Damn, sanctions. Whew. Wow. That was a former federal judge, Nancy Gertner, now a professor at Harvard Law School, speaking with Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! About the decision of the federal judge in the Trump lawsuit against the federal government that he himself represents being reopened. And not just that, but the judge saying that sanctions are coming for any lawyers that misrepresented the facts.
Illegal.
And I think if that happens, you could see
Glitch_Greens gifted 20 subscriptions to the community.
What just happened? Oh my god. Glitch Greens just went crazy. Glitch Greens, 20 sweet galactic subs donated. Good God, that's a lot of let me read some of these subs. Who got them all? My God, that's maybe the most subs ever gifted at one time. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what the record is on that, but it feels close to the record. God, we got to be close to getting a hype train. Nothing Ness, Layla Sims, Billy Denham, Textures Punky, The Rendo, The Irish Island, Smudgy TV, Gibapo, John the Hola, Nova Sublime, Lord Lycanthrope, I'm just me, Glitch Greens, I'm sorry, no, Victor Dancer, Humbebe, Paladin Berserker Jedi, Carl Sagan on Acid, Galangala, Scrub on Life, and Holsky, and Wholesome Toaster. My God, that's an incredible number of subs. Whew, what was the reason for that? Incredible generosity, Glitch Greens. That completes the galactic content goal for the night. Hold on, let me, bam, end it. Whew, that was wild. had doubled the galactic content goal for the night. Incredible generosity happening over here on Twitch. All right. I don't know what caused you to do this thing. But as a result, we're gonna get one of these here. No, that's right, everybody. We complete another sweet, sweet galactic content goal, ensuring that we get all of the things that I have prepared for us tonight, and I have a lot. Oh boy, I don't know why I'm doing this accent. I have a lot for us to discuss. Yes, and thankfully, thanks to all of your incredible generosity, but most specifically that crazy donation from Glitch Greens. We're gonna get that full show. 8 hours, maybe longer. Don't have to worry about this thing ending suddenly. Nope. Don't have to do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, everybody, bask in the glory for just one moment longer, because it's about to... The confetti party, that is. The confetti party is about to end.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, time to get back to the show. I love dancing. Wait, did you think that was for the galactic deficit? Oh no, now I feel bad. I'm afraid that doesn't count towards the galactic deficit, because the galactic deficit only counts it's a different situation. Like right now, all of our Twitch donos, they come in like a 45 days. Like I won't see it until like the 3rd week of July. The deficit is the pressing circumstances between now and the end of the month, and the 1st of next month, essentially. Right? It's like rent and bills between now and the 1st of next month. Because there's also one, I miscalculated last month's deficit, so it's even larger. The only way to contribute to the deficit is with Patreon, Cash App, or PayPal. So you either got to become a Patreon member, which I recommend to everybody. It's only $3 a month. The lowest tier. Get a bunch of sweet, sweet galactic benefits, unseen. For the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy, I mean, it's quite a deal. And if everybody who followed us on Twitch or subscribed on YouTube, even half, even 1 in 2, we'd be doing great. Be doing much better than I am right now, actually. I'm just doing the math in my head. Be doing very well. Much better. You'd have no problems whatsoever, in fact. And that's actually a good recommendation. And maybe just go follow us on Patreon, because it is transitioning to becoming its own social media company, not just a sort of clubhouse for creators and paying members. It's becoming a whole new thing. But let's move on now from talking about finances, talking about Donald Trump's. Well, we're not actually. I take it back. We're not quite done with Donald Trump enriching himself, even for tonight. No, we're going to have to stay on that topic. Moving on from that IRS settlement fund that he created with, I mean, I hope it's not lost on anybody just how corrupt it is that the president of the United States is suing his own government for money. Can you imagine if, like, I don't know, Barack Obama asked like for like $2 billion? Actually, he asked for 10 billion. He settled for 2. He asked for 10 and settled for 2. Can you imagine? Glenn Beck's head would have exploded. His fucking chalkboard at the time, which was like basically one of his only props, I mean, that thing would have just turned to dust. But let's not forget, of course, his attempts at corruption are endless. Not just the corruption settlement fund or the Jan 6 fund, whatever we're calling it. I still haven't come up with a good name for it. I think Jan 6 settlement fund is good. I mean, it sounds like it's dead. I can't let it die though, like in the sense that like this is like just so egregious. Like we cannot, like, I'm not done talking about this. Even if they are done. We must, of course, talk about the ballroom, which is still unbuilt. There's a massive pit in the ground where the East Wing and the Jackie Kennedy Rose Garden once stood. I need to write this down somewhere, because I still haven't figured out what the hell they're doing in the back lawn. Because last stream we were talking about this, and my brain just broke. Oh, you're right. And in the picture that I saw was a whole new expansion of the construction, like that I hadn't even noticed until yesterday's stream, and I'm just now remembering now that we're back on the subject. Someone's got to remind me of this. I gotta write. I don't have my fucking notebook next to me. I'm so terrible with notes. I don't even know where my notebook is. Somebody put it in the Discord. Tell me to look into the new construction at the White House. But there's just a pit. There's a fucking pit at the White House right now. Somebody's going to hurt themselves. You know, they're going to fall in. But of course, they also destroyed a bunch of history. And now some of his plans are seemingly falling apart. I'm starting to wonder if we're just going to have a West Wing from now on. And the East, we're just like, for years, we're just going to have an empty space. Where the East, that, you know what? I think that's probably what we should expect. Like, from now until like 2028, this probably won't actually fully get built. You know? Like, how many Trump construction projects went awry in the past? It must be dozens.
All right. The White House says they're not obligated to disclose Trump's medications. And all of this is surrounding this big non-disclosure about some gender-affirming pill he takes so he won't lose his hair. That's where we are in gender-affirming care for Republicans, for our dementia-ridden senior citizen, sociopathic president. Let's pop this up. For years, Trump took a hair loss drug, Propecia. Now it's no longer on his medical reports. I asked the White House if Trump still uses it, and officials said they're not obligated to disclose all his medications. I mean, here's the thing. I think they're weekend at Bernie, this guy. I think that
505 just cheered 1,000 bits. This is for the deficit. We will make sure that the Earth apartment is paid for. I don't have much to give, but we will do our best to help you, GSL.
You guys are killing me. You're being so incredibly generous. You're trying to solve the galactic deficit. But you can't solve the galactic deficit. You've never been able. For all time. That's why we call it the galactic deficit and not the galactic content goal. Language. Precision of language, please.
Precision of language. Please.
Oh, I love you, Columbia Rican. You're a beautiful, beautiful man. But you cannot contribute to the galactic content. Now I'm saying it wrong. You can't contribute to the galactic deficit on Twitch or YouTube. You've never been able to do that. It's always been Patreon, Cash App, PayPal. Patreon, Cash App, PayPal. It's PCP. You need PCP to pay. You need PCP to pay for the fucking galactic deficit.
Illegal.
You need Patreon, Cash App, and PayPal. Okay, it's the PCP. I'll write that down for later. For the love of God. I'll balance the budget. Yeah, you're right. I'll do it just like Zoran. I'll tax the rich.
Zohran Mamdani.
He goes to Walter Reed all the time because he has mini strokes. This is my opinion. And then I think while he's there, he's like sundowner hour and he's like, let's do another cognitive exam. And he just is trying so bad to pass one. And then he will not shut up about them.
Look,
so we have his obsession with cognitive.
I hope I'm getting this across. I'm not mad. Like, I'm not even close to mad. Like, I'm actually incredibly appreciative because you're technically contributing to a future galactic deficit, right? Like, not this month's galactic deficit, but next month's. In theory, all these donations on Twitch will help us down the road at some point in galactic deficit wise. It's just not the one that we're currently trying to solve. Oh, and I love you all for it.
His obsession with men. He's always talking about how hot he thinks men are. His obsession with his ballroom and his obsession with the 2020 election. He is a 4-trick pony at best.
He's going to be on his deathbed talking about the election being stolen, mail-in ballots. I mean, just
right,
stupid shit that nobody cares about. But here's my thing.
Okay, hold on. We're going to stop talking about Trump's health. We already did that earlier this stream. Everybody's talking about it lately, though. Oh, Donald Trump, he's falling apart. Oh, Donald Trump, he's falling asleep at meetings. Oh, Donald Trump, he is a complete lunatic who has no idea where he is any 1 second. Oh, we have a guy who's so out of touch with reality that he's tweeting the deranged narcissistic fantasies on his own social media platform every night. People are saying all sorts of stuff about the president, but we can't keep sitting around here doing all this. That's not productive.
You are not funny.
Settle down. Settle down. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm doing the thing that I was being critical of. All right. We gotta talk about the goddamn White House ballroom, the Epstein ballroom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
On the planet.
And I would just argue that they are transparent about the crimes they commit. I've never seen such transparency about white collar crimes, about the shakedowns that go on, about the parasitic nature of all of the billionaires towards the American taxpayer. That is on full display. They are not transparent about this man's obvious and objective 1 foot in the grave, in my opinion. The Senate is flirting with growing a pair. And so pop this up. Senate GOP drops $1 billion for White House ballroom from budget package. This to me is one of the more important things that people need to hold the line on, because for these Republican senators, they all are going to have careers after this guy dies, or they're going to want to. This guy wants to get in that bunker, and I guarantee you, this is going to sound crazy, but I swear I think this is what he's going to do. I think he has a hospital down there, and he is also referred to research labs. And there's been something, he regrammed something on Truth Social about bringing people back to life once they're dead. So put this all together. He has this narcissistic wound from the 2020 election.
Oh my God. Is Donald Trump planning to make zombies under the White House? Like, reanimate dead human beings? Oh my God. You know what? Everybody knows what this is, right?
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
That's exactly what it is. Oh, God. So sad for Trump, though. So sad that the House Republicans would do such a thing. You know, to drop that extra $1 billion in funding for the Trump Epstein ballroom. I mean, I'm sure the president is devastated. This is like one of the first times that they've kind of gone against him, like on anything. In fact, this week has been kind of a lot of L's for Trump. They also voted, at least the House voted, to hold him accountable for the war in Iran. I almost called it the fucking war in Iraq just now. Jesus Christ. But we're not quite done talking about the Trump corruption at the White House. It was quite a display he put on earlier this week.
The Senate is currently considering this motion to block Trump from creating his $1.8 billion slush fund for him, his buddies, for the January 6th rioters. They're considering many bills today, including this $70 billion immigration bill from the Republicans. They're going to try to circumvent the filibuster for that one. But, you know, it's interesting that the Senate would have to consider such a motion because earlier this week, Todd Blanche said under oath, testified under oath, that the slush fund was dead.
Oh, right.
But that wasn't in writing. That was just under oath. And the Trump administration, these officials seem to make a real habit out of lying under oath and don't care about doing it at all in front of these House and Senate committees. But here is this exchange with Todd Blanche, who Trump just formally nominated to be Attorney General from acting Attorney General to the real thing. Here's Representative Grace Meng asking Todd Blanche about committing to rescinding the weaponization fund and doing so in writing.
Mr. Attorney General, I want to thank you for verbally committing to not moving forward with the so-called anti-weaponization fund. I just want to make sure, are you going to issue a new memo in writing rescinding that May 18th memo?
I'm not committing to putting anything in writing. I'm going to say it today over and over again.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what the purpose of putting something in writing. I'm telling you what we're doing. Meaning, like, why do I need to put something in writing if I'm telling you what we're doing?
Well, you started it. You.
For a lawyer, I can't imagine him ever arguing this, like, in any other context. It's like, I feel like that is literally what lawyers are constantly asking for, right? The desire to have these legal things written on paper so that they are binding are sort of the foundations of the law. And Todd is like, I don't even know what you care about things being written on paper for. Look, I gave you my word. What's better than a handshake? And what's better than a firm handshake in my fucking word? Yeah, it's really not helpful. You're also not under oath.
Published it in writing, so it just makes sense to rescind it in writing.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go back 2 seconds.
You established it in writing, so it just makes sense to rescind it in writing. I think a lot of Americans, both sides of the aisle, are concerned about it, and it would restore a lot of trust about this issue.
Okay, I'm not committing to doing anything in writing. No.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take it under advisement.
I'm just concerned because you're not under oath, and I want to trust you, and I want to believe you. We all do. But putting it in writing would settle that issue.
Oh, God.
I have 1 minute left. It's still.
Feels a little shady to say I'm not going to commit to putting that in writing, and he will take it under advisement. Yeah, he hears Representative Meng. He sees her.
Yes.
He acknowledges her.
Yes, she exists.
That's all he needs to do.
There's a famous.
She exists, and she is saying things, and Todd Blanche recognizes that reality. He can't speak to any of the details regarding what she's saying, what she's wearing. I'm not even sure he could get so specific as to what the name of the representative is, but he does recognize her existence. She is there speaking. That's the word. That's the great word of the president. I'm sorry, not the president. The president's lackey. But is becoming now the right-hand man of the president, right? He's taking over for Pam Bondi. It's official. Trump's former freaking lawyer who represented him in the New York fraud trial, which Trump lost, being convicted of 34 counts, felony counts. This guy.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Now, of course, you can't be talking about Donald Trump and his corruption without talking about the man himself. If you missed this, let's see how President Trump reacted to being asked about his little fund here.
Rooms. It's the only thing that can keep his attention. But here he is when Caitlin Collins asked him yesterday about this weaponization fund.
The weaponization fund, as far as I'm concerned, was a beautiful thing. It was something I didn't make it, but I heard that. I thought that was the greatest thing because people like you have abused our.
I love how passive he is. Sorry, like it's like, oh, this is an interesting thing coming up.
Right, and what do you
Again,
mean?
mafia language.
Yeah, also, how this even came to be was Trump settled with himself, with the...
No, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's ridiculous.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's still one of my favorite sound shots. I was saying you should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. Just skipping ahead a little bit.
Go.
Stupid elder
Because
millennial.
people like you have abused our people so badly. The fake news like CNN, like the New York Times, and like others have abused our people. Wait a minute, be quiet. Have abused our people so badly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You used to be a conservative. She was a conservative from Alabama, can you believe it? But CNN, in particular, CNN does such false reporting. But now they have new ownership. So
She's smiling there.
I doubt it. But it's hard to straighten garbage out. But CNN has abused, and others have abused so badly. People, these are people that are great people that were destroyed. Their families have been destroyed. Many suicides. They committed suicide. People that went there with love. They went there with love. You know, when I met...
Oh, he's talking about the January Sixers. Yeah.
He's a tin pot dictator. If he was speaking a different language, everyone would understand exactly what this is.
Oh my God. And yet, Republicans couldn't put up a plaque. I'd just like to point something out. Republicans couldn't be bothered to put up a plaque for the Jan 6 officers, but Trump made a $2 billion fund for the Jan 6ers. Right? And he's like, oh, they had a really hard time. Some of them took their own lives. Their own lives, and it's like you don't even care. Very nasty. Used to be a Republican. Don't even smile. Like, it's just so wildly misogynistic and sexist and just like blatantly patriarchal. Like, you just, like I was saying yesterday, it's like some, 60s like Mad Men shit. It's like, hey, doll, why you smile? You get somewhere in this world. Get yourself a husband. What are you doing asking me questions about this? You used to be a nice one. It's like, what in the fuck? You're the president of the United States, dude. You just need to chill the fuck out. You just need to just take a vacation. Honestly. No, it's the second time we've watched that clip this week, but for the week ending report, I just couldn't help it. It's just so terrible. And you know, I'm a fan of Catelyn. I think, you know, as far as CNN and anchors go, she does a good job. Do I think that she could do better sometimes? Yeah, but we're talking about from the pool of CNN anchors. You know, it's like if I was on a desert island with a CNN anchor, would I rather, you know? I think she does a good job, and Trump's just being a piece of shit. He's just like berating her for no fucking. It's honestly not even the first time, and it's just gotten out of hand. And the other thing that I found annoying as shit that I feel like we've all accepted, and I said it last time, and I'm gonna say it again. It's annoying as shit to me. And I should go back to that clip, but I've gone too far. But there's like half a dozen journalists right next to her, listening to Trump talk to her this way, and nobody says anything to defend her. Like, hey, Mr. President, this is blatantly fucking like sexist and rude. This is my colleague that you're talking about. Maybe you should stop that. Nobody did that. No, there was nothing raised by a single person. Very frustrating. You know, people, the jobs are on their line, but also, what about your integrity? Huh? Is that not a thing too? Okay. Now, before we leave Donald Trump's corruption, we have to go to his announcement about the Lincoln Memorial's refinishing, which he did not do. I just want to point this out again. He did not do from the Lincoln Memorial. He did not unveil the Lincoln Memorial from the Lincoln Memorial. Instead, he whipped out a fucking laptop for everybody to look at.
This is from just a little while ago. Nice clean water. So we're here to talk about clean, beautiful coal. That's clean, beautiful water.
That's clean, beautiful water. Here it is, finished. The great unveiling on this 2019 MacBook Pro. I just found it fascinating. You know, he's not being seen in public a lot. A lot of questions about his health. He's going to the Walter Reed Medical Center every other day, and he can't even be bothered to go do the unveiling of the newly filled Lincoln Memorial Pool that he just spent $17 million taxpayer money on. He's going to show us on a laptop.
This is ridiculous!
All right, now let's talk about the economy a little bit. Because while Donald Trump spends billions, hundreds of billions on the war in Iran, tens of millions on his renovation of D.C., billion, who knows exactly how much on that fucking monstrosity of a fucking ballroom. And $2 billion for the Jan Sixers. The economy continues to be shitty and looking shittier by the minute. I'm afraid.
Come on! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Here's Reuters from yesterday.
Coca-Cola is rethinking how to make its drinks more affordable, as the beverage giant sees some of its customers are struggling with rising costs. That's what Coca-Cola's CFO John Murphy told the Deutsche Bank Consumer Conference in Paris on Thursday. Murphy said the company, which raised its annual profit target in April, was navigating the disruption from the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, quote, not perfectly well, but without fear, without trepidation. He called the outlook in the Middle East still not clear.
I just want to pause here and go back about 10 seconds.
The company, which raised its annual profit target in April.
Everybody hear that one right there? Companies like Coca-Cola are continuing to raise their profits. While we are being forced to pay for those profits. Because we're just funneling money to these companies. They're making more and more money as inflation goes up. Weird. I wonder if there's any correlation between those two things.
Navigating the disruption from the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, quote, not perfectly well, but without fear, without trepidation. He called the outlook in the Middle East still not clear, and added it would be a focal point as the company goes into next year. Coca-Cola is leaning on a mix of pack sizes, formats, and price points, from smaller, lower-cost single-serve options to larger and premium offerings to cater to a wider range of consumers, while keeping prices affordable for budget-conscious shoppers. Recent earnings from major U.S. retailers suggest consumers remain resilient but are spending more selectively. Rising gas prices linked to the Iran war and persistent inflation are weighing on budgets. Murphy said some consumers are resilient while others aren't, and pointed to those earning $50,000 to $60,000 as being under particular strain. Shares of Coca-Cola were little changed in Thursday.
Yep, average people are getting hit the hardest right now. Coca-Cola trying to do tricky things to be able to continue to inflate their profit margin over and over and over again. And we're just told to stomach it. And one thing about all of this lately, I think we cannot forget, is just like in COVID, companies will try and use this conflict as justification for raising their prices, even where it's not justified by increased cost, right? Because if we just go by the premise that that there are justified cost increases when, or price increases when there are equal, sort of like cost increases, right? But like unjustified is when you're just raising prices and your costs are not rising equal to the rising in prices, and your profits are somehow increasing during that time. You can't be doing this. And if we had a government that actually cared about the people, we would just make that illegal.
Illegal?
Because that's just price gouging. That's what that is. Now, one thing that could affect prices in the near future is this. Screwworm. Particular kind of fly and worm. I think the worm is technically the larvae, but that larvae burrows into mammal flesh. Something that we had thought was eradicated in the United States. Hasn't been seen, I think, since the 60s, as we've been fairly, what's the word? Diligent about preventing the spread of this particular fly. Here is the current Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, I believe is her name, speaking in Congress.
We do not believe this will be an infestation.
U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins told lawmakers on Thursday that the USDA believes it can contain a case of New World screwworm that was detected in Texas.
They're
the
capable of it.
flesh-eating parasite was found in a calf in the southern part of the state after advancing north through Mexico over the past year, marking the first time in decades that it's threatened the nation's cattle industry.
The challenge is we need about 400 to 500 million flies a week to push it back.
Yes.
And we had gotten to the point because no one thought it was going to be a threat again.
Oh, yeah, nobody thought. Nobody thought it. Huh. Who's nobody? You? Who made the decision to... Because you hear the way she's talking. She's like, nobody thought this was going to be a problem. Why did people think that? Who thought that? Is the question we all need to be asking ourselves right now. Why is she speaking about it in this way?
Producing 100 million a week, and that's down in Panama. So that's what we're working to solve for right now.
Ranchers and traders are on high alert for more potential cases of the devastating parasitic fly that eats warm-blooded animals alive. Wider infestations could further shrink the U.S. cattle herd, which is the smallest it has been in 75 years.
So an already very, very, very small, once in a century small livestock population being threatened by screwworm. Who could possibly be to blame for this? Oh. Here's Forbes breaking news. Oh, actually not Forbes breaking news. This is just regular Forbes. I'm too used to saying Forbes breaking news over here. Here's Forbes. From June 4th. Screwworm in Texas cattle could drive up beef prices after Doge axed prevention efforts.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
So the guy, Elon Musk is the guy who, when we say we, when by we, I mean Brooke Rollins says we. When Brooke Rollins says we didn't think it was going to be a problem, it was her and Elon fucking Musk and the Doge boys saying this isn't important. What's screwworm? I've never heard of that before, because you got a bunch of fucking 20-year-old dudes like who have no fucking clue what how agriculture works, or they have zero experience, and they're just like, it doesn't sound screwworm. I've never heard of that. Screw that. We haven't had it in 60 years. Couldn't possibly come back, because they're morons. A flesh-eating parasite that was largely eradicated from U.S. livestock in the 1960s has been found in a 3-week-old calf in a South Texas border town. The USDA confirmed a threat that could drive the already soaring price of beef even higher after Elon Musk-led government cuts slashed ongoing efforts to prevent its spread. Key facts. New World screwworm, a parasitic fly with larvae that burrow into healthy tissue of cattle, deer, horses, and other warm-blooded animals, was discovered in La Pryor, Texas. The case is the only one that has been identified in the county so far. In the country so far, according to the USDA, but a wider outbreak could severely impact already suffering cattle numbers. The return of screwworm comes after the Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency launched by the Trump administration last year cut funding for a project dedicated to monitoring and containing New World screwworm. So here's the thing. The project, the agency intended to monitor whether or not we have a screwworm problem, doesn't exist anymore. They gutted it. Elon said, no, that's not important. So that's gone. All right. So we might, while we know of one case, there could be dozens, hundreds. Who the fuck knows? They don't have the monitoring in place. And now they gotta, just like we've been saying with FEMA, like where they've dismantled FEMA basically and made it at the behest of its parent agency. Like they're not doing anything. They're just like, oh, we'll react. We'll just react when things happen. Rather than spending money on preventative measures, we'll just, when when we get a deadly disease or whatever else, well, then we'll deal with it. We won't, do all the number of preventative steps we could take to stop it from ever becoming a problem. These are arsonists. These people are literally just burning it all down. They do not care. It is insane. The funding was axed days before the U.S. ended a temporary suspension of cattle imports from Mexico, meaning livestock was allowed to cross the border without any of the monitoring previously funded by the U.S. Agency of International Development. Agricultural officials and cattle industry leaders raised alarms about the cuts at the time. I lost my place. And for the last several months, pleaded with the government to step in as they monitored screwworm infections moving north through Mexico, but they were ignored. Texas Agricultural Commission Sid Miller told NBC News.
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous. Critical quote. Instead of using every available tool, USDA moved slowly and relied solely on a partial solution that takes years to fully implement. Miller also added a plea for President Donald Trump to, quote-unquote, throw every available federal resource at this threat before it becomes a full-blown agricultural disaster. Yeah. And they're trying. Will they be fast enough to catch it? Who knows? They're breeding millions of flies in Panama right now, and they're gonna bring them up to the United States. Hopefully, a pandemic or whatever doesn't spread. I don't know what you call it, because I don't think it's a pandemic, because it's not really a disease. Plague? Is it a plague when it's bugs? I can't remember. No. Pestilence? Why can't I think of the word? Is it pestilence? Was I right? Okay, good. At least I got to the right word at the end there.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. You would think the pedophile hamburglar in the White House would take this seriously cause it will affect his McDonald's dinner.
Thank you, Columbia Rican, for the sweet bits. Also, I just want to say thank you to two different individuals who donated over on Cash App very generously. Cthulhu, 25 bones. And for the current galactic deficit, from someone who's been donating, but didn't say that they wanted credit for it, with another 10 bones, getting us to $119. A little over 10%. Making progress. We are making progress. Thank God. Although we are... Oh, that number is still fucking stupid. Alright, let's move on. Talk about the numbers, which came in today. And actually, we'll talk about the last few days, because we've had numbers coming in, economic numbers coming in all week. But let's start it off here from kind of right before the stream started. Associated Press. Trump talks job numbers.
In Wisconsin, we have a big crowd. Again, the job numbers were fantastic today. It's like nobody thought, many times what they thought they'd be. We have factories and plants being built all over our country at a number that we've never had before, ever, in our history, and we're doing really well. The situation with Iran seems to be going quite well. Thank you.
When was the last time you had discussions?
Perfect jobs numbers. Everybody's saying it. I just want to point something out here really quickly. Because Trump is claiming these are perfect jobs numbers. Great, better than anybody thought that was possible. So great. Now, we did get jobs numbers in. We got job claim. We got a bunch of stuff. We got on Tuesday we got job openings. Wednesday we got ADP. I can't say words now. ADP employment. I keep wanting to say ADP unemployment, and that's what's fucking me up. Initial jobless claims on Thursday, and then the employment report and the unemployment rate, as well as hourly wages and wages year-over-year gains. All in 1 week. So let's tackle some of that. Jobs openings came in higher than expected. They were expecting 6.9 million jobs. 7.6 was the actual. Now, I would just like to point something out. That people were expecting a fairly low number because everyone thinks that the economy is imploding, and it kind of is. But it is also summer. And so there's still jobs there's still like a ton of jobs supposedly open right now. But I've also heard a lot of conversation about people saying that there's ghost jobs, right? And that they apply for hundreds of jobs, they get zero, like interviews or anything like that. And I wonder if under the Trump administration, they're just counting all the ghost jobs. Like, rather than trying to go through them and be like, oh, these aren't real jobs, they're just like, fuck it. Because he's got a new sycophant at the Labor Department, but it would take a lot for that to happen. I'm just saying. Anything could happen. Now, ADP employment was supposed to be at, people believed it was going to be at the 110,000. Instead, there was 122,000 jobs created according to ADP, but there will be a revision to that next month, of course, so who knows for sure what that means. I mean, honestly, all of these will be revised next month. Initial jobless claims were higher than expected and than last month, right? These two columns on the right side, if you look at the columns, the left side is actual, middle is median forecast, is the expected number, and the previous month is on the far right column. So if you go down here, initial jobless claims were 10,000 more than expected and than last month. And U.S. productivity in Q1 slowed dramatically. I almost forgot about this number. This is a bad number. GDP in Q1's slowed to 0.3%. Basically no growth. They were expecting 0.8%, which would represent 3.2, or I'm sorry, last quarter, Q4, it was 0.8%, which was already not very good. It represented like 3% over year. If you were to extrapolate that, we did not get 3.2 last year, I don't think. The expected was 0.5, and they didn't even get 0.5. We didn't even, it was 0.3. It's a disaster.
Awful. Weak.
Productivity is absolutely slowing to a halt. And when it comes to the employment report, it is not as good as Trump wants to claim it was. It's less jobs than last month. It's only 172,000. Sure, did people expect, like, no jobs to be created? Like, people thought the fucking economy, like, there was no jobs that were going to be created in the month of May, which is, of course, a big jobs number because, of course, everyone's getting off of college, summer starting. And I'd just like to point something out here. Under Biden, in the month of May in 2023, jobs created was 300,000. More than double that number. And even in the month of May in 2024, it was still higher by 50,000.
I'm staying in the race.
That's right. Joe Biden's numbers in his last 2 years of his presidency were higher than these numbers that Trump is saying are perfect. Numbers that I'm fairly certain Trump was saying were terrible. Garbage. 174,000. It's trash. You added me on the YouTube chat? Oh, I didn't see it as you added me. That's my bad. That's my bad. There's a lot going on over here. And it's harder for me to see the chats since they can't be highlighted now. It's very annoying that we just can't have super chats. You know? But we deserve nice things. Have we really done something so wrong? Anyway, so while the jobs numbers are lukewarm at best this week, if not catastrophic on some level, right? We're talking about lower jobs numbers than in Biden, right? So we got worse jobs numbers. We got dead economy, right? 0.3% GDP growth in Q1. China is laughing. Oh, they are laughing.
China!
Oh, they're laughing at Donald Trump so hard right now.
I have to have my China.
Oh my God, 0.3%. China grew 5% in Q1 of 2026, according to this JP Morgan. So 20 times as much as the United States.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, good God. Winning. So much winning, you won't even know what to do. Unprecedented levels of winning. Now, if you're invested in crypto, because Donald Trump is, well, you're not doing a lot of winning this week, as crypto has been tumbling in front of our very eyes. Here's Forbes breaking news 3 hours ago. Bitcoin falls below 60,000, erasing Trump-fueled rally. A week-long sell-off for Bitcoin extended on Friday as the cryptocurrency fell below the $60,000 threshold for the first time since late 2024, after billionaire Michael Saylor sparked a broader decline for the market. The price of Bitcoin fell to a low of $59,840 just after noon on Friday through the cryptocurrency, although the cryptocurrency subsequently recovered losses to rise to above 61,000 shortly after. Bitcoin has plunged by 18% over the last week, with further losses from the Ethereum down 21%, BNB down 10.5%, XRP down 16.8%, Solana down 21.5%, Tron coin down. The losses are insane. Hold on. Oh my god. Wait. Tron coin down 6.5%. And meme token Dogecoin down 17.9%. Ooh, gosh. That's a lot of money. That's the lowest level for the world's largest cryptocurrency since October 10, 2024, after which then presidential nominee Donald Trump's campaign fueled a rally across the market, with the price of Bitcoin hitting $100,000 for the first time by early December 2024. The latest sell-off for Bitcoin followed an announcement from Sailor Strategy, the world's largest institutional holder of the cryptocurrency, that it would sell 32 Bitcoins to raise about $2.5 million in its second such sale. I think it's what they said. The price of Bitcoin is now down more than half from its all-time high of $126,000 set in October of 2025. Yeah, let's take a look at the Bitcoin market and the cryptocurrency markets. What's it called? The coin market cap or something like that? Yeah. You don't need an account to look at this, right? Get which one's the free one. Oh, yeah. Here they are. Let's just take a look at Bitcoin. How it's doing. Currently sitting at $60,000, 558, down 22% over the last week, according to this. Why is Bitcoin's price down today? That's cute. All right, load the data, please. There we go. This is the last 24 hours, down 3%. Over the last week, down 17.3%. You went from having $73,000 to $60,000 if you have one Bitcoin. Over the last month, it's down 25%. Or was that 81,000 earlier in May? Now, over the last year, of course, this is the height of that graph. Oh boy, look at that. That is rough. And here's what I think. I think it's going to keep going down. This isn't investment advice right there. This is just from what I'm looking at. I think it's just going to keep going down. It's going to go to like 20,000 or something stupid. People are going to start lighting their hair on fire. I could be wrong. But I've also never said that Bitcoin was a good investment. In fact, I've said the opposite of that. I've said, don't do this. Not only are you helping to fund some of the worst people, including the president, vicariously, because the people that are funding the president are literally, in some cases, funding him through his crypto venture and his sons. But then there's a whole litany of other shit we could get into that we aren't going to get into right now, because we have other market tumultuousness happening this week. Friday closing off with a bang, and not a good one, in the stock market. Red across the board. This is what it looked like at the close. As you can see, the Dow Jones down 700 points. 1.3% here at 330. Perfect example of a hot country. The hottest of all countries. It's true. So hot. So much winning. Nobody knows what to do. People are telling me, sir, please, can we stop winning? Whatever you're calling this, I need it. I need less of it. And I say, you're ridiculous. You're going right to jail.
Right to jail. Right away.
You will get winning whether you like it or not. So much winning, you might literally die. That's fine. I never specified who's going to win. It's always me, Donald J. Trump. Now, I just figured we would take a quick look at the market in a little bit more fullness. Not just the Dow. Not just we can't just talk about. I know some people only want us to talk about the Dow.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Yes, it is still technically over 50. I will give her that much. But you know what's also going over 50? Volatility. Well, not quite. But it was up 40% today in trading. As you'll see here. Massive, from 15 to 22 volatility. People running to safety, buying the dollar. A shock. Other currencies getting hit. Canadian dollar. Down a little bit. Treasuries up, though. Up 2% on the 5-year. Up 1.5% on the 10-year. And up 0.5% on the 30-year. Other markets down a little bit. Japan, China, Australia. Shenzhen seeing the worst of it. But the United States was a literal frickin' implosion. The Dow was honestly the best performing of the 3 major indices. Only down 1.5%. Although trading afterwards brought it down slightly more in the after hours. And that was the most resilient of the 3. The S&P down 2.6%. Down another 3% in after hours trading. And the NASDAQ down nearly 5%. 4.8 to be exact. And then down another 0.7 in the after hours. Tech stocks, especially chip stocks, imploding. AMD down 11%. Trump's own company down 6%. Intel down 11.5%. Nvidia down 6%. Tesla down 6%. Meta down 6%. It was a frickin' bloodbath. Ay, ay, ay. It's not great. Dow's not technically below 50 because we didn't talk about it very much. We've been focused on more important things, right? But the markets did hit all-time highs like last week, or maybe even Monday. I think they might. The stock market might have hit all-time highs on like Friday or Monday of like this week or last week, and right, like Monday of this week or Friday of last week, and I think we're still like about 1,000 points off from going back under 50,000. So hold off on that one. Hold off on that one. But the fact is, it's a 5% move in any of the major indices is quite dramatic in a single day's trading. And an increase in volatility of 40% in that same period of time does not spell good things for the future, I would point out. It's not a guarantee. I mean, it could all go right back to where it was today, technically. If people felt it, things were back to normal by Monday. I'm sure that'll happen.
Immediately, if not sooner.
2-3 days. 2-3 days, everything will be fine. Write that down. Now, of course, the people that brought to you all of this horrible stuff are the Republicans over the Heritage Foundation.
So hot right now.
The authors of Project 2025, which according to one of its architects is now at least a majority complete. Here's Kyle Kalinske at Secular Talk.
I'm old enough to remember when a bunch of media outlets and a bunch of Democrats correctly pointed out that Trump is going to try to do Project 2025, which is basically the right-wing fever dream of how to rework the U.S. government, right? How to dismantle it and then rebuild it in the image of a fascist theocracy. And I remember being gaslit and lied to by virtually every Republican in the country, many media figures, saying, no, Trump's not going to do that. Why? Because Trump was asked about it on the campaign trail and said, I don't even know anything about Project 2025, when it was literally brought to his attention, hey, bro, like all of the authors were in your regime. All of the authors were people who you picked who controlled various parts of your government. The authors themselves are saying, Trump is going to do this thing. Trump's like, I never heard of it. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab something really. I gotta put this on a charger. For fuck's sake.
To do with Project 2025, but it's also crazy. So wait, which is it? Do you know nothing about it, or you do know about it and it's crazy? Which is it? See, there were so many giveaways, there were so many tells, even back then, because he would contradict himself. You go, well, that makes no sense. It was a thou dost protest too much type moment. The reality is he knew it's unpopular. He knew it was unpopular, which is why he said it, but he had every intention of delivering because that's all of his fucking donors. Like, obviously, all of his donors, all these right-wing think tanks who did work for him all the time, they're the ones who were crafting Project 2025. So anyway, yet again, complete and utter vindication. I wish I was wrong. I'm sure everybody who said this wishes they were wrong, but we're not wrong. Here is one of the architects of Project 2025. He goes on C-SPAN, okay? Project 2025 architect praises Trump for implementing Project 2025. Quote, we proposed 1,913 recommendations for Project 2025. 1,055 have been implemented. Holy cow. So according to the architect, a majority of Project 2025 has been implemented, and he's rubbing it in. He's on TV. He's showing it off. He's fucking tap dancing on our grave. That's what he's doing. Listen to this.
Did the president implement Project 2025 in this first year plus of his second term?
Well, thanks for that question, because since 1980, Heritage has been offering presidential transition projects, which we generally call Mandate for Leadership. What's known as Project 2025 was done on such a scale that we proposed 1,913 recommendations. 1,055, as we sit here, have been implemented. The person who deserves credit for that is one Donald J. Trump. If we played a role, there are policies.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm back. Yep, there we go. The majority of Project 2025 has been implemented by Donald Trump and Republicans. I think we all knew this inherently, but it's good to have it be confirmed in such a way, I think. How are we doing on time? Yeah, we're doing good. We'll take a break at like 4 hours, I think. Maybe. Probably. Let's talk about climate change a little bit. And how climate change is slated to affect this year's El Nino season, which is going to extend into 2027.
El
El Nino combined with climate change could pour fuel on the fire of extreme weather, with potentially disastrous consequences, say scientists. The weather pattern already occurs every 2 to 7 years, with weakening trade winds bringing warmer seas to the eastern Pacific. Experts say climate change could supercharge El Nino this year into next. The World Meteorological Organization says there's an 80% chance an El Nino event develops between June and August this year. Some models predict a strong El Nino while others do not. El Nino brings higher global temperatures and disrupted rainfall. Greenhouse gas emissions have increased the planet's average temperature by around 1.3 Celsius since pre-industrial times. That higher baseline supercharges the effects of El Nino.
Now, the way this is worded... Sorry, I'm eating one of the delicious granola bars that one of you anonymously sent to my Earth apartment, which arrived earlier today, and managed to bring a couple of them up here on the space station. Really coming in the clutch right now, keeping me energized. I'm snacky. You know, I get a little snacky sometimes. But the way this is worded is a little fucking weird. Because it makes it sound like the El Nino's not happening. Or that it might not happen. The El Nino's definitely happening. It's just the strength of the El Nino that's being debated. We already know the El Nino's underway. It's just whether or not it's going to be, I don't know, the worst in 10 years or the worst in 100 years. The worst in history. We'll all be just sort of watching as this goes along.
As Imperial College climate scientist Theodore Keeping explains.
The difference today is because of climate change, we've also shifted into a new climate. And so an extreme El Nino year plus climate change means that we're much more likely to experience these sorts of unprecedented weather events than an El Nino by itself before climate change.
In other words, higher temperature spikes, more intense droughts, heat waves, heavy rain, and resulting disasters, including bushfires, floods, and crop failures. The World Meteorological Organization says extreme heat is one of the deadliest climate hazards, with more illness, spread of vector-borne diseases, and increased pressure on food and water.
Yeah, and we are seeing some super hot temperatures across the planet. Hottest May on record for a whole bunch of countries. Hottest April on record for a whole bunch of countries and a bunch of states. In the United States, we are, like I was saying at the beginning of this year, we are, I think, on track for a real shitty year climate-wise. Heat waves, fires, and storms. Right, I have one more clip on the Super El Nino. Here's BBC.
El Nino is one of the most important weather patterns on the planet, helping drive extreme weather around the world. Now, our globe, look at that, pretty impressive, eh? Shows the pattern of heat in the tropical Pacific Ocean. That is the engine room of El Nino. Now, at the end of last year, that's what we're showing here, it was still showing the impacts of El Nino's sister weather pattern, La Nina, which has a cooling effect. And you can see heat over there in the west, cooler temperatures over here in the east. Now, as we move into this year, look at that. The normal winds, the trade winds have weakened, on some occasions even reversed, allowing the warmer surface water to move eastwards across the Pacific. You can see it there building up off the coast of South America. Now, that is a classic sign of an impending El Nino. We can get a better idea of what's happening if we look below the surface. Oh, look at that. So satellites, moored buoys and ocean floats show a huge wave of unusually hot water developing below the surface of the equatorial Pacific. Now that's the red area you can see there. Now when that heat wells up, Some forecasts suggest the surface temperatures in some parts of the Pacific Ocean could rise by more than 2 degrees Celsius, possibly even more. Now, that would make this an unusually strong El Nino and would deliver a really significant blast of extra heat up into the atmosphere.
We were hearing as high as 3 degrees Celsius. I think it was one of the recent predictions. It's either 3 or 4 degrees. I mean, 4 would be fucking insane. I think it's 3. And we're talking about Celsius, right? So that's like 6 degrees Fahrenheit. I think 6.5.
So what will that mean for the world's weather? Well, all that extra warmth is expected to drive up global temperatures, making 2027 one of the hottest years, perhaps even the hottest year on record. El Nino is associated with droughts in the Amazon region and with hotter, drier conditions in Australia, Indonesia and parts of Southeast Asia. It can disrupt India's monsoon rains, hitting agricultural production and water supplies. At the same time, it's often linked to much heavier rainfall in parts of Western South America and during winter across parts of the eastern United States, raising the risk of flooding. And what about the weather here in the UK? Well, we are thousands of miles away from the tropical Pacific and our weather depends on all kinds of other factors. But the Met Office says El Nino is associated with a milder start and colder end to our winters. And of course, we buy food from all over the world. So supplies and prices are affected by the weather elsewhere.
Yep. And with the Pacific Ocean heating up, you're seeing gray whale deaths on the West Coast climbing faster and faster. This is KGW News Portland from 3 days ago.
Well, the number of dead gray whales found in Washington this year has now reached 25. According to the Cascadia Research Collective, the latest whale was found Friday near Ocean Park in Pacific County. Researchers say the male was already decomposed, so a necropsy could not be performed. And we've been tracking a sharp increase in gray whale deaths this spring, with many of the whales examined showing signs of malnutrition.
Mm-hmm. Part of the problem here is that the prey animals that whales depend on, right, like krill and very tiny organisms they filter feed, are either leaving warmer waters, like the normal waters that they're usually in, which are now warmer, not just because of the El Nino, but also because of climate change. They're moving to different waters, cooler waters, wherever they can find them. And in the cases where they can't find them, they're just dying off. Like you're seeing mass die-offs of fucking coral all over the goddamn planet. It's just getting worse and worse. And there's no way this El Nino doesn't hurt, like, especially like the Indonesian, like the Southeast Asian, and Australians, coral reefs. Like, oh, it's not going to be good for those at all. And coral reefs are like basically where a vast majority of life starts in the oceans. Like the very bottom of the food chain. These are all warning signs we could be taking with, you know, some amount of seriousness, trying to deal with them in a constructive manner rather than being, I don't know, a fucking idiot and spending billions of dollars to prevent solar and wind energy projects from happening in the country like the president is currently doing. It's not made up. Trump literally is paying billions of dollars to energy companies to not finish building projects they're already building. Projects that would help people with the energy costs they're currently experiencing. Because it really doesn't matter where the energy is coming from. Like, I don't care how much you hate green energy. Like, the more energy in the system, the cheaper it is. So if you hate that, then I think you just hate America. You just want everybody to pay more for everything. Just for some weird ideological douchebaggery.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
All right. Let's go
Paper
to
mill workers.
No, we're not gonna do that one. Do it tomorrow. Hold on. Let me just check how fast am I moving? 20, 4D. Oh, we're not even at 4D. Not good. Where's this? Montana? Shit. Yeah. Montana. So this is a new Montana channel that I've been following. It's a local station called KVTQ News. I started following it because I've been following the Montana primary elections. This is from Monday, where weekend rainfall flooded the streets of Billings, Montana.
The rain has been steadily falling here in Billings and has created some flooding issues on streets like 24th behind me, which looked more like a pool or lake than a roadway on Saturday afternoon.
Oh my goodness, it just started raining.
It all happened fast.
I knew it was going to be the kind of storm that was going to turn into a situation.
When steady rainfall started wreaking havoc for Billings residents like Stuart Shea, who was doing everything he could to protect his home.
I got to the point where I couldn't really do anymore, so I just started taking photos and video.
Images that are proof where Shea's home, located on the corner of 17th and Colton, turned into an island with water surrounding his entire property.
I mean, I was definitely concerned that I was going to have flood damage in my house.
There you go, Montana residents, people of Billings, shocked when sudden rainfall left them stranded in their homes, surrounded by water. Unfortunately, right nearby in Utah, farmers are currently reporting the worst conditions that they've ever seen. Here's KSL News Utah from 6 days ago.
This patch of land is far from the worst of it.
I've been a farmer all my life. I got grandkids that's coming up to be farmers.
I'm already a farmer. I farm all my life.
We are definitely in trouble. We totally rely on snowpack for all our irrigation.
The lack of rain this spring also means
Green ones are the larvae that do all the eating.
more bugs.
The grasshoppers are just thousands of them, tens of thousands, and they just eat everything. And the weevil hold up the hay back to where it won't grow.
Really do a lot of damage.
Neighboring farmer Scott Sunderland feels the same pain.
It's hard. You try to be positive. You wake up every morning, you go to work.
He's had to give up on a lot of his land.
This spring, we had a really hard frost. It froze it right back to the ground, so it basically had to start over again on a year when we didn't have any water to start over.
Any water he does have is lost to the wind.
I don't water in the day unless I absolutely have to, because I'll lose anywhere about 35 to 50% of my water.
Sorensen says this year's alfalfa and grains are a bust, so he's trying alternatives.
I mean, I am starting an herb garden this year, but it's like an acre, so I don't know if that's going to help, but we're trying anything. And we're open to any suggestions of what we could do.
Yes, things are not good here for Utah farmers. Worst conditions that they've ever seen. Now, of course, much of the United States is in a drought condition, an extreme drought condition, especially in places like Utah, Colorado, in the West. Now, Where did I put that? God damn it. I had a map. I had a map to show people. Son of a bitch, where did I put? I can't find it. Yeah, screw it. Point is the water's running out in Utah. And it's not good. And there's a serious drought running through the West right now. And people like, let's not forget the people like Mr. Wonderful, aka Kevin O'Leary, still trying to build massive data centers in these places that are going to suck up massive amounts of water from the aquifer that feeds these crops. Now, more wildfires reported in Minnesota, prompting evacuations in the north. This is from Tuesday.
Developing this morning, evacuations are underway. This is from another wildfire up north, and this time it's near Ely.
And overnight, the U.S. Forest Service says a crew was working to get things under control. This fire is still 0% contained at last check. We want to check in with our Barrett Leone right now, who is tracking these developments. Are there any updates from first responders, Barrett?
Well, crews are back at work this morning, again, working to contain what St. Louis County officials are calling the Burnside Lake wildland fire. And right now, some Minnesotans were asked to leave their homes out of an abundance of caution. Firefighters first responded to black smoke. You can see it here. And this is the north side of Birch Bay on Burnside Lake. This happened Monday afternoon. According to St. Louis County authorities, the fire remains in that heavily wooded area, and this was the first reported to be about 3 acres large, and this morning it's grown tenfold, now blazing at 30 acres, still 0% contained. Now,
Not a massive fire, but there's been thousands of fires, I think, at this point across the United States in 2026, I mean. It's just going to get worse. I mean, many of the fires have been small. They've been put out. But we've also seen some very, very large fires. Most of them have been in the West and California, but Nebraska saw the largest fire in its history already this year. Now, here's an interesting phenomena. Actually, I'm going to save this. This is not important. I'll cover this on Sunday Fun Day. This is too fun. And I'm moving too slow. I'm sorry, Space Amps. Look, listen. I'm only 35% of the way through my clips. And this one, not important to talk about. Let's go next to Europe. Right, Europe? No, India. We're skipping all the way over to India, where a heat wave has been utterly decimating.
While India is no stranger to the heat.
Decimating to the local population. This has been going now for weeks, I think, in India. They are being hit by the effects of the El Nino season already.
The monsoon season begins, this year's temperatures have soared well above 40 degrees Celsius. So are the recent extreme heat waves the new normal for for India and neighboring Pakistan. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan is the chairperson of the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and a former chief scientist at the WHO. She joins me now from Chennai. Dr. Swaminathan, really appreciate your time and glad to have you with us today. Now, we visit this story every year around this time of heat waves across India. How would you describe the current one and in comparing to those previous from recent seasons?
Well, thank you very much. And yes, India, many districts, many states is in the grip of another heat wave that's actually started quite early. It started in April this year, and there was a week or two of very high heat, and then there was some cooling in some places. But clearly the trend over the last several years has been that every year we've come to higher temperatures, we've reached higher temperatures, the heat has been more prolonged and over larger parts of the country. And the urban areas, the cities in particular, are actually facing the brunt even more. And that's probably because of the way we've built our cities and the urban heat island effect, which doesn't even allow the nights to cool down. The nights are also very warm now. There's also been a trend towards increasing humidity, especially over the northern and central Indian plains that used to be very, very dry before. And therefore, the adaptability of the human body to humid heat is also something that is new and that's taking place. So we're also expecting an El Nino this year, which is adding to the uncertainty around the monsoon and the fear of sub-adequate monsoon and perhaps drought in some parts of the country. But as of now, it's really every day, just dealing with the heat and making sure that people survive and don't fall ill and in the extreme cases, don't die of extreme.
Yes, and if the extremes are getting more intense and frequent, is this being considered as a sort of a national emergency at all?
Yes. So the National Disaster Management Agency does consider extreme heat as one of the disasters, and many states have actually recognized it as a disaster, which means compensation can be paid to people who actually die of a heat stroke. So people are taking it very seriously. There are heat action plans that cities and districts and states have developed and are implementing.
There you have it. ABC News from 3 days ago. Talking with an official in Chennai. People are trying to do everything they can to prevent more deaths,
Available,
more
passive cooling,
suffering amidst this massive heat wave which is being experienced by the people. Here's NHK World Japan from yesterday. Fortunately, in a few days, things have not gotten any better.
India has been in the grip of a record heat wave since May. For weeks, daytime highs in many areas have topped 40 degrees Celsius, and the heat has reportedly claimed around 50 lives. In our next report, NHK World's Yamaka Michitaka looks at how extreme weather is pushing India to the brink and how the country is responding to the crisis.
India Gate is one of New Delhi's most iconic tourist attractions. At this time of year, it would normally be crowded with visitors from both inside and outside the country. But now, only a few people can be seen.
It's like standing next to a fire. I felt like my skin was burning. It's so hot that if you dropped an egg on the road, it might just turn into an omelette.
Temperatures in the capital exceeded 40 degrees Celsius on more than 10 days last month. And the extreme heat has continued since then. Around the city, people can be seen sheltering in the shade of trees.
It feels like my brain is boiling because of the heat. The sunlight is extremely strong. It's intensely hot. I feel completely exhausted and I don't even want to go outside.
So hot right now.
But staying inside is not an option for some people. That includes New Delhi's rickshaw drivers. This man has been driving a rickshaw for about 10 years. He works from early morning to evening, whatever the weather. Even under the blazing sun, he waits by the roadside for customers, sometimes for as much as 3 hours.
Every day it feels like flames are rising from the road, but I have to keep pulling this rickshaw to survive and to support my children and family.
In northern regions, the heat is even more intense. On May 20th, the temperature in Uttar Pradesh state reached 48 degrees Celsius.
48 degrees Celsius. 118 degrees.
That's hot.
That is hot.
So hot right now.
This is ridiculous.
118 degrees Fahrenheit. Fuck you. All right? You go fuck yourself. You go fuck yourself, sir. 118 degrees. On Venus, sure. On planet Earth?
Come on!
We're not doing good, folks. These heat waves get worse every fucking year. It's only, it's early on, I would point out. It's just the beginning of monsoon season in India. It's just the beginning of summer right now. For the rest of us, we're already seeing some pretty crazy temperatures in some places. Now, a typhoon hit Japan this week. Typhoon Jangmi. Here's NHK World Japan again from 2 days ago.
Severe tropical storm Changmi is dumping heavy rain across much of Japan. The Japan Meteorological Agency says bands of heavy rain clouds have formed in eastern Kanagawa Prefecture south of Tokyo. People should be on alert for landslides and floods. The Japan Meteorological Agency says Changmi is traveling over water south-southwest of Shizuoka Prefecture and moving east-northeast at 40 kilometers per hour as of 9 a.m. on Wednesday. The storm is approaching the Kanto and Tokai regions. Shizuoka Prefecture's Izu region was also on the list of areas affected by bands of heavy rain clouds. The agency has also issued level 4 warnings for flooding for rivers including Kandagawa, Megurogawa, Zenpukuchi-gawa, Nogawa, and Senkawa in Tokyo. Level 4 warnings are also in place for landslides in parts of Chiba, Kanagawa, Shizuoka, and Mie prefectures.
By the way, the lack of flooding in Japanese cities is not accidental. I would just like to point this out to everybody. You notice how all the streets are somehow clear while they're issuing level 4 warnings, and there's clearly a ton of water here. It's because they have really done quite a job on flood water management. I mean, there's times where we see that it get overwhelmed. We've seen it happen plenty of times. But I'm just saying, they do a much better job planning-wise on these things, engineering-wise, actually, as well, to some degree. Certainly some of the projects they've taken on in flood management, I think, certainly outdo basically everybody else on the planet. So it's like a typhoon hits them and it doesn't look quite the same as it might in other places. Although there still was some damage.
Typhoon Jangmi made landfall in western Japan on June 3rd, bringing dangerous flooding, landslide risks, and widespread disruptions. The storm came ashore in Wakayama Prefecture at around 4:30 a.m., dumping heavy rain across large parts of the country. Authorities briefly issued the highest level 5 flood emergency warning for the Koza River in Wakayama Prefecture.
Oh wow, it went from 4 to 5. I didn't even realize that.
Warning of an imminent threat to life. The alert was lifted shortly before 9 a.m., but officials continued to urge residents to remain on guard. In Tokushima Prefecture, floodwaters trapped a woman inside her car. She was able to escape before conditions worsened. In Kawazu Town, Shizuoka Prefecture, a hillside suddenly gave way near a railroad crossing, apparently triggered by intense rainfall from the typhoon. A torrent of mud and debris surged down the slope.
There you have it. Japan did not go unscathed by this typhoon. But it has mostly, I think, gone out into the Pacific at this point now. That's all I have on that storm for this stream. Since we just got done with all that, let's finish it off with this from the Associated Press. Talk about how climate change is fueling more extreme weather.
Winter is coming.
Why is the weather getting wilder? We just need to look in the mirror. Climate change is affecting our weather in all sorts of different directions. We're getting droughts, we're getting floods, downpours, stronger hurricanes, more wildfires. All of this is connected to climate change. How? As the world warms, the atmosphere warms. And as the atmosphere warms, it holds more moisture. And that moisture and that warmth is energy. It's the seeds of storms. In addition, the jet stream, which is the atmospheric rivers above us that push our weather systems around us, is getting slower because of climate change. And when the jet stream gets slower, on one part of the jet stream, it'll just keep raining and raining and raining. And on the other side of the jet stream, it's going to be hot and dry. But weather always has had extremes. So how do we know that climate change is part of this? Scientists know because they study what happens. They use computer simulations to say,
it's science.
Let's create a fictional world where everything is exactly the same, except there's no human-caused climate change. So you change that one little variable, and then they compare the two things. And when they do that, often, but not always, they find that climate change has made the extreme weather stronger or more frequent. But it doesn't always. They just seem to happen more often because...
Yes, those correlations continue to get closer and closer and closer and closer. More and more of them seem to keep popping up. At some point you have to accept that there is causation there. Most people refuse to accept the science and the evidence in front of them. Prefer to listen to idiots and ideologues. Tell them everything's fine. Actually, this is totally normal. You know, people like Joe Rogan.
Adult baby. Adult baby.
All right, we need to take a quick break. We went over 4 hours on this here stream. So we got to pause, do a little galactic intermission, and then we will come back with some space news and the rest of the things that I have prepared for you this evening, including Ivanka Island. Oh, Ivanka Island. Can't wait for that one. The Great Explorer. Yeah, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Why do we have no sound? Oh. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So, click one of the links in my YouTube description or Twitch bio. Keep the Galactic News Network alive. And enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and we'll be right back. We are back. Break is over. Stream is about to begin once again, second half. You know, the halves of the show change constantly. We have not had a consistent half timing for quite some time. It's been a little crazy, a little chaotic, but second half is about to begin. So get yourselves back in those seats.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Holy Toledo!
Holy Toledo!
Alright, Space Hams, we are back. We are back. What a crazy month it's already been. June 6th. It's my galactic birthday month. I first realized I need to get myself a birthday hat. I have to switch out the tin foil for the birthday hat at some point here. We're going to do a whole week of galactic birthday celebrating. Trump's birthday. Tupac's birthday, my birthday. I mean, there's a lot of great birthdays that week. If it's your birthday, we can throw that in there too. I don't know. Just saying. It's gonna be a crazy week. Just you wait. Write it down. We need a xenomorph command or emoji. First off, we don't have any emotes on YouTube. Second off, okay. First one, command could be done. That's doable. Let's talk space news. And we covered a couple of these stories. As it turns out, all across the planet, strange events, strange sounds, and sights were being seen. From California to Texas to New Jersey. I'm already wearing sunglasses. This is highly irregular. This is highly irregular, Locase. I'm already wearing sunglasses. I don't know why you were doing this.
Fireballs lighting up the sky. Whoa! Sonic booms rattling homes. Animals sent scurrying. And one meteorite crashing through a roof. Boom! Boom. The latest came over the weekend. A 5-foot meteor exploding above Massachusetts, with a boom heard across the region.
Here in New England, that's pretty insane.
Mike Hankey of the American Meteor Society has been tracking it all.
When we observe daytime fireballs, they're kind of special, okay? They get people excited. They often have the booms. They have to outshine the sun.
In Ohio, a meteor blazed across the sky in March and a sonic boom followed. That month in Houston, reports poured in of a bright fireball and a loud blast. Later, a homeowner found a meteorite had punched into her house.
That's where it came in at.
Extremely rare, as most meteors burn up in the atmosphere. Along the Jersey Shore in April,
a lot of people have been reporting seeing something streak across the sky.
A daytime meteor drawing hundreds of reports. Loud booms follow. In the Pacific Northwest, a vivid green fireball streaking overhead in late April. And in South Carolina, just last week, a mysterious boom shaking the state and confusing residents. The U.S.
Yes, indeed. Rocks from space. All over the place. Exploding. Or is it something more? Who's to say? Is today my birthday? Nope. Nope. We're just going to do a whole week. The big 38. Were you just making up numbers now? You don't know how old I am. It's making up a big 38. Okay, he's just making up numbers. Trying to make me an old person. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look at what I have ahead of me before I go into this next video. We got 20. Oh, Jesus Christ, you gotta be shitting me. 60. Why? Why do I have so many clips today? All right. Let's go do this piece of news as well as a little space news. Double space news tonight. This time it's the world of stocks. SpaceX denied early entry into the S&P, but begins its investor roadshow, trying to get more and more people to buy its stock. And they're trying to do something weird with their stock, which we'll talk about in a second.
SpaceX will not be getting fast-track entry into the S&P 500 after all. On Thursday, index operator S&P Global said it would not change the rules for inclusion. The rocket firm is set for a record share listing next week. That could see it raise $75 billion and secure a valuation of $1.75 trillion, immediately making it one of America's top 10 most valuable listed firms. But S&P says it won't change the rules to allow rapid entry into its benchmark index. Among other things, that requires a firm to be profitable in its most recent quarter, and in some for its last 4 quarters. That rules out SpaceX, which posted a loss of close to $5 billion in 2025. One analyst praised S&P for standing firm, saying the rules shouldn't be bent for unprofitable firms just because they are big.
SpaceX has been denied entry into the S&P. That's going to be a tough one for Elon to deal with. He's got to be crying right now. Oh, he's probably told a bunch of people that he was going to be in the S&P. He actually, I think he was telling people that.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Now, SpaceX has been planning to do a very strange public offering where they get less from institutional investors and more from mom and pop investors, right? Like they're hoping that people just choose to buy SpaceX, like in their own portfolios on Robinhood or whatever, right? And that could spell very bad things for SpaceX investors, because it does kind of suggest they plan to offload, because there's already a ton of investors, because they're just to be clear, SpaceX, it's not just going to be SpaceX. It's being formed. It's like an envelope with an envelope within an envelope, right? Like, so Twitter, I think Twitter is getting bundled into this. Grok is getting, like, OpenAI is getting bundled into this. I think Tesla might even potentially get bundled. I'm not sure about that last piece. But, like, they're, like, trying to bundle multiple Elon companies into this one overarching company. Many of these are not profitable things that he just bought like on a fucking whim. Tesla would be the only thing that's profitable, but that company is massively overvalued in comparison to most other car companies, sitting at like 200 times earnings versus like Ford, which is at like 10 times earnings or something like that. What is it? 358 times earnings. Sorry. Although I guess that technically, in theory, got slightly better after they lost 7% of their share value today. Yeah, this has got to be disappointing for Elon, but not gonna lie, very cathartic for me. A welcome bit of news amidst the horrors of the day. All right, let's go on to the Earth news, starting in the Caribbean, where Donald Trump has been continuing to murder people in international waters. That number topping now 200 since taking office.
Now, I must say, I am slowly but surely losing my goddamn mind for the simple reason that the media sucks. Like, they're horrible at their job. I feel like the Democrats suck at messaging. They suck at their job. And oftentimes, since my job is to follow the news and share the news with you guys, I'll see some shit and I'm like, wait a second, this can't be right. I haven't heard anybody talk about this. I haven't heard anybody report on this. I haven't heard this blow up on social media. And like I said, I'm losing my mind because things that should be a big deal are no longer treated as a big deal. In fact, they're barely mentioned if they're mentioned at all. I mean, one great example of this is the genocide in Gaza. There was more bombing that just happened yesterday. Nobody talked about it. Lebanon. What Israel is doing in Lebanon. They're trying to do to Lebanon what they did to Gaza. They're in the midst of doing that right now. They're carpet bombing a bunch of apartment buildings packed full of civilians. 700,000 people are trying to evacuate to save their lives. Hospitals have been attacked. A fucking resort was attacked. All that's going on, barely fucking mentioned. Barely mentioned. It was only mentioned in the context of Iran saying to the U.S., we are not going to negotiate with you at all until Israel stops, right? So shit like this happens all the time. No mention. Well, here's another great example. Southcom said the following. On May 29th, at the direction of Southcom, Commander General Francis L. Donovan, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by designated terrorist organizations. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was transiting along known narco trafficking. So here's a video. Let's take a look at this, okay? Here's a video. Boom. The United States just vaporized a boat in the Caribbean. They just vaporized a boat in the Caribbean. There was no trial. There was no due process. There was no evidence presented. There was no nothing. It was, there's a boat, let's blow it up. So as Michael Gallant says, Hegseth has now murdered over 200 people in the Caribbean and Pacific without public evidence or trial. Yes, this is extrajudicial murder. This is what's known as a terrorist attack. If anybody else did it, we'd be very clear-eyed about that. We would be, not mincing any words when it...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, if somebody did that to an American, oh my God. We'd, start a war over it. America's just lucky that it's large enough of a military that nobody wants to start a war over any of this quite yet.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. U.S. Southern Command says it's killed more than 200 people in over 60 strikes on boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. The Pentagon's claimed without evidence the boats are engaged in narco-trafficking operations, unquote. Human rights groups, including Amnesty International, have called the attacks extrajudicial killings and a form of murder. Earlier this year in March, the ACLU, the Center for Constitutional Rights, and other legal experts testified at a hearing on the legality of U.S. boat strikes at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. This is Angelo Guisado, senior staff attorney at CCR.
The United States' unprecedented military campaign, Operation Southern Spear, came without any plausible legal justifications. The world has failed to challenge these assassinations in any meaningful way. The invocation of narco-terrorism has empowered President Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to publicize the boat strike videos on social media. They are seen boasting and celebrating the wanton infliction of suffering and death and lampooning the lives of those caught in their crosshairs. We ask that the Commission look through this thinly veiled cover and recognize the inhumanity that these actions reflect and the pain they have caused.
In April, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia grilled Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair General Dan Kaine over the legality of the boat strikes during a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing.
What legal justification could there possibly be that would allow the U.S. military to strike boats in international waters and kill the occupants of those boats without a showing of evidence that there's narcotics on those boats?
I don't have a copy of the order issued to Southcom with me today. It's classified in its own right, which clearly articulates, based on a variety of criteria, what constitutes a valid military and legally valid target in that theater. And I know, I just want to say, I know and trust that our commanders at Echelon are rigorously following that legal opinion and those legal boundaries upon which we've been issued those orders.
And General Kaine, I would encourage, again, my colleagues, I am at a disadvantage. I've seen the legal opinion, but I can't talk about it because it's classified. I've seen the targeting criteria, but I can't talk about them because they're classified. I've seen the secret list of DTOs against whom we have declared war that even they haven't been informed of, but I can't talk about it because it's classified. But I would urge all of my colleagues to go to the SCIF and read the targeting criteria and get briefed about it, and then also look at all of the files of all the strikes that have taken place. I've done that with the first 46 strikes or so. And I think there's a profound mismatch between what is occurring and the underlying assumptions in the legal opinion.
Oh, God. I mean, Tim Kaine's not my favorite guy, but holy fuck. That was just chilling to the bone, hearing Tim Kaine saying, look, the things that I saw in the classified SCIF room, I wish I could talk about. They're so disturbing that I should talk about them, but I can't. Because it'd be like, you know, it'd be like a crime.
Illegal.
But I encourage all of my colleagues to go and look at them because they need to know what's going on here. Classifying designated terrorist organizations, that's what DTO stands for, without telling the people who are being designated as terrorists. I mean, these are disturbing, allegations, and we barely have any of the details. Oh, we go right into it.
That was Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia questioning Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair General Dan Kaine in April. We're joined now by Amanda Classing, National Director of Government Relations and Advocacy at Amnesty International USA. Amanda, you say these actions committed against people who pose no imminent threat to life are extrajudicial killings, a form of murder, and amount to crimes under international law. Explain what's happening as the number passes 200 of deaths caused by U.S. bombing of boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific.
Yeah, thank you so much for Amy for having me on. So let me start by kind of clearing away the different types of justifications that are coming from the administration and look at the facts. So the first thing that we need to understand is that the US is not in active conflict with any of these groups. The Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean, they aren't war zones. And drug smuggling is a crime. It is not a military attack. And so the laws of war do not apply in this situation. So if the laws of war don't apply, what does? So these are law enforcement operations. So under human rights law, we apply standards like policing. So the individuals on these boats have a right to life and a right to due process. And a government cannot use lethal force unless there's an imminent threat or and there's no less extreme measure to stop that imminent threat. What we know is that these boats can be interdicted. We know that because boats have in the past been interdicted. They continue to be by the Coast Guard in some situations. And Secretary Rubio himself, in fact, said that the boats could be interdicted. But
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a fascinating conversation here that I think is quite relevant. But we have been talking about this. Like, what law does apply here? And according to this woman from Amnesty International, since we're not at war, war crimes is not on the table, right? And instead, you have to look at human rights law and criminal law. And you don't get to just blast people because you think they've committed a crime. In the United States, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that just because you happen to be in the ocean. It's just blatant criminality. It's privateering. It's pirateering, right? Like, we're just running around like Pirates of the Caribbean and just blasting anything that we see and saying, "Oh, that was a drug dealer. That was a terrorist. That guy was bad." Don't take our word. That guy was terrible. Can't do that in a criminal court. You have to have evidence. You have to arrest people and indict them, try them. We've been saying this for a long time now. And if the laws of war do not apply, then the laws of criminal justice apply. Then some people need to be in jail right now, because that's 200 murders that have been committed in the last year. Do you follow my logic on that one? Now, on Tuesday, with the presidential runoff in Peru, heading to the polls, shamans could be seen in the streets.
I have been able to see that Mrs. Keiko Sofia Fujimori will be the president of Peru because the people want to change. Many criticize her for her father, for her brother, but she has not yet been governing. This year, the Apus, the winds, the airs favor Keiko Sofia Fujimori because they want change in Peru.
We see that Mr. Sanchez is the one who will take the victory. But unfortunately, there are many things that are not right and that will come to light. That is why, if this gentleman is going to reach power, whether by the hands of third parties, influences, or the corruption he says is involved there, we want him to do things for the good.
There you go. Peru's shamans divided over the presidential election. Quite a serious situation going on here. They are voting on Sunday. And it's between Fujimori and Sanchez. Sanchez is like a Democrat, basically. He's like a center-left guy. Fujimori is hard right. Like, hard right. Like, this woman is insane. And her father went to jail for, like, human rights violations. The former president of Peru. Now she's trying to follow in his footsteps, and it can't be good. More sunglasses? Really? Good God. Okay. Yes, oh yeah.
So hot right
That's all you gotta do to get a candidate to win. Well, apparently. I guess it helps. I suppose it can't hurt.
So hot right now.
All right. Now, let's go to Europe, where, in Portugal, far-right leaders convened. And you'll be shocked at the guest list. Yup, yeah, former CBP chief Greg Bovino. What were we calling him again? I can't remember. We had a name for this guy. Oh, God. He's the worst. Just fucking straight up fascist cosplayer. Turned real life fascist. Also showed up in Portugal.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
In Portugal, hundreds of far-right activists gathered Saturday for the annual Remigration Summit, advocating for the mass deportation of immigrants. Former U.S. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino and white nationalist leader Jared Taylor were VIP guests alongside elected officials from Germany's far-right anti-immigrant AfD party and Spain's Vox.
Oh, right.
Other attendees included...
It was Himmler 2.0 or something like that. It was like short stack Himmler. Or I can't remember it was something like that along those lines. I think that's what it was. It's just coming back to me. It's been a while since we talked about this fuckbag.
Stefano Forte, president of the New York Young Republican Club. In an interview ahead of the event, Greg Bovino cited Nazi Germany's lead general, Erwin Rommel, as an inspirational figure.
Wow.
At the summit, Bovino said, quote, "If there is inspiration gained from the U.S. Border Patrol model and method, then fantastic."
Gregory Bovino led the Trump administration's militarized immigration crackdowns in Chicago, Los Angeles, and Minneapolis. Earlier this year, he appeared in Minneapolis wearing a...
Am I right in the understanding that he thinks that Border Patrol should be taking lessons from Nazi German soldiers? It is disturbing that this man had as much power as he did. How many lives were affected because of this piece of shit?
Long olive wool overcoat that some online observers likened to, quote, a Nazi cosplay coat. California Governor Gavin Newsom's social media press account called it Nazi-coded. Bovino was eventually removed from his position in January after immigration agents under his command killed 37-year-old VA nurse Alex Preti in Minneapolis. Preti was shot dead 2 weeks after an ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis. During an interview outside the so-called Remigration Summit in Portugal, Bovino criticized the Trump administration.
The base is not very happy now over what's happening immigration-wise. They voted for mass deportations. Mass deportations are not occurring. There are no mass deportations occurring in the United States right now. So those MAGA voters, those 80 million that came out to vote for him in the polls, are not happy campers right now.
We go now to Vienna, Austria, to speak with the reporter Charles Davis, who writes for The Guardian and also runs The Redoubt, where his new piece is headlined, "Why Did the Press Ignore a Gathering of the World's Leading Fascists?" Charles, thanks so much for being with us. Why don't you talk about what remigration is and the significance of Bovino being there?
Yeah, so remigration is basically the policy response to the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. And the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, as I think, unfortunately, a lot of your viewers will already know about, is the idea that there's like a global elite plot, typically by Jews, to replace white Europeans and white North Americans with immigrants via mass migration. So remigration was a term that was popularized a few years ago by an Austrian activist named Martin Sellner. He's also the guy who helped popularize the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. And it basically is, it's an argument for mass deportations, not just of illegal criminals, as is the typical rhetoric you would hear from the Trump administration, far-right parties here in Europe, but it's the idea that you need to actually like reverse the 20th century. That the issue was not just the immigrants who came in the last few years seeking asylum or refugee status, but those who were allowed in over the last 100 years who were not really, as they see it, European or American.
And Charles, could you explain why you mentioned earlier, why is this remigration idea attributed to Jews, this global plot?
Well, actually, yeah, in my original piece that I wrote last week, I spoke to a professor at the University of Vienna named Daniel Sharp, who explained that this is basically rooted in Nazi ideology. Like the idea, specifically, let's talk about Germany and Austria, the idea that certain people were not German and Austrian, despite the fact that they had lived in this area for hundreds of years, despite the fact that they had citizenship, that was very much the Nazi idea. And in fact...
Exactly. Yeah, this has been a fascist playbook for a while, is to just otherize a particular population. Easy to demonize, otherize in society. Jews were the recipients of this in Nazi Germany, but also in Eastern Europe before that with the pogroms. And they're not the only ones, right? I mean, Rohingyas in Myanmar. I mean, how many... I mean, we have so many unfortunate examples of this in human history. At some point, we got to learn to stop it. But it feels like we're going in the wrong direction, if that's the plan. Like, I mean, there's been so many groups demonized in modern American society. We can just go down the fucking list. And it's disturbing to see this this like transatlantic fascist alliance that has been we've been witnessing, whether it's with Hungary or Portugal. All we can hope for is that the same thing that happened in Hungary happens in Portugal. The people are like, actually, no. Unfortunately, I haven't been keeping track of the election in Portugal. Wait, is there an election going on, or is this just some sort of fascist, like, bro down? Oh, it is happening. There's a presidential election happening this year. Yeah. Wait, no, it already happened. Oh, no. No, it already happened. Yeah, one happened in 2026. Or is this the primary? Wait. Oh, no, this is... Yeah, okay. This right. Okay, there's already... No. Sorry. sorry. We honestly, we like never talk about Portugal. And my mind is just like on election, so I just like went to that. Okay. Let's go from Portugal up to the United Kingdom. We've got a lot to talk about. I guess we'll start here. We already talked about Cenk being banned ones this week, but it was one of the big stories of the week, having one of the biggest political figures on the left being prevented from entering another country for something he said about, we don't even know exactly what he said. It was just vaguely that he's like anti-Israel, right? That's one of the things about this whole situation. So the United Kingdom just said, look, he's just a threat to society. That Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker.
So we have a very special guest this morning, founder of TYT, Cenk Uygur, who has a little personal story that he would like to share with our audience because it certainly has relevance to, I think, all of us. Cenk, great to see you as always.
Good to see you, man.
I forgot I left this in here. And yeah, we're going to watch this. We're going to watch this for like a few minutes.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, so tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, so I went to the airport yesterday. I'm going to London. I'm going to speak, or was going to speak at South by Southwest London, and then in Oxford a couple of times. One speech by myself, and then one speech with my nephew, Hasan Parker. Was going to be a kind of an interesting moment. My sister was coming. It's a good
Hasan
moment
Parker.
for her, right? And I get to the airport, and they tell me that I've been rejected by the British government, and they won't let me board the plane. And I honestly had no idea what they were talking about in the beginning. I'm like, what do you mean? No, I already have a visa. And they're like, sorry, the British government says you're not allowed in the country. And only 20 minutes later did I see the article from Times of London explaining why. Although we all knew, didn't we? I mean, at first I thought it was like a bureaucratic snafu.
Right.
Then when I realized it was an active decision, we all knew that Israel had made it. And then...
Okay. So yeah, that's all I really wanted from this. But yeah, I mean, Cenk was also banned. We haven't really talked about his banning as much, but he was on breaking points. And, you know, I'm just as concerned and disturbed by him being banned as Hasan being banned. Neither is justifiable. They're both repressions of people who didn't do anything. I don't like Cenk, but he didn't do anything like wrong. Didn't do anything illegal. And I don't think he deserved to be banned from the country. Let's go now to the United Kingdom. Owen Jones, who had some words to say about this situation.
Britain has banned American left-wing commentators Hasan Parker and Cenk Uygur from entering the country because of their opposition to Israel's genocide. And indeed, a genocide which is armed and facilitated by the British government and which continues to be armed and facilitated by the British government. Now, the Home Office has banned them on grounds that their presence in Britain is not conducive to the public good. Orwellian stuff. This is just the latest example of what is the largest assault on free speech since the 1950s, since the heyday of McCarthyism, when Senator Joseph McCarthy sat in the chair of the House of Un-American Activities in this constant witch hunt, relentless witch hunt against the Reds. Well, now the witch hunt is against anybody who opposes Israel's genocide, its apartheid, its occupation, its crimes, anyone who believes in the innate equal humanity of the Palestinian people. Now, both these commentators were supposed to speak at a South by Southwest event in London, this conglomeration of film, interactive media, music festivals. Cenk Uygur was due to speak at the Oxford Union. Now, we need to talk about this because it is deeply disturbing and indicative of where we are heading. And that is towards naked, unabashed, loud and proud, outright authoritarianism. Now, successive governments, both New Labour and Conservative, have introduced anti-protest laws. They've crippled the right to protest in this country. You can ban protest now if they're too noisy. And you know, protests against Israel's genocide have been construed as hateful and extreme and racist and all the rest of it because they oppose the mass extermination of the Palestinian people. The world turned on its head because what this is all about is making those who oppose genocide the hateful, dangerous, evil extremists, as opposed to the people who actually support and facilitate genocide. There's the anti-terror legislation as well, which was introduced and was predicted that it would stifle democratic freedoms, and indeed it did. Repeatedly in the 2000s and 2010s, anti-terror legislation used against peaceful protesters, and then, of course, culminating under this Labour government with Palestine Action, a direct action group which opposes Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people, being prescribed under anti-terror legislation, making them legally the same as Al-Qaeda and as ISIS. You can go to...
Yeah, but how is it this is the world that we're living in right now? You know, it's incredible how both the United States and the United Kingdom both seem to be proving all the things that the critics of Israel, such as myself, Owen, Hasan, all these people over the years have been saying, look, Israel's been doing some real shitty stuff lately, and maybe we should stop giving them money and weapons and military aid. And our governments both keep saying, no, you're wrong. And it just seems like it's just been amped up over and over again. Actually, you need to go to jail for saying that. Actually, you're not allowed in the country for saying that. It's been on both sides. Like we banned Bob Villain or Villain, whatever you say. Bob Villain, I think that's how it's said. The music act from coming to the country, right? They revoked his visa, right? Under the Biden administration, wasn't it? Or was it the Trump administration? When did that happen? God, it's all like melding together. It's just been like honestly. I remember when people were saying the Trump administration was going to be better than the Biden administration, but now they've literally melded together to the point where I can't even remember when a particular thing like that happened. That should tell you something. I think it might have been during the Trump administration. Yeah, I think it was. Now that I'm putting in my because the woman who announced it, I can't remember her name. It's a Trump official. And oops. 2025 June 30th. Right. Yeah. It was early on in the Trump administration. It's been a whole year since that happened.
Up to 14 years for supporting Palestine Action. And indeed, we've, in this country, arrested thousands of people, many of them elderly, for holding placards opposed to genocide and supporting Palestine Action. This is under a Labour government. Reform is next, as things are currently headed. We'll talk about that. Now, in response, Cenk Uygur says the British government is saying they're banning me because I'm a serious risk to the public order due to my criticism of Israel. They say that my charge that Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress, while factual, is anti-Semitic nonetheless. Don't know if facts will soon be banned in Britain. I didn't get banned for criticising the UK, but for criticising Israel. They broke the irony record by saying it was because I said Israel might control other governments. I wonder if they're going to ban themselves. Think about it. If I'd said that the Israeli government controls the British government so thoroughly that they'll ban someone from coming to the UK just for criticising Israel, they would have said that was an anti-Semitic statement. This is absolutely Kafkaesque.
100%. All right, well, let's go to the man himself, Hasan Piker.
Hasan Parker.
Yep, that guy. Here's his YouTube from 3 days ago.
It's been an interesting month so far. Lots going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. Just a bunch of annoying things that I'm on the receiving end of as liberalism crumbles and turns slowly but surely into unrestrained fascism. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. We're going to get into all of that and more. Can you still go on a regular tourist visa? Guys, can I ask you a serious question? The ETA is the basic visa that Americans receive. If the government has made a big show of not giving me a giving me a regular visa, an ETA, and then revoking it, what makes you think that they're going to be fine? They're going to be like, oh my God, you're the guy we deliberately revoked the visa on after giving it to you. I'm sure the Home Office, after the initial intervention, is going to turn around and be like, oh, step right in, sir.
Yeah, get on in. Let us expedite this visa for you, Mr. Piker. So sorry for the inconvenience.
No, that's a long and convoluted legal process that I have to get involved with. It's certainly not going to work in this, it's not going to work this time around. But if like there's like something I need to do in the future, I have to hire, I assume, a British lawyer and fight this. I heard Ash Sarkar, who was hosting that talk, is pulled out of South by Southwest. Yes. South by Southwest has been disgraceful in this entire process. I'll talk about that too. It was supposed to be me, Zara, and Andrew Epstein, also from the Zoran campaign, now with Claire Valdez. And part of what we...
I gotta say, it's good to see Navarra having solidarity across the pond with Hasan. Even though, I mean, I guess it's happening in their country. But you know what I'm saying. Like, yeah, still, across the pond. It's beautiful. Even if it's a terrible situation. Ash-based.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Talk about is like an attack on, an attack on the media, but also like how young, vibrant candidates could potentially win elections and all this stuff, right? We had a really fun, conversation that we set up. And Ash was supposed to be the moderator. However, because South by Southwest is like, I guess, a very popular brand in the UK, or this is a big deal for the UK. This is the second year they're doing it or something. I don't really know. And they had asked me, and I was doing it as a favor to South by Southwest because some friends that I trust wanted me to do it. So I was like, sure, I'll attend. I'm already going to be in the UK. I'm already going to be doing Oxford Union. I already have some other stuff going on. And it's not like they're paying me, right? I'm not getting paid by South by Southwest to do this, right? It's actually really insane. I'm like doing this as a favor. And they're literally like farming donations off of my image, off of my likeness. And then it's crazy that when the Home Office intervened and revoked.
That is pretty wild, though. For them to throw him under the bus after using his likeness to raise donations for the event and to sell tickets, and then to be like, who cares? Who cares if he's coming? Wait, you guys were just telling everybody that they should come to see this dude talk, and now you're like, forget it. Not a big deal.
South by Southwest statement was disgusting. Like, it was literally nothing. To us, they were like, sorry, we have to abide by the government's demands. That was one. And then their public thing was they just deleted my background page. Like, they just deleted my speaker page. Like, as though, like, they hit me with the Trotsky cut. I couldn't believe it. It's like, bitch, who the fuck are you? Are you kidding me? I mean, seriously, I'm doing this as a favor. They get to literally farm tickets off of my likeness to be like, oh, you want to come listen to Hasan? I even set up the talk myself, and then they just turn around, chop it down. They didn't even try to be like, yeah, this is a little bit ridiculous, don't you think? British government. Basically, the British government, after a bunch of Israel First advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups on the earlier this month, called on the UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks, saying far-left streamer with a record of anti-Semitism on October 7th denial is set to speak and record a live podcast in London in early June. Last week, Jewish organizations, the Community Security Trust, urged South by Southwest organizers to act responsibly and to not allow the UK to be a platform for Piker. So yeah.
I love this thumbnail. Piker's Dude Bro Project. Dude Bro. Not just bro, dude bro. Not just dude, bro, dude. Okay, Piker's Bro Dude Bro Project. The Bro Dude verse.
They got their wishes across. Britain denies entry to 2 U.S. commentators who denounced Israel. The authorities did not say why they had barred Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker of popular social media channels, but said their presence may not be conducive to the public good. Yeah, and that's where we're at. Obviously, when this first came out, Cenk put it on the timeline, and that caused us to look back and see that our, my visa was also revoked because Cenk was supposed to be flying out. Cenk and his whole family were supposed to be flying out to the UK. We're doing two events. He's doing South by Southwest separately, or was supposed to do South by Southwest separately. I was supposed to do an event there as well. And then I also had another event with Yanis Varoufakis. And I also had another event at Oxford Union. I was also supposed to do a talk with Corbyn and a talk with Zach Polanski as well. Totally separate, right? So I had this entire thing lined up. And it's really interesting because, or at least it's really ironic because with Oxford Union, I had spoken at Oxford Union prior, if you recall. I delivered this massive speech at Oxford Union a year and a half ago, and the speech was literally about the conflation between Israel and Judaism, and how this is an incredibly dangerous prospect. It's not going to work, and it's going to actually foment more anti-Semitism. That was a year and a half ago. Obviously, things have gotten far worse since then, clearly. And this is far from, I'm not doing this thing where I'm saying like, oh, the number one victims here are, British Jewish people or anything like that. That's not my take at all. Before people yell at me over it and say, oh, you're a Jewish exceptionalist or whatever. But it is a very clear secondary consequence of this sort of endeavor. Consistently claiming that all critics of Israel are rabid anti-Semites, and then quite literally violating the principles of free speech, which, like, obviously there's no First Amendment in the UK, but there is obviously an important liberal value. This is an important.
Yeah, right. Supposed to be a liberal democracy, or whatever you want to call this system. There. Oh wait, he's about to read the Oxford Union speech, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, hold on. God damn it! I should have just skipped ahead to this part of it.
Electronic travel authorizations on the basis that their appearances with. About that. From the president of the Oxford Union, Arwa El Reyes, the Oxford Union intended to host Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker on the 6th of June for a discussion and head-to-head event with our members. We are deeply concerned by the revocation of both speakers' electronic travel authorizations on the basis that their appearances would not be conducive to the public good. These events have been publicly announced for months. The 11th hour call signals much more than democratic decline. It is a direct threat to free expression. The Oxford Union was founded on one principle: the ideas are challenged through debate, not silenced by decree. We have never turned a speaker away because of their political beliefs, nor have we sought a permission slip from the state. We will not start now. This event will not be canceled. The union will ensure this discussion takes place. Free speech does not require a visa. We will update our members shortly. This is supposed to be the most redeemable aspect of the Western world in general, okay? Western liberalism, in general. This is one of the fundamental values. It's this and due process. And we are eroding.
You know what Hasan needs to do? He needs to, he's got a little bit of money. I think he can afford to do what I'm about to propose. Okay, what he needs to do is he needs to deck out the inside of his home, right? Like the portions that he's willing to have filmed, right? And like deck it out like it is England, right? Like, or like the places that he was gonna, like, like put Big Ben in a corner over there, Parliament. You could, kind of turn the bathtub into like the Thames, and I'm just coming up with ideas, right? Tea, biscuits, right? British flags all over the place. And then do all of the interviews and the right, like just zoom in and do them, and just like make it like a stupid fucking spectacle. And meanwhile, like actually shit on Keir Starmer and the British government. I'm just saying. I'm just coming up with ideas.
Both free speech and due process are the two most important liberal concepts that throughout centuries at this point, liberals have tried to maintain and defend in spite of everything else. And they're not just core principles that are historically progressive principles, these are core principles that I believe myself. I don't say I'm not a liberal, but this core principle of liberal society, liberal democracy is one that I believe and champion. It's unironically one of my criticisms of other more ideologically close versions of governance that I have criticized, whether it be within the USSR or whether it be in China, the People's Republic of China. These are my criticisms of the People's Republic of China or the USSR. Ironically enough, that they don't have these sorts of they don't.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead now. Finally, a little bit. Where does he go? There's another spot. Oh, I think I want it here, right? So the reaction to Cenk, or was that a different clip? Oh, yeah.
Interests. And all of these free expression defenders on the right and the far right are celebrating, including Nick Fuentes. It's so crazy to me that Nicholas Fuentes, a straight up avowed neo-Nazi, is constantly finding himself handshaking with the Israeli government and its actions of censorship. How strange. Yeah, look at this dickhead. Like, he says, I support terrorism. Yeah, this y'all favorite anti-Zionist hero? The guy who says the Palestinian resistance and the Lebanese resistance are terrorists. That's your guy. He is literally the same as Randy Fine, okay? The only difference is Randy Fine is a Jewish supremacist and Nick Fuentes, despite being Mexican, is a white supremacist. They have the exact same criticisms. Our job is to make sure that normies who question Israel become ideologically captured by the right.
I believe our vice president criticized European governments for heavily censoring their own citizens. I agree with that criticism. Has anybody from the State Department reached out on your behalf to make sure you're going to facilitate your entry into...
What a joke. The American State Department. See, that's the other side of this story. That's really interesting. That's the other side of the story that's interesting. This is a violation of American hegemony, right? We are supposed to have a special relationship with the UK where American citizens can easily and freely travel to the UK and not worry about any sort of impediment. So at the behest of Israel, the UK is even violating the power of the American passport. Any true America firster in this circumstance would be unbelievably frustrated at this prospect. And they don't give a shit because America first means being servile to the state of Israel.
No, not yet. So I'll tell you, the one guy who has done something is, you're not going to be shocked, Ro Khanna. He's already on it, and he's reached out to the British ambassador and asking for an answer.
Now, one might make the argument, as I'm sure many have, even on the left, the Groyperified left, say, oh, Hasan, you've always engaged in Jewish supremacy and Jewish exceptionalism because you criticize anti-Semitism as a bigotry, as a dangerous form of bigotry. Well, look how far that got you. Those people don't understand. I don't combat anti-Semitism because I'm paying the piper. I combat anti-Semitism because I think anti-Semitism, just like every other form of bigotry, is still repugnant.
Yeah. Anybody who doesn't understand that about Hasan is just not paying any attention. I feel like looking for ways to attack Hasan. I'm trying to think of what sort of person would do that, would spend a bunch of time trying to attack Hasan for hating Jewish people. Like try and make a career out of it almost. Or, or just who would do this sort of a thing? Who would go after Hasan, call him all sorts of terrible things?
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
So as you all know, Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker were both banned from the UK. They were banned because of their criticism of Israel. There's a whole bunch of people out there that are now trying to gaslight everybody as if that's not the case, but it absolutely positively is the case. They're banned over their criticism of Israel. You have Jeremy Corbyn, who came out and validated that. He's in the Labour Party, and it's the Labour government in the UK that did this, which is sort of a scandal and disgusting in and of itself. That the nominal leftists are the ones who are like, oh yeah, let's fucking destroy free speech all for this rapist, terrorist hell state. Well, anyway, you're not going to be surprised to learn that Ben Shapiro has some thoughts on this, and he supports it. Shocker, I know. But in the midst of doing that, he is completely and utterly defamatory against both Cenk and Hasan. And also, let me point out, Ben was one of these people who, on his show, endlessly, for about 5 years, he wouldn't shut the fuck up about free speech and the Enlightenment values of the West, and how the Constitution is all that matters, and the First Amendment is all that matters, and even if we disagree with people, we have to let them speak their mind. But it turns out he only meant that if it's like some comedian being racist. And he meant you're not allowed to criticize the comedian being a racist. When it comes to an actual Western government banning somebody for their speech, he actually supports it because it's to protect Israel, which he cares about more than actual Enlightenment values and rights. So anyway.
How do I not have the legalized comedy soundshot? I don't understand. It's weird.
It's weird.
He goes out on his show and he makes the following argument.
Piker and Cenk Uygur, very online personalities, left-wing streamers who are beloved by a lot of the mainstream media in the United States.
We are 8 seconds in, and you already said something that is demonstrably, absurdly untrue. Hasan and Cenk are beloved by the mainstream? Are you fucking kidding me? How many times has Hasan been brought on CNN? How many times has he been brought on MS Now?
I think he was brought on CNN, was it one time? I think he went on to CNN one time recently to defend himself after they did those hit pieces on him. Like, he basically, I think fairly, like, it was like, hey, you guys just did 2 different hit pieces with Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. I think I should be allowed to maybe defend myself. I think that's it. I think it's just the one time. They certainly haven't been... what is it? Doting upon him. What was the language Ben just used? Certainly not a darling of the mainstream media. MSNBC isn't posting fucking Hasan clips. CBS isn't part of. Well, I guess that's no longer really. ABC is not a part of the Hasan industrial complex.
How many times has Cenk been brought on CNN or MS Now in the past decade? How many times? Oh, wait. How many times did, the New York Times write about Cenk in a positive way? They actually smeared him when he ran for office. Remember that? And called him an anti-Semite back then, too, because he did a debate with David Duke and pummeled him into the ground. And they quoted him out of context and pretended like he was supporting David Duke. I'm not kidding. This is what they did. Hasan has had more of a foot in that world, but it's rarely, and most of the time now the media is going after him because he's Muslim, because he's endorsing left flank candidates, because he's controversial, because of his comments from the past. So like the idea that mainstream media loves Hasan and Cenk is like, what the fuck are you smoking? The Daily Wire and you, Ben Shapiro, are much more beloved by mainstream media than Hasan and Cenk. Get the fuck out of here. Again, we're 8 seconds into a 2-minute video and I'm already disgusted by his lies.
Both supporters of various terrorist groups and foreign governments.
We're not doing this. We are not doing... Both supporters of various terrorist groups. Are you fucking...
It's incredible. That is slander, right? That is straight up slander. Where's the evidence for either of those people's direct support for terrorist groups? This is insane. This is fucking, and I know Hasan he's like the opposite of Donald Trump. He doesn't like sue anybody for anything that they say, but and it gets worse. This whole thing is fucking wild. Kyle's right.
Both Hasan and Cenk bend over backwards and go out of their way when talking about the issue of Israel to make clear, we are not talking about Jews. Jews are not the problem. Jews are allies. Do not smear all Jews. The problem are the Zionists. The problem is the government of Israel committing crimes. They support terrorist groups. I think what he means to say is they support some of the resistance groups when they go after the IDF when the IDF is invading. That's what he means to say. So in other words, and we'll do a story on this tomorrow probably, but you had Israeli government officials went to the UN and started whining and crying and started saying, they're attacking our soldiers. The Lebanese are attacking our soldiers.
Hold on.
And like they leave out
ahead.
the context. Routinely goes after children, and their body count is way fucking higher than Hamas. You would never acknowledge that fact, even though it is a fact.
It was a big story over the course of the last few days that the UK had denied entry to them. Again, according to the New York Times, the British Home Office said in an emailed statement, the authorizations for the 2 American commentators had been canceled because their presence in Britain, quote, may not be conducive to the public good.
See, this is where an honest person has to go, okay, that's kind of ridiculous. This is where an honest person would go, I might not agree with them, but they have every right to speak. Like, really? What are we doing here?
The Home Office said a decision to deny entry for that reason was based solely on an assessment of the potential risk an individual might pose to British society. The statement said nothing, for example, about their criticism of Israel.
Oh, yeah, Ben, that's right. They were too mean to Botswana. That's what it was. You know, their position on abortion really just pissed everybody off. Like, what are you doing? What is this? What the fuck is this? Who believes this? Who buys this? It's the saddest thing I've ever seen. It's so fucking dishonest.
There's no evidence to this point that that's what this is about. The UK Times, the Sunday Times, Times of London.
Which, by the way, so if it's not about Israel, then why don't you just come out and say they have a right to speak? I support them. Why don't you do that? You're not going to do that.
Reported that it did have to do with their anti-Semitic views.
Oh, weird. Funny how you buried that. The first thing you said was there's no evidence. Then you said, well, actually, it was reported that it was that. Do you understand how this man, who branded himself as the facts over feelings guy, he literally does not care at all about facts and telling you the truth? Like, not even a little bit. It's not on his top 10 on his list of considerations. When he comes to doing commentary, he's not trying to tell you the truth. He's a liar. He's a con man. He's a propagandist. That's what this is. It's
Ben Shapiro gave up on the facts long, long ago. Let's be real. Let's be real.
Including fears that his presence would risk exacerbating anti-Semitism due to his rhetoric since the October 7th attacks in 2023.
By the way, anybody in the UK can go to YouTube, type in TYT, and watch Cenk's commentary any day. So, but that's allowed because it's just a guy giving his political thoughts. But for him to come into the country and say the stuff in person, oh my God, he's risking public order. This is such chicken shit garbage.
This is included repeating classic anti-Semitic tropes, such as the claim that Israel controls America.
Oh my God. Let me be clear. Is there a right-wing and Nazi version of that which is anti-Semitic and is based in the idea that Jews control the entire world in a nefarious sense? Absolutely. That is not what Cenk is saying. Cenk is talking about the impact of AIPAC and the Israel lobby. In the same way that Cenk would say, hey, Wall Street controls our government. Saudi Arabia and their lobby controls our government. He says Israel and the Israel lobby control our government. Why?
Hold on.
These people. It's such a fucking lie.
This reporting is the basis for why Cenk and Piker are claiming that they are being banned for their feelings on Israel. Piker himself is suggesting that he is not anti-Semitic. Right? He's just anti-Zionist. Now, as I've mentioned before, this is a distinction without any practical difference.
Oh my God. So now you have to support the ethno-state. If you don't support the ethno-state, you're a bigot. Well, okay, but then
his audience has got to be imploding with statements like that. Being anti-Zionist is the same as being anti-Semitic. Oh boy. Whew. I mean, that is insanity. We know we've dissected how stupid that fucking statement is. And for him to just say that one out loud, perturbed, unmitigated, just saying it. Oh, it's insane. Because we know it to be true that this is the way that they think, but they try to avoid saying it because they know that that's actually anti-Semitic, right? Everybody knows that this is anti-Semitic at this point to do this, right? To conflate those two things. Even our government had to point this out at one point recently. And Ben is still holding on for dear life. He's just like, fuck it, we're just going balls to the wall. I'm just going to say it.
Being dishonest.
If you are calling for the destruction of the Jewish state, which exists in the here and now, you're not having a prospective conversation in 1920 about whether there ought to be a Jewish state in the Middle East or not. It exists. It's been existing for 80 years. You're not calling for the destruction of Pakistan, a Muslim-only state. You're not calling for the destruction of any of the dozens of other states around the world. You're only calling for the destruction of the Jewish state, which would entail the murder of millions of Jews.
He just implied Cenk and Hasan support the murder of millions of Jews. He just implied that. You heard it one more time.
States around the world. You're only calling for the destruction of the Jewish state, which would entail the murder of millions of Jews.
That's fucking defamatory.
Yeah, this shit is out of fucking control, man. How is that guy still doing what he's doing and I'm demonetized right now? What is actually happening? Him and Asman and fucking Nick. Fucking actually, I don't know if Nick still monetized? Is he actually? I think he might be off of YouTube, which is, let me think. Is that true? Hold on. I might just be making this up.
Columbiarican_9
I think he might just be on X
just cheered 100
and
bits.
Rumble and K.
As Papa I invested upon myself, I decree that Ben Shapiro is now called either Lame Shapiro or Hasbun Shapiro. This I declare.
He's not on YouTube anymore. Okay. Well, we got another clip here on this situation. To the man himself once again. Now interviewed on Democracy Now! The one, the only.
Hasan Parker.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Earlier this week, the British government banned the progressive political commentators Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur from entering the UK. They were scheduled to speak at the South by Southwest London Festival and the Oxford Union Society. The UK's Home Office said it was cancelling their travel permits, quote, on the grounds that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good, unquote. Both Piker and Uygur are outspoken in their criticism of Israel. Recent comments from that have drawn scrutiny include Piker saying that as a, quote, lesser evil voter, he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, unquote. The week prior to their ban, British Labour MP David Taylor called for Piker to be barred, saying, quote, it's shocking that South by Southwest would invite someone who's openly supported a proscribed terrorist organization and spouted these kinds of vile anti-Semitic rants to speak at their festival. With the unacceptable rise in anti-Semitism on our streets, leaving British Jews in a constant state of anxiety, Hasan Piker is clearly not conducive to the public good, he said. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent online influencers on the left. He has millions of followers and subscribers across social media platforms. He live streams on the gaming platform Twitch for hours every day. Recently, he's drawn the ire of the Democratic Party leadership for endorsing and campaigning on behalf of progressive candidates in primaries across the country. To talk more about his ban from the UK, his views on Israel, his critique of the Democratic Party, and more, we're joined by Hasan Piker from his home, where he streams in West Hollywood, California. Hasan, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you start off by responding to this ban on you? And Cenk is your uncle, is that right? Cenk
Yes.
Uygur, on what this means. In fact, you're going to virtually participate in the Oxford debate anyway, right?
Yeah. I was also supposed to, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a real honor to be on the show. I'm basically listening to the show a lot earlier than I normally would, because I usually do that in my morning routine. So Cenk and I were supposed to participate at the Oxford.
Now that he mentioned it, Hasan does seem tired.
So Cenk and I were supposed to participate at the Oxford Union. We were supposed to do different panels at South by Southwest. I was also supposed to have a conversation with Jeremy Corbyn and Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party. And I also had another talk set up with former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis. And then Cenk was supposed to travel to the UK with his family, and he was stopped at the airport, and he found out that his visa had been rescinded and that he could not get on the plane. So I ended up checking my visa as well and found out that my visa was also revoked. Now, I find what the British government did here to be objectionable. I find it to be disgusting. I also find it to be terrifying. I think it's a terrifying prospect for the future of Western liberal democracies. The fact that a country that has in the past harbored much more radical thinkers than myself to completely drop all pretext that they care about free expression instead of protecting it is, I think, a sign of the times. I think it's a sign that we're moving down we're headed down a very different, dare I say, fascist direction in the Western world.
And this is happening, Hasan, under a Labour government in Britain, especially given Britain's particular role when it comes to Israel and Palestine being the primary imperial power that allowed the creation or promoted the development of the state of Israel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before Hasan gives his answer, I just thought it was crazy how far Hasan has come in the last 7 years or however long it's been. I remember him back in the day. He was just a contributor on TYT. Then he started streaming for himself, and now he's not a contributor, but he's now a guest on a Democracy Now! Show. I mean, it's for a bad thing, technically, but I mean, it's because he's so big that he was going to the UK to speak with all these people, and that the United Kingdom felt that it was necessary to ban him from the country. So, even if it's not for maybe the sort of thing you'd like to celebrate, I mean, this is certainly says something about how far Hasan's career has come.
Definitely a lot of culpability, that extends far beyond the Balfour Declaration, and the British government has been coordinating with the Israeli government. The Royal Air Force has been conducting surveillance missions, flying off of their Cyprus base. Keir Starmer has actually visited this base and has openly admitted that he could never say in broad daylight what the Royal Air Force is doing there.
I'm realizing I forgot to respond to the Twitch message, the bits message. It's my bad, Columbia Regan. I got distracted. I think it's because I'm watching Hasan. Like the notifications, I'm like thinking they're from Hasan, but they're not. Lame Shapiro or has been Shapiro? Yeah. I don't know. We need to come up with a good nickname for Ben now that he's no longer the king of right-wing internet talking.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Starmer has all
Dry something. Ben No Moisture Shapiro. Ben. No. We'll get there.
invited Isaac Herzog, who has been mentioned in the ICC and the ICJ court cases against both Israel and Israeli officials, like former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So the fact that England extends a red carpet to war criminals and collaborators of war criminals that have played a role in the genocide of the Palestinians, but then critics of Israel are considered to be real threats, significant threats to public safety, is preposterous. But once again, I think this is a real warning. Just as the prescription of Palestine action and the mass arrests that have taken place of pensioners in the UK that have demonstrated in support of Palestine action was a very clear attempt by the British government to do the exact opposite of the democratic process, to refuse to listen to the very just and moral demands of the masses and instead suppress their voices and try to silence them through state repression is very clear that there's a terrifying direction that the UK is headed down. And yes, it is the Labour government's complicity both in the crimes that Israel has committed, but it's also the Labour government's complicity in the acceleration towards fascism. Because the next government that comes in,
Lil BB. Is that Hasan's nickname for Ben Shapiro, Lil BB? That's actually kind of hilarious. Oh god. When Ben starts going gray and runs for prime minister of Israel, we'll know we got an even bigger problem on our hands.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If it's, God forbid, a reform government, a far-right authoritarian government, they're going to overtake this exact same process. And they might not have even the restrictions of the Labour government.
Ben Shabibo, Lil BB. I'm fine with any of these, honestly. They're all good. I think Lil BB is pretty good.
Applying currently. So to offer them the keys of the castle in this manner is complicity. It's something that we've seen. It's appeasement. It's something that we've seen throughout history in the past where liberals assume that they could overtake the reactionary demands coming from the right in an effort to keep control, and they ultimately fail to the fascists.
I wanted to ask you also about another international issue which you've been involved with, controversy lately. You went to Cuba in March with the Nuestra America convoy, which brought activists from 33 countries and medicines and supplies to Cuba to attempt to break this economic blockade and warfare that the United States has been involved in against Cuba. But last week it was reported that the Treasury Department sent you and Medea Benjamin, founder of Code Pink, who helped organize the convoy, a request for information from the Office of Foreign Assets Control to look into possible violations. What's your response to this inquiry?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, so I've yet to receive a subpoena, even though Fox News claimed I received one. I have not. But I think that the news article itself was symbolic. I assume that this is less of a real inquiry and more so an opportunity for the American government to try to silence political dissent and to also criminalize activism. We were there to support the Cuban population with humanitarian aid that was necessary. And I also separately got a journalism visa as well to cover the atrocities that were taking place on the ground and to try to figure out what our government's culpability was in the economic devastation that Cubans were facing. And I mean, it was horrifying. You guys have covered this stuff extensively, but it's very clear that the Trump administration is not making it a secret that they want to prosecute all manner of political dissent, whether it be the counterterrorism initiatives implemented by Sebastian Gorka or even now lawfare by way of the Treasury Department. I think the goal here is to, once again, just like the British government, silence dissent and maybe even ultimately criminalize it.
It's wild how much Trump and and Keir Starmer are like working together to come after Hasan Piker. It's like everybody is coming after Hasan. It's wild. He is like target number one. Like bipartisan target number one. What's crazy about this interview is what comes up next, in my opinion.
Hopefully this won't be a precedent-setting case, but we are headed down a scary path here.
Hasan, I wanted to play a clip of a short documentary about your trip to Cuba.
For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment.
All right, we're in the heart of Havana right now.
One of the things that I've immediately been hit with is how beautiful the city is, but also how hollowed out it is in many ways. It looks like, I mean, some of these houses, they have the skeleton, they have the outside, but inside it looks like it's bombed out, you know? There's people living in it, but like very clearly, this is in a dire state of disrepair.
More indictments have been brought in this last day against Cuban leaders. Hasan Piker, did you actually deliver medical supplies? How successful were you?
Yes. So the humanitarian aid mission was accompanied by hundreds of other activists as well. It wasn't just medical supplies. There was, I believe, food as well. The delivery was successful, but ultimately it's a drop in the bucket. And what the Cuban population actually needs right now is oil, because oil is what runs their entire energy grid. And unfortunately, the Trump administration has very openly created a blockade, and the island's energy grid is currently still suffering.
You see what the crazy thing about this is? This just turned into a Democracy Now! Segment. It's not just the Hasan. Like, you just got banned from the UK. It's like, hey, Hasan, you did we'd like to talk to you about your journalism in Cuba and that documentary you did. And I'm like, wait, what documentary? Like, I think I remember actually vaguely hearing about it, but never getting to watch it. And it's just crazy to see a Hasan, a PBS, a Piker Broadcasting System documentary on Democracy Now! With documentary filmmaker and Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little, I was like, wait, what just happened? Like, I was like, it went from him, like, I didn't actually expect this part of it, right? Like, the thumbnail is about, like, the first half of it, I didn't read the whole thing, the thumbnail, when I first watched it. And it's like, it's the first half is about him being banned from the UK. I was like, okay, perfect. I'll put it here. I'm watching it. Halfway through, it switches to this. I'm like, wait, what? What just happened?
Now, there's also one aspect to this that I think adds insult to injury, and that's the reality that there is actually parts of the Cuban island that are receiving oil with regular frequency, and that is, of course, Guantanamo Bay. That's an American military base on the island of Cuba, and it's basically an old colonial outpost. And so you have the situation where 90 miles off of our coastline, you have 9 million or so people suffering. There's food shortages. People can't deliver medicine all around the island because there's simply no oil. And food is medicine is also spoiling as well. They're just sitting in factories because there's no refrigeration.
Anyway, this was a great Democracy Now! Hasan collab here. I am gonna skip ahead a little bit, just a tiny bit. You know, I love me my Amy and some Hasan. We can't watch all of this. Okay, why is this not playing? What the fuck is going on?
Were with the National Uncommitted Movement. Uncommitted delegates were selected in state Democratic primaries to call for an end to the Biden administration's backing of Israel's assault on Gaza. After the DNC denied their request for a Palestinian-American speaker on stage, uncommitted delegates and their allies staged a sit-in outside the convention hall. This is a clip of the co-founder of the Uncommitted Movement, Abbas Alawaya.
Here is the scandal, my friends. Here is the scandal. The scandal is that there are forces within Democratic Party leadership who do not want us to talk about Palestinian human rights. But that's not sustainable. This is a watershed moment.
So this was a watershed moment. You actually were inside the DNC for a while before they put you out. You had a select seat there as a commentator. But can you talk about the fact, I put this question also to Dr. Hamawi, who you campaigned with, along with Dr. El Sayed. You campaigned with him also for his senatorial race. Can you talk about the autopsy report and it not talking about Israel and Gaza, though the issue took center stage at the DNC with the sit-in with people who are quite involved with the Democratic National Committee.
Yeah, I think to myself all the time, whether this is a byproduct of incompetence or if they are totally aware that this is a major crisis, a major issue, and they're cynically trying to avoid having a conversation about it. I also had interviewed the uncommitted movement outside, and I had my press credentials revoked in real time while I was live broadcasting at the DNC while simultaneously being interviewed by a New York Times reporter, as a matter of fact, for my criticisms of the DNC. I was invited, but then, I was, I guess, disinvited at the same time for these exact warnings that I was issuing to as many Democrats as I possibly could. It turned out those warnings were true. And yet the Democratic Party still has not learned a very important lesson and still seemingly chooses not to listen to the demands of the masses.
Yeah, we keep seeing it. They're still trying to force their way through the primaries right now, keep the most feckless of Democrats in power and or primarying, still trying to primary strong progressive candidates, although they haven't been all that successful in at least the primarying of those progressive candidates, like people holding their seats, like unlike in what was it, 22? Was it 24? But we've seen all sorts of, establishment candidates getting propped up by big money, rather than just like, because here's the thing, the Democratic Party has the option of not doing, like we assume that that's the way you have to do things, but you don't technically have to do that. You could just be like, you know what? It's more important that we do democracy. It's more important that we, ask the voters how they feel about stuff sometimes. And then go and do those things.
Similar pattern arises here that we just talked about with the United Kingdom. I feel like there's a real crisis in democracy and illiberalism in the Western world because of our complicity with war crimes and our complicity in Israel's genocide. And instead of addressing these problems, instead of solving these issues, instead of leaning into the demands of the overwhelming majority of the masses, the American government and the Democratic Party, just like the Labor Party, which is supposed to be the left representation of politics in both these countries, has decided to suppress the needs of the masses, have decided to avoid having these conversations. Having said that, however, there is an opportunity here, as Adam Hamawi, Chris Robb in Philadelphia, and numerous insurgent candidates that are popping up all around the country in the primary system and actually successfully defeating the establishment Democrats all around the country have created this unavoidable force that will hopefully present a very good change within the party. And it's not just, of course, about Israel either. It's about these issues broadly. I feel like the center of power in the Democratic Party for far too long has conceded to the interests of profits, to the interests of corporations, and oftentimes placed them first, and placed the interests of the population, the people, the masses, the working class last. Hopefully we can make a change, and we can force that change, because I feel as though the party right now needs fighters. We don't have a lot of time. Fascism is here, and someone has to fight back. And the way to do that is through the democratic process and allowing real democracy to take place.
Yep, that's what I've been saying. This is the year to do democracy, people. It's an election year. All of the House can be swapped out immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
35 senators and governors, secretaries of state, internally and the attorneys general. Other sorts of small elections locally and all. You just get involved. Get involved. Get knowledgeable on your local elections. It's the time. I've been saying it and saying it and saying it all year. I haven't done my best. I haven't done my best. It's been complicated. I've been doing an effort. I should be doing better. And hopefully through the election, it'll be improving. I've been having to like try and set up systems and like figure out how to do these. I've never done a primary election like this on this channel. So this is sort of a new endeavor for me, stream-wise. I am finding it rewarding. I hope people are too. I know some people are saying, I've seen some people say that the recommendations have been helping them with their own votes. So hopefully that's true. And hopefully it's just getting people thinking about their own elections more than anything. And wanting to get involved. Voting and perhaps campaigning for your favorite candidate. Something like that. Knocking on doors. What are we doing on time? Shit. All right, we're 6 hours in. I'm going to skip one UK story. We'll do it tomorrow. I just got a bunch left tonight. I'm just looking at it. Yeah. No. This is at least 2 hours. All right. Let's go somewhere else in Europe. Albania. Or is it in Europe? It's uncharted territory, I think. It's new land nobody knew about in Europe. You know, the place that oh God. I'm sorry, I can't keep it going. No, I refuse. I'm not gonna give up. Hold on.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Yes, let's go exploring, people, in Albania. Where great adventurers extraordinaire Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump have found an island. That's right. I'm kidding, of course. Jared Kushner and Ivanka did not find an island. Aww. They heard about an island that somebody else was already, many people were already aware of, and they bought it and are intending to privatize it, turning it into like a, I believe like some kind of a resort. And people are a little upset, to say the least. Protests cropping up all over the place. Protesters clashing with security at this development. This is from Monday. Actually, I think Sunday. In Zvernek. You can see the barbed wire and the private security armed. Yelling a lot in Albanian. And then you can see the private security dragging these protesters away, beating them. Don't disavow the oligarchs. That's the people's property. Who do you serve, the citizens or the oligarchs? They're threatening us, and you're just standing there. They took the young man away, and you're just standing there, just watching. You can see here, they're talking to police officers. There's police officers, you can see one here, right? And then, hold on. So that's this guy. You can see it says Policia, something like that on his vest. Then there's another officer over here, I think. And this video actually led to a great deal of anger. The video of that man being like dragged away and beaten for protesting against this Trump-backed property. You'll be shocked to hear that Ivanka sees herself as like a Lewis and Clark, like a Magellan, if you will. You know, like a Cortez or something. Like she's shown up. She's discovering new stuff. I mean, of course, a lot of these things that those guys discovered weren't new, just new to white people. And in fact, it's not even new to white people. It's just new to Ivanka. It's just new to Ivanka and Jared. And they've actually found nothing. Just a regular ass island people knew about for quite a while.
If there's one thing that I personally love about the Trump administration, it's the way that a whole cavalcade of billionaires and Nepo babies are able to live out their fondest wishes, dreams, and desires. And so in that spirit, I want to bring to you Ivanka Trump and her husband, Jared Kushner, have apparently stumbled upon this private island in the Mediterranean, part of Albania, that is just their dream come true. And Ivanka is able to achieve exactly what she wants by their acquisition of this large private island in the Mediterranean. Let's go ahead and listen to her talking about this dream fulfillment and really a culmination of all of her skills and talents coming together in this project.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch, correct?
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the island. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has to be fully integrated into it, almost rise from it. You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it. We not only the island, but we have 5
Despite the scale. Want to see the scale? Where is it? There's a few different fascinating images, I think, created with AI here by them. This is the scale that we're talking about. I mean, some sort of disturbing, it's like a Epstein Island turned Disneyland. Pools all over the place, like 50 pools for some reason. I don't know why you need this many pools. But it's Ivanka. She's grown up her life around the pool, spending a lot of time out there by the sun. I think it's cooked her brain a little bit. She's it's the plan. It's the plan. Very stupid.
beachfront directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other, beautiful white sand beaches. For me, it feels more like a challenge than anything else. The culmination of all of my experience in real estate, all of my travel, a lot of reflection on how I want to live, how I think people increasingly are wanting to live.
So apparently how she increasingly wants to live is on a private island, and she thinks this is increasingly how
Me
others
too.
want to live. Yeah. And
It sounds nice.
Must be nice.
Can I get in? Actually, I'm joking. I don't want to live on a private island in Albania. Sorry. I'm not leaving.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
This is my country. I'm not going in.
I'll get to it in a moment. The Albanian people are furious about all.
Wait, hold on. I take it back. I don't actually. Is that actually a rendering of it? I think that might be a real place that got mixed up in Google Images during that search. Hold on. I take it back. Don't quote me on the plan for that fucking. I think that might have been a vacation place that they went to. I'm still gonna look for a goddamn rendering of this thing. I need to see. She said massive scale. What does that mean? When the Trumps say huge scale, I feel like everybody should be concerned. Like, there's no way that that's going to be good. There's no way that's a good plan. It's ever going to be good. I mean, honestly, what have the Trumps built that actually is good? Nothing. In fact, most of it's either gotten, like, torn down, gone bankrupt, and sold off to somebody else. Or is literally a place that... never mind. Not gonna say.
Mass protests going on. They're like firebombing politicians' houses. I mean, it's like really, really heated up because they're pissed off about what appears to be corrupt dealings with regard to her acquisition of this. They feel
like it's all just golf courses. It's like, right? It's like mostly golf courses and hotels. That's mostly what it is. And like bankrupt casino hotels and things like that.
Island is a public asset that is now, they did some, quick changes to make it possible for them to buy it. There's all kinds of shady figures that appear to be involved. There's questions about who even owns the land and how it was able to be acquired. Before I get to all of that, though, let's go ahead and take a listen to Jared Kushner talking about this same island deal, because Ivanka, her story, we were on a friend's boat and then we went swimming and we found this island. This is like very European settler colonial coded, right? Like, we found the America and we discovered it, right? In any case, here's Kushner identifying whose boat they were actually on and how this all went down to enable them to fulfill their wishes and dreams with regard to this private island. Let's take a listen to that.
I was on a vacation after we left government in the summer of 2021. We were on our friend Nat Rothschild's boat. We got picked up in Montenegro, and then we started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days in Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed with his vision for what he wanted to do with Albania. I really didn't know anything about the country. I didn't understand the history. And the darkness of the history with the communism and the terrible leadership actually led to it being fully undeveloped as a nation. But Eddie came in, he has a...
Okay. No, I was right. No, I was right. I take it back. This is the Albanian Times. Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner vacation on Albania's southern coast amid investment talks. Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have once again chosen to spend a few days vacationing on Albania's southern coast. Their yacht was spotted earlier this week, anchored at the beach of Kaparo, a picturesque and tranquil village within the municipality of Himara. The repeated visits of the Trump-Kushner family to Albania's southern coast underline their commitment to an ambitious $1 billion project aimed at transforming the island of Sazan into a luxury resort under the exclusive Aman brand. Context. Jared Kushner reaffirmed his intentions on Tuesday in an interview with Bloomberg, stating his plans to build a resort featuring luxury villas on Sazan Island. Kushner revealed that his interest in this investment was sparked in 2021 during his first visit to Albania. And this is supposedly a protector, like a protectorate for like swans, right? Like an environmentally protected area. And so instead, they're going to turn it into this just utterly nonsensical looking place. It's like Epstein Island on steroids. Am I wrong? This is like the plans that... This is like what Jeffrey Epstein wanted all along.
Cool things I was attracted to is the fact that he seemed like a very skilled politician, as a very strong and smart leader, but also the fact that he was an artist. I thought it'd be very cool to see what a country really led and built by an artist could be.
So slightly different story there from Jared. So first of all, it's apparently Nat Rothschild's boat, which we can run this slideshow of this mega, what do they call them? Mega yachts.
Yes.
It's like $180 million. You can see it here. You've got the heliport, you've got the library, you've got all the things that that one would expect on their friend's boat. Okay. So they're on Nat Rothschild's boat, and then the prime minister joins them to talk about how amazing Albania is, and then lo and behold, they do this deal to acquire this island. And let's go ahead and put E6 up on the screen to show you some of the backstory here. So there had to be a change made to the status.
Okay, we just went through a different article going through all this, so I'm just gonna skip past this. Keep going through these. Now, protests were all over the freaking island. They were erupting. They've been getting larger and larger after, like I said, after that initial video that we saw of that one man being dragged away and just sort of like beaten, like assaulted.
Eric Holder at the Obama Justice Department. To this day, nobody has any idea why they paid Epstein that large amount of money to negotiate the deal, or what discussions he ever had with any of those senior people over at DOJ. That's all we know. And then they actually clawed back some of that settlement later on, just so you're all clear.
So Nat Rothschild, this is according to the AI on Google, okay? They say he has not been publicly linked to Epstein. However, his ex-wife, the late British socialite and Ladies of London star, Annabelle Nielsen, was deeply intertwined with him. The DOJ document release revealed numerous emails between them. She referred to Epstein as babe and honey and offered to, quote, put a little group of girls together for him when he's in Europe. So anyway, not necessarily him, but the ex-wife seems to have been tied in. In any case, I just want to show some of these video of the protests here in Albania, just so you can get a sense of the...
So the place I described as Epstein Island on steroids, just visually speaking, it's all tied up with the Epstein class. So strange how that happens.
Size and scope.
It's even stranger just how much it happens in the Trump administration and family and friends.
I believe this is E5 that we have video of the protests, which again, multi-day long, thousands of people in the streets, you know, not that large of a country here. So people pretty upset about the about this change in status and selling off of their resources for this mega luxury resort that is being planned by Jared and Ivanka. I also think there was another deal I think it was in Bosnia nearby that fell apart for similar reasons because there was such a big uproar against the Trump name. And so I don't know if they've really grappled.
It was actually Serbia. We talked about this one too. It was actually Serbia. Jared Kushner bought up a building that was, I believe, bombed in the Serbia-Kosovo Bosnian war, right? Like back in the 90s, right? And it's like part of, like, people see it as being like part of their cultural heritage. And he was gonna like turn it into like a hotel or something. Like and people were like, no, fuck you, dude. What are you talking about? And I think smartly, Jared thought twice about that very stupid idea.
How much people have disgust for them, both here and around the world. Like, I think they're kind of cut off from reality of how much antipathy and horror there is at the idea of like this becoming, and the Albanians are calling it, quote unquote, Trump Island. Let me put the last piece here up on the screen. I don't know, this is E8. I don't know if these two stories are related, but they might be related. And like you wanting to get the weaponization fund into the show, I've been wanting to get this into the show. Peter Thiel, who is major backer of J.D. Vance, seems like his political project has sort of come to fruition here. You know, some of the companies they invested in are very, and helped to found, are very influential in this administration. He's got a bunch of his politicians who are now in office, including J.D. Vance, who made...
Okay. I think that's all I wanted out of this clip. Let's move it along. Thank you, Breaking Points. Got more clips. The protests since this Breaking Point article, or video article. Oh my god. Protests have continued. In fact, they seem to be getting more and more vehement in their protest in Albania.
We are here today because we want to go to our lands in Zvernets.
There is no chance that this investment will stop as long as I am here. And in the meantime, I am absolutely open, as I have been on other occasions, to discussing it with anyone who has concerns.
I'll discuss it, but I'm not changing my mind, he said. What a great guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Look, I'm willing to talk about it, but you can go fuck yourself. That's what it sounds like to me. Am I the only one that hears that? This is from yesterday, out of the AP. We are protesting against the intervention that has been carried out. The machinery should be removed, nature should be left free, and the area should be restored to its previous condition. On the other hand, the project that has been presented and the scale of the area involved are highly destructive. It must also be taken into account that there will be 10,000 rooms and that construction will last 10 to 15 years. Therefore, we are talking about an intervention that will take place every day, involving dozens or even hundreds of machines and a large number of workers. In other words, we are no longer talking about nature that will remain intact there, but about the creation of an entirely new city. Yeah, you look at those plans, it's exactly what it's going to be, if they manage to make this happen. I got 2 more clips on this, but I gotta do something really quick, so I'll be right back. This is Reuters from 15 hours ago.
Albania is not for sale. Albania belongs to the Albanian people, and we decide what we want to do here. It's not that some corrupted politicians who run now Albania can decide what they can do with our property, with the Albanian heritage, the natural heritage, the cultural heritage.
People want him to resign because he's trying to give the land of our country. He's trying to treat our country as a personal property of him and his family and his collaborating.
An incredible
wait.
project with my husband, and
Wait for it. Oh god. Where am I? Okay, I'm back. All right. Well, as you can see, people are getting more and more pissed off at Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, who want to build some creepy Epstein-style Disneyland on an island intended to be a nature preserve. Boy. Oh, shit, I forgot to do the other thing I was going to do. God damn it. You dummy. All right, let's go here now to Stella Mags.
Project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the island. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since.
I gotta get back to the OG setup for this one. A private island, you say, Ivanka. I wasn't aware that the country of Albania is a private island.
You're a moron.
And notice what she did there, right? That's the part I find hilarious. She acted as if she's fucking Christopher Columbus and she just stumbled upon this unknown piece of land. All I know is that I grew up with Albanians. I went to high school with Albanians and they're fucking nuts. In the best way possible. I don't know if this is something you want.
Thank God. I was worried for a second there, Stella. Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's why I literally put like Magellan and Lewis and Clark on the goddamn, like Marco Polo on the goddamn thumbnail. Because that is literally how it sounds when she says it. Like, we swam there and we found an island, it just appeared out of nowhere. What's this? Oh, an island.
Wow. They're currently out there protesting because their prime minister wants to illegally sell land to Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump to make yet another private billionaires island. Because those work out well. I do gotta say though, a lot of the Albanians I know were heavy Donald Trump supporters, big on MAGA. And not only did he put you guys on a no visa list, right? He banned Albania from getting visas. But now he's sending Jared Kushner, Mr. Turn Gaza into a parking lot so I can build more waterfront properties, to buy your land to make a private island. And some of you are still out here saying, well, it's going to create jobs. Wow. Yeah? That's cheap. That's cheap. Selling off a part of your land that you guys have fought centuries for to Jared Kushner because he'll create jobs. Wow. I do know one thing, though, for certain. Something I have always known. Albania is filled with beautiful women. Some of the most beautiful women in the world. And Albania does struggle with poverty. That plus yet another billionaire's island. You do the math. Fight like hell. Are you sure you're not Albanian? If you would have asked me this question.
Yep. Sazon Island is now going to be Slenderman Island. I'm afraid.
A year ago, I would have told you no. But back in December, I did a DNA test. And it turns out I am part Albanian. Which would make sense, because at the risk of sounding like Sarah Palin, I could see Albania from my house. To be more exact, Sazan Island. You know, the island that Ivanka Trump discovered. I'm from Corfu, Greece, right over here. There's Sazan Island. And I'm specifically from one of these little tiny islands that you're going to have to zoom into right over there.
I love how it's visible on a map, quite clearly labeled. And old Ivanka thinks that she discovered that shit. That is some serious entitlement right there. Like, just a sense of an unfounded sense of ability and achievement. Look, I found somebody else's land. Look at what a great job I'm doing. Okay. I think that's gonna wrap it. Actually, we'll do one more. We'll do one more clip on this, and then we'll wrap it in Albania. Move on to the other things we got to talk about from the week. It's been fairly news-filled week, as usual. In 2026, we have too many things to talk about. Not enough time.
For the fourth day in a row, thousands of protesters took to the streets of the Albanian capital, brandishing national flags and flamingo-shaped cardboard cutouts on sticks. The bird has become a symbol of intensifying protests against a vast real estate project linked to Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, in a region known for its rich biodiversity.
The project that has been presented and the scale of the area involved makes it highly destructive. There'll be 10,000 rooms and construction will last 10 to 15 years. We're no longer talking about a place where nature will remain intact, but about the creation of an entire...
I just realized we watched this one already. Thank God. All right. Screw it. I mean, we didn't watch the France 24 one, but I think that same guy was talking in the other clip. Great. We're not done with Eastern Europe yet. We're going to go from Albania to Ukraine. Ukraine and Russia have continued their war. Been continuing day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out. We're now a year and 6 months into Donald Trump's presidency. I would just like to point that out. He said it would be done day one. So I guess he was just off by 540 days. And counting. Here's Guardian from actually shit. I have a Guardian. I try not to watch these fucking clips from the Guardian. I've had like problems with the Guardian in the past. Let's go to France 24.
Gulliver Craig. Gulliver, what is the situation on the ground after that massive assault?
Well, I'm standing in front of one of the numerous sites in Kiev that were hit overnight. It's a car dealership. As you can see, they're cleaning up, clearing away the broken glass. There are scenes like this all over the Ukrainian capital today. And there was actually another minor, if you like, drone strike, but one drone hit something in the Lukyanivka area in the middle of the day already, not that long ago before I came on air. So there's still this tense atmosphere of maybe it's not yet over. It wasn't only Kiev that was targeted, contrary to expectations, because after the Russians' warning a week ago, the Ukrainian capital had been gearing up to be the focus of all of the next big strikes coming from the Russians. But in fact, Dnipro was also targeted. That's actually where most people were killed in these overnight strikes. That's in the centre east of the country. There was also a strike on Kharkiv, an industrial facility in Zaporizhia, and some targets in the Poltava region, also in the centre east of the country were hit. So it was once again kind of cross the board strike. There were industrial and military targets that were hit, as the Russians had been saying that they would target industrial and military targets. I know of at least one major Ukrainian defense company in Kiev whose premises have been largely destroyed. But the Ukrainians are placing, of course, the emphasis on the fact that it certainly wasn't only military and industrial targets that suffered. Several clinics in the Ukrainian capital have suffered severe damage, also residential homes. And also perhaps this gives you an idea of the way that this affects the economy and affects people's daily lives. Even
over 100,000 people in Kyiv without power after Russia attacks multiple targets across the country, full civilian and I don't know if I heard any military targets in there technically, but yeah, mostly civilian targets. That was from Tuesday. And Russia continued those strikes throughout the week.
Russian drones and missiles pounded Ukrainian cities, leaving several dead and many injured on Tuesday. Ukraine's Air Force said Russia launched 656 drones and 73 missiles overnight, mainly targeting Kyiv. Meanwhile, the Russian Defense Ministry said that its massive overnight strike on the country was a response to what it called terrorist acts against targets inside Russia, and said it had struck a range of Ukrainian military targets using high-precision, long-range weapons.
Now, one day later, there were reports of Ukrainian drones hitting Russia's St. Petersburg. Here's BBC from Wednesday.
Russia says its air defences have been responding to a Ukrainian drone attack on the area around St. Petersburg. The Leningrad regional governor said 50 drones had been brought down. Ukrainian sources say an oil terminal was hit and videos appear to show the facility on fire. The attack comes on the opening day of an international economic forum in St. Petersburg. In a separate incident, Russian authorities in the occupied Donetsk region say a Ukrainian drone hit a bus on the road to Crimea, killing 7 civilians. Ukrainian government's Center for Combating Disinformation has accused Russia of creating a parallel reality with propaganda. Well, our Russia editor Steve Rosenberg is in St. Petersburg and has sent this update.
Well, the black smoke you can see.
Now, one important thing to think about here with the St. Petersburg strike is that this is rather deep into Russian territory, right? Like with Belarus, if I'm not mistaken, I think Belarus to the north of Ukraine, like this is, like it's almost all the way up in Finland, right? Like St. Petersburg is very northern, and how Ukraine got drones all the way up there in such a large city center like St. Petersburg of I think it's like 5 million people, something. Quite a dramatic turn of events here.
Me is the result of an overnight drone attack, a suspected Ukrainian drone attack on the St. Petersburg area. Last night, the governor of Leningrad region, just outside the city of St. Petersburg, issued an air raid warning. This morning, he announced that more than 50 drones had been shot down. Local officials say that infrastructure was hit. They're not specifying what. But we know that in recent weeks, Ukrainian drones have been targeting oil facilities, for example, in many parts of Russia. And this comes just hours before the opening of the big set-piece event here, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, which Russia uses to try to promote itself on the world stage. Vladimir Putin is due to take part in the forum later this week. He will deliver a keynote speech. But today, this is the view from the forum venue, the black smoke rising above St. Petersburg just hours before the start of this event.
A foreboding sign for those coming for this economic forum. Now, supposedly, a letter was sent to Vladimir Putin by Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. At this, I believe this was the part of the forum. Vladimir Putin made a comment about the potential for peace. This is from yesterday, 17 hours ago.
Russian President Vladimir Putin said on Thursday that he did not rule out signing a peace deal with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky if an agreement could be reached.
There are many questions. But if at some point we go as far as to signing of documents, if there is a desire to peacefully end the armed conflict, and Russia does have this desire, we will find those who should sign the relevant documents if there were a will to do so. Whether Mr. Zelensky is a legitimate representative of Ukraine, this is a question for the lawyers, for a legal analysis. Of course, we would wish, if ever come to signing any documents, and I think this is not a caprice of ours.
Putin's comments come as Zelensky published an open letter to him. In the message, Zelensky proposed the two leaders meet to end the war.
Yeah, whether or not that ever happens, I'm fairly dubious on this. I'm quite skeptical that will come to fruition. But hey, certainly open to the idea. Meanwhile, 12 hours later, a Ukrainian drone exploded in a Romanian port. Ukraine claiming that Russia jammed this drone, which led to this disaster. And this is continuing in the trend of EU member countries dealing with the effects of living on the border of this conflict.
A sea drone exploded near an oil depot in a Romanian Black Sea port on Friday after Ukraine said it had been jammed by Russia. Ukraine's Navy said one of its drones lost control as a result of Russian electronic warfare. It contacted Romania to warn it and prevent casualties. Romanian Defence Minister Radu Mirosu said that warning allowed timely evacuation of the port and over 1,000 people were moved from nearby beaches. Some people said they had witnessed the explosion. This man told local media he was working on a ship when it happened. Another witness says the windows in cars and buildings broke. President Nicu Șordan pinned the blame on Russia. He said on social media that another 3 drones Ukraine lost control of had also detonated off the coast, and there was no longer any danger. The Black Sea is crucial for shipments of grain, oil and oil products.
Yup. Black Sea is a vital transport hub for Europe, and the war with Russia and Ukraine is just continuing to make things more difficult in a time where shipping is already quite strained. Okay, well, we're almost done. I mean, we're almost up to the Iran war update. That's coming very soon, and that's most of the rest of the stream. But first, we need to go to Africa, where things are also chaotic. Still multiple conflicts happening in the country. So the Eastern DRC is still occupied by M23 rebels. Civil war in Sudan, and tens of millions displaced. And of course, now the Ebola crisis affecting sort of central to eastern sub-Saharan Africa. Congo, Uganda, and the outlying region. Let's go here to CNN from Tuesday.
It is a surreal but now all too familiar ritual. Healthcare workers painstakingly disinfect the coffin of the latest suspected victim of the Ebola virus at Bunia's General Hospital. His family members look on in anguish, unable to get close to their loved one, torn apart by grief and consumed by fear. "Oh, my father, why, God?" this woman cries. "Oh, God, this is my only father." As the dead are carried out, new potential cases are arriving. At the entrance to the hospital, everyone's temperature must be taken.
So this is the room where they take people who are found to have a fever. There is a woman in there now. Obviously, they don't know if she has Ebola or not, but they're going to keep her here until they do more tests and get a better sense of what's going on.
At a makeshift coordination center inside the hospital, Dr. Richard Cajon and his team are working round the clock to keep up with an outbreak they say is out of control. They agreed to show me and photojournalist Alex Platt what they're up against.
We are now getting ready to go into the so-called red zone of this hospital. That is the area where all suspected Ebola patients are put. And there is a lot of protective gear, unsurprisingly, that one needs to wear to go inside.
Okay, I can't watch more of this. Honestly, this woman lost all my respect after that fucking Syria video she did. But suffice to say, the Ebola crisis is getting worse and worse right now. That much is a fact. And this is all being exacerbated by the fact that USAID was shuttered. It's the main funder of prevention of Ebola and other viral diseases, things like that, on the continent of Africa. Now, to the east in Somalia, political elections are getting underway. At least I think they are. Wait, no. No, wait. I take that back. Are there... I can't remember if this is tied to political elections or not. How did I forget this already? No, they aren't. No. Right? Hold on. Oh, no, it is the elections. I was right. I'm an idiot. Look, I cover so many things. I have to at least I double check myself before I finish these things. I'm like, wait a second. Am I right about that thing? Fact is, I didn't go through a ton of stuff on this one. Just 2 clips. One from Reuters, one from the Associated Press. Within the last day, where violence has been breaking out as a result of political elections. Government troops and opposition-aligned militias exchanged fire overnight before planned protests against the president. Jesus Christ. This shit is out of control. You're celebrating D-Day in Normandy today? Great. We got giant fucking tanks and military vehicles roaming the streets of Somalia. Political unrest seems to be the name of the game, and just across the planet. When will it all come to an end? All right, wasn't Trump going to be the peace president? Somebody told me Trump was going to be the peace president. Not that I believe them, but where's all that peace? Maybe we'll find peace in Iran. Yes. Now, earlier, you may remember us watching an interview. Donald Trump and his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, son of Eric? I can't remember which one she's married to. She interviewed Donald earlier this week. I think it was Monday. Actually, it may have been over the weekend.
Okay, well, Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us
Mr.
back
President.
here to the White House.
Thank you.
One of the things that I think everybody wants to talk about with you is Iran. Obviously, I know it's...
Is it just me, or is anybody else sort of weirded out by the fact that she calls Donald Trump Mr. President? Like, they're related. Like, she's been like married to his son for quite a while, and she calls him Mr. President? Why not just Dad? I just call him Dad, Laura.
of mine for you. You have actually said you either want a good deal or no deal at all with Iran. So what does a good deal look like for you?
Well, first of all, there's no deal that's good enough because the media will cover it. We're making a great deal. We're going to make it a great deal. Or we'll just go back and finish it off militarily. But this would go faster. It's probably better on a humane standpoint.
When I say son of Eric, she's married to Eric. She's married to Eric Trump. They've been married for like 12 years. She calls Trump Mr. President.
A what now? Something nice about it also. You know, save a lot of lives. Whether it's the other side or not, you save a lot of lives. But we're close to a very good deal, and if we can make it good, otherwise we just start up with the Department of War, as we call it. And it's been very successful. You saw Venezuela. It was a one-day win, and this is really a win already. We've defeated their military, essentially defeated their military.
You saw Venezuela, it was a one-day win, and this is a lot like Venezuela. Is it? In what way?
This is really a win already. We've defeated their military.
It's already a win. It's already a win.
Essentially defeated their military. I would rather get a deal because we can open the strait immediately upon signing.
Immediately, if
one
not
guarantee
sooner.
that I have to have is that there will be no nuclear weapons. They've agreed to that. And it was very interesting. They originally said, we will not develop a nuclear weapon. I said, well, what happens if you buy a nuclear weapon? So now it says we will not develop or in any way purchase a military weapon. That's a big difference. So we're getting what we want slowly. Very tough negotiators. It takes a long time. I'm in no hurry. I'd like to say I'm in a hurry because, you know, gasoline prices are going to come tumbling down. But if you're going to be in a hurry, you're not going to make a good deal. And slowly but surely, we're getting, I think, what we want. And if we don't get what we want, we're going to end it a different way.
I love how Laura's just sitting here, listening to this nonsense. With this giant painting of Donald Trump with blood on his face. And this is the fucking Pennsylvania, the Butker fucking, whatever it's called, photo. I mean, this is so deeply, like, authoritarian. Like, why are they having this fucking conversation with this giant monstrosity fucking behind them? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Like, you all see how this is just like a personality, like a dictator of personality, right? Like, this guy is literally getting interviewed by his daughter on his favorite news network in front of a photo of himself, a giant photo of himself in a room that looks like a palace. I don't know where this is.
So that's interesting because I think everyone has acknowledged that the United States has been in a defensive position against Iran. They've been aggressive to some extent, and we've been defensive. Is there a line that they would cross for you to go on the offensive again militarily?
Well, a deal that wasn't going to be good for us is the line, ultimately, because, you know, I'm playing it out, and we're going to see, and that's what I do. I negotiate. They negotiate. They're very good negotiators. They're crafty. But in the end, we have all the cards because we've defeated them militarily. Look, they have no Navy. Every ship, they have 159 ships. Every one of them are at the bottom of the sea. Every single one. We take pictures of them.
All of them are gone. Gone, gone, gone. Ships gone. Planes gone. Missiles gone. This is a disgrace. This is a fucking disgrace. All right. Now, unfortunately, all the ships and planes and, missiles and all those things that Trump is claiming are gone, actually not gone, as it turns out. And the fighting between the United States and Iran has continued throughout the week. And Iran actually, one day after this interview with I almost called her Ivanka, after this interview with Laura, why do all of the Trump women have A's at the end of their name? Ivanka, Melania, Ivana, Lara. What's up with that? Tiffany. And yet Tiffany is the one we don't talk about. She's got the wrong letter. She's got the wrong fucking letter. She's out of the club.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
She's got that Y, that crazy Y at the end of her name. Can't let her in. Nasty, nasty Tiffany. With that Y. I don't know why she chose it. Who? What?
Iran announcing it is suspending talks with the United That's according to Iranian media, which says the decision is in protest over Israel's attacks in Lebanon. CNN's Oren Lieberman following this story for us. Let me just read for our viewers what we've just heard from the foreign minister in Iran. He said the US and Israel are responsible for the consequences of any violation. He says the ceasefire between Iran and the US is unequivocally a ceasefire on all fronts. Its violation on one front is a violation of the ceasefire on all fronts. What do we understand to be going on at this point?
Well, just moments ago, Becky, we got our first evacuation warning from the Israeli military for Beirut, for the southern suburb of Dahia. The Israeli military, the Israeli political leadership, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz, had said that they would now begin and were planning to strike Beirut and the Dahia neighborhood.
They've been striking Beirut every fucking, other day. It's insane. And CNN knows that perfectly well. Yeah, Iran announced that they were done doing these supposed ceasefire talks and said, go fuck yourself, America. That was Monday. Before we leave Monday, let's go here to the majority report. We're doing this one in chronological order so we can get a real sense of things. I know we've been doing these kind of by territory and things like that lately, but I felt, for whatever reason, to be beneficial exercise, perhaps, to go through this in the fashion that it happened, in the order, generally speaking, that it happened this week, as close as I can get it.
We're stuck in a news cycle, sort of, I want to say, a rut. That is not to diminish the horrors that are going on, because they are horrors. It's just this rinse and repeat cycle that we're stuck on with the Iran war, where Donald Trump comes out, says we're on the brink of a deal. It's going to be a great deal. It's the best deal.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And then he gets pressure because maybe he's giving the Iranians 10 times the amount of wealth that Obama did, when Obama in return got them to stop pursuing a nuclear weapons program, and Trump is really just getting them slightly back to where we were at the start of this war of choice that Israel and the U.S. decided to launch. And then Trump says we're close to a deal to help the stock market. Really, the 5 AI companies apparently that are driving the stock market.
The trench coat.
Exactly, and then it falls apart, and we just keep going over and over again. And the idea is, I think, the longer they can stretch this out, they're hoping the less people realize that Donald Trump just lost a major war, and probably is going to send inflation soaring beyond its extremely high rate right now. The VP of Exxon was talking about July as like the breaking point in terms of world supply of reserve oil, or I should say world reserve oil supplies. So we'll see. Donald Trump has managed to get this country and himself, really, more than anything else, into a real pickle. I don't know how else to say that. Like he went out over his skis. Right. He's an idiot, and
the same reasons that we were scared of getting into this war are the same reasons that it's tough for Trump to remove himself from it, because Iran has more leverage. It's a large country, and they've been able to exert that leverage. And all Trump can really do is posture and bomb. And the incentive for a guy like him is to escalate because he's worried about the humiliation that he's going to receive, and that's inevitable.
And this is a fascinating turn of events. Just 2 days ago, no, yesterday, I should say, Marco Rubio blamed the real culprit in this whole thing. When it is, this is amazing. When you think about how the level of hostility the Trump administration regime has been to international norms, laws, and institutions, to hear Marco Rubio now whining that somebody's not coming to rescue the United States from our total disaster of a war is almost funny.
And I think it's a real test for the UN, right? As a function, as something that functions that can solve global problems. What is the purpose of the UN? The UN was supposed to be a place where you could peacefully resolve global conflict. Right now, you have a country who is unlawfully, criminally, and illegally taking possession of an international waterway and blowing up commercial vessels and putting mines in the water. I don't know if people appreciate like how outrageous this is, how unacceptable it is that any country would fire and try to sink commercial vessels or put mines in the water. Both of these things are illegal. And so we're going to take it to the UN and we're going to...
Oh, I'm sorry. This was actually from a month ago, and it never went to the UN. And they never did anything. But...
Well, it would have been weird. I mean, not that Israel doesn't do stuff like this, or the United States hasn't done stuff like this in the past, but it would have been weird to be at the UN saying, how dare you interrupt maritime trade, while we were literally seizing boats in the fucking, like, we literally seized, before Iran ever even started. I think, was it 3? It was like 3 different, like, shipping vessels were seized by the United States in the, like off of Venezuela's coast, and just stolen. And we might be like, oh, doesn't international law mean anything anymore? How can Iran just close a strait? Stop a vessel?
Twitter is an unusable website. I'm sorry.
Well, that's right. But I mean, the bottom line is none of that happened. I mean, the point of this is they never had a plan. They have been unable to execute the plan that they never had. And there is no, it doesn't seem to like it's not just flying blind. It is not knowing how to fly and doing so blind is really where we're at. Here's Donald Trump. This is what was this last night, 2 nights ago?
It's quite an analogy from Sam. It's like not knowing how to fly and then doing so blind. That's not smart.
You're a moron.
This was at midnight last night.
I really don't think that Donald Trump wrote this. This sounds like somebody else in the administration wrote it, but Iran really wants to make a deal. And it will be a good one for the USA and those that are with us. But don't the dumbcrats...
I took out the B. That was my idea. Many people don't know there's a B in dumb, which meant he said that over the weekend.
Yes.
That meant you didn't know there was a B in dumb.
And I am telling you, this is not him writing this. This is someone writing it to make it sound like it's him. That's why they did the dumbcrats. And various seemingly unpatriotic
Honestly, I don't
Republicans understand that it is much tougher.
And follow me. This is why I think it is Trump. Because this shit goes off of the rails so fucking hard. And he just completely forgets what the fuck he's saying. I would just like to point out, this starts off, but don't the Democrats. So this starts off as a question, but don't the Democrats. This is how you would start a question. And various seemingly unpatriotic Republicans understand that it is much tougher for me to properly do my job and negotiate when political hacks keep negatively chirping at levels never seen before, over and over again, that I should move faster, or move slower, or go to war, or not go to war, or whatever. Period. Like, he loses track. This feels like Trump, right? Like, this is a man who is sundowning and is losing track of what he is talking about while he's typing it. And he's like, you know what? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, he starts off with a question, and then he's just like, or whatever, period. Just sit back and relax. It will all work out well in the end. It always does. President DJT. Like, this is him on the bathroom, losing focus on what he's saying, angry about something, the Democrats. But he can't, he in the middle of criticizing the Democrats, he can't even remember what he was criticizing. And he's just, by the end of it, he's like, or whatever. Like, this has got to be Donald Trump. There's no way it's not. This is like the most unhinged fucking tweet I've ever seen in my life. There's no way a staffer could get it this spot on.
Or move slower, or go to war, or not go to war, or whatever. Just sit back and relax. It will work out well in the end. It always does. This is also what he says to, as he's probably when he was judging the Miss Universe contest.
Yeah, Sun Tzu Art of War is a complaint about the haters.
Right, I was about to say, have the haters ever heard about the tortoise
Sun Tzu said, keep it
and the
real.
hare?
You're not making it easy on me.
And the hair.
With your negativity. It's like a golfer that somebody is letting off an air horn. It's like, quiet over there. I'm trying to putt.
And meanwhile, he can complain about the chirping, but it seems like there may be another issue for Iran, and that is Israel's incursion. I don't. Incursion sort of underplays it into Lebanon. Here's just a report from.
That's true. We just got done talking about that. So let's keep this puppy moving here. Yeah, actually, let's stay on the conversation of Lebanon a little bit more. BBC News. 4 days ago.
President Trump says Israel will not attack Lebanon's capital, Beirut, and Hezbollah has agreed to halt its rocket and drone fire against Israel. The president made the comments after a phone call with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He said he'd also spoken to representatives of Hezbollah. Iranian officials have increasingly been making it clear that there could be no agreement if Israel continued its offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Thousands of Lebanese have been fleeing the southern suburbs of Beirut after Mr. Netanyahu ordered attacks, despite the ceasefire, on the area where Hezbollah has long had its stronghold, calling them terrorist targets in Dahir. John Sudworth reports now from Beirut.
Israel's warning came just before 10 in the morning, and within minutes, families from this neighbourhood, deeply loyal to Hezbollah, were piling their children and belongings into cars and heading for safety.
Are you guys leaving?
This woman tells me she is, but she's okay with it. Even if we're struck, we will support Hezbollah. She says it will be victorious.
Excuse me, why are you leaving?
We'll be back, this man says, and he too speaks of victory.
Okay. As you can see, Israel has stepped up its attacks on Lebanon after Iran. I mean, they were already they didn't really step it up. Let's be real. That's just the language that's being used. They stepped them up weeks ago, months ago. I mean, when is it slowed down in the last 3 months? Once Lebanon entered the war, Israel's been invaded more territory and has been striking and ethnically cleansing much of the region. As you can see, a lot of people, while they might be leaving, they're still planning to come back. So continued conflict in Lebanon. And, meanwhile, Iran and the United States both carried out fresh strikes on one another. This is all still just Monday.
Hello, welcome. I'm Catherine Biarahanga. Both the United States and Iran are claiming to have launched strikes on targets over the weekend.
Fact is, it's been a fucking insane week of news. But we had the election on Tuesday. I needed the day off on Wednesday to just get a bunch of shit done. And so yesterday we did a stream, but it was like, it went so long that we didn't get even close to touching Iran. And so now here we are covering the entire week's Iran news. And we haven't even finished Monday yet. And we got Iran suspending the ceasefire talks. Trump saying, actually, the ceasefire talks, they're going great. And if they don't go great, well, actually, that was technically the morning before it, saying that if they don't go great, we'll go right back to the fighting. And that's exactly what we do by Monday. While Israel is continuing its campaign in Lebanon. That's just like 24 hours.
The Strait of Hormuz, straining the already fragile ceasefire. The US military says it conducted what it called self-defense strikes on Iranian radar and command and control sites for drones. In a statement, US Central Command said the strikes took place on Saturday and Sunday on Qasem Island and the small city of Goruk.
You know, we keep being told that this isn't a war, and yet we're doing strikes on Iran. That sounds a lot like a war. Just because it's on an island doesn't mean it's not still the territory of Iran. Ay. Now, meanwhile, Iran launched, I believe, multiple drones targeting the United States, which the U.S. claimed it shot down. No, I think this might have been.
First of all, what's been happening?
Was this the same day? I think this was the day. I think this was technically the same day. It might have actually. No, this was actually over the weekend, wasn't it? Fucking hell. I'm gonna skip this one. Screw it. We don't technically need that. Let's go here to Chris Murphy. Who had some questions for little Marco Rubio, Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Whoops.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being with us today. Despite the differences that existed between Republicans and Democrats prior to this administration on how to approach Iran's nuclear program, the theory was basically the same, that we were going to impose significant harm on the Iranian economy in order to force them to the table to negotiate. What is happening now is fundamentally different. This war and the administration's decision to blockade has now held the entire world economy and the U.S. economy hostage to the ability to negotiate an agreement with Iran. This is why the entire country is seized by the question of when there will be an agreement, because apparently until there is an agreement, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. There is a cost to the Iranian economy, but now there is a devastating cost to the U.S. economy. It has been indecipherable the information coming from the administration, especially in the past several weeks, as we get signals that a deal is imminent. The president said yesterday he's bored by the negotiations. He doesn't care whether we get a deal. I think it's really important for us to understand what your bottom lines are, what you're asking for in this negotiation, what commitments you need Iran to make in order for you to release the blockade, and we hope for them to release the blockade as well. So give us a little insight into what your bottom lines are, what is going to get the strait reopened, because this is kind of the only question that matters for American consumers right now. And every day we get wildly different signals from the president as to whether he even is engaged in this question as to whether the strait is going to reopen.
Yeah, I think your question gets right to the heart of the matter. So I think it's a good question. Let me first bifurcate two things. The only reason there's a blockade, the only reason why there's a U.S. blockade is because Iran has closed they're firing on commercial ships, and they've mined large segment.
The only reason there's a U.S. blockade is because there's an Iranian blockade. I love how he gets like 90% of the way through that sentence, and then he's like, "Actually, it's because Iran's attacking." Oh my God! It would be funnier if it wasn't so sad. Oh my God! Fucking pathetic. We're blockading it because it was blockaded by Iran first. It's the worst answer that you can come up with, Marco. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
We begin today's show in Lebanon, where Israeli drones have killed at least 8 people, despite President Trump's claim that Israel and Hezbollah have agreed that, quote, all shooting will stop. Trump made the claim as Iran said it's suspending indirect negotiations with the U.S. to protest Israel's expanding military offensive in Lebanon. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, wrote online, the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. is unequivocally a ceasefire on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Its violation on one front is a violation of the ceasefire on all fronts. The U.S. and Israel are responsible for the consequences of any violation, he said. Since March 2nd, Israel's killed more than 3,400 people in Lebanon while seizing large swaths of southern Lebanon, including the medieval Beaufort Castle. On Monday, President Trump spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by phone after Israel threatened new attacks on Beirut. Axios is reporting during the expletive-laden call, Trump told Netanyahu, quote, you're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this, Axios reported Trump saying to Netanyahu. After the call, Trump wrote online, quote, I had a very productive call with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, and there will be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already been turned back, he said.
It's like he doesn't know what's happening. It's like he's either too deluded in the mind or too disinterested in the situation to know what the hell is going on. Everything he says, he just seems to be false at this point. Like he truly doesn't seem to know. Like you couldn't possibly be intentionally getting things wrong that much. Like he just genuinely is too fucking stupid to know what the hell is going on, or that he's sundowning too hard to know the reality that we have right now. I gotta keep this moving. But unfortunately, everything that I've seen in Lebanon all week is fake ceasefire talk about the government of Lebanon and the United States coming to, in Israel, coming to more peace agreements, even though Hezbollah continues to be excluded from the peace talks. making it basically impossible for there to be actual peace to happen. And one huge piece of news, or at least it seemed like a huge piece of news, was a big article by Axios about Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu having a fight. Oh, this is a story we have never heard before. CNN, please tell us all about it.
The big question with Iran is what now and what next? Iranian state media is signaling that talks to end the war are now back on track. That's just after reports that Iran had suspended talks with the United States over Israel's offensive in southern Lebanon. And according to Axios, President Trump just yesterday unloaded on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over this, with expletives flying over the phone. Axios reports that Trump demanded that Netanyahu back off his plans to take his attacks and offensive against Hezbollah straight to the center of Beirut. A U.S. official summarized the call this way to Axios, that Trump told Netanyahu, quote, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." Joining us now is one of the reporters who broke this news.
Now, this is a fascinating story. It's, of course, not the first time we've heard this one. We've heard it on multiple occasions. Whenever a president has a problem with the Prime Minister of Israel, for some reason, White House staff managed to find this same guy at Axios over and over and over and over again.
Global Affairs correspondent for Axios, Barak Ravid. Quite the read, Barak, of course, and quite the call. I mean, is this how these two leaders speak to each other often?
Well, I don't know if often, but it's not the first difficult and tough call they had, although a senior U.S. official told me yesterday that it was definitely one of the worst calls.
Oh, God, one of the worst calls ever. Oh, no, disaster. This is disaster. Oh, no. Except it's not a disaster, and it's mostly meaningless. And it's basically propaganda, attempting to make Trump look like he's putting up a fight against Benjamin Netanyahu, which he is not even close to doing. Not even kind of, slightly, even a little bit, preventing Benjamin Netanyahu from doing anything that he wants. And this call's pretty much a dud. I think people actually knew that inherently, did not get the numbers I think people were expecting. I mean, these, don't get me wrong, got clicks, but not what I think they were hoping for. I think people aren't sold on this. They're like, show me. Like, stop, don't give me bullshit. Like, don't give me words. Give me action.
Philip, in the meantime, more details are emerging, aren't they, of this call between Trump and Netanyahu?
Yeah, well, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social last night that he had what he termed a productive conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, in which the Israeli Prime Minister said he would not be sending troops to Beirut, although this was never the plan. It was always bombing raids on Beirut. There was
Exactly. It's a perfect call. Perfect phone call. Perfect number of troops. Everybody's saying it.
Plan for sending in Israeli ground forces into the Lebanese capital. And then there was a different version which appeared a few hours later on Axios, which was showing that this was a much more argumentative, violent phone call between Benjamin Netanyahu on one side and Donald Trump on the other. Trump reportedly...
Okay. That's all we're going to do on this. This thing is fucking dumb. It's not meaningful in any way. Show me how it's meaningful in the real world. There's nothing. You can't. There's been no change in Israeli or U.S. policy. It's just Trump being Trump, if it's even real. Now, UN peacekeepers and Red Cross teams were seen deploying near the Israel-Lebanon border on, what was this, Wednesday? Hold on, this is in wrong. This is in the wrong order. How did this happen? Unacceptable. I don't know what side of the border this is being shot from. I think Anadolu Agency, the Turkish media. But I don't think you can view the Israeli Lebanon border from Turkey at this you know, certainly not this magnification. But I don't know if they ever crossed the border. They're just near the border. I don't know what they're waiting for. If they believe that a ceasefire is actually going to happen, and then they're going to be able to deploy. I don't know. Hard to say. Yeah, I am beat today. 7.5 hours taken out of me. It's kind of hot in the space station today. Stretch. Okay. Let's talk about the popularity of the Iran war really quickly here. Forbes breaking news.
Emerson College has a new national poll out, and I want to start where we always do when we talk about these types of polls, and that's at President Trump's approval rating. Last month, when you and I talked about it, voters weren't feeling the economy. The majority of them did not support the war against Iran, and that was really reflected in Trump's approval. A month later, has that changed? How are voters feeling about him now?
Yeah, Brittany, that's right. Last month, we saw President Trump's worst approval rating that we have seen in our polling, and it really hasn't changed much this month. So we see 39% approve of his job performance versus 55% who disapprove. So that's no net change since last month, but it is a record low approval number there, that 39%. He's officially crossed that 40% threshold in our polling. So I would not say that this is good news for the Trump administration. It's maybe not as bad as it could be. It's not worse than last month necessarily, but certainly a new low in his approval rating.
Yeah, the numbers are pretty clear.
Holy Toledo.
They're bad. Historically bad. Maybe they're not getting worse than historically bad. I mean, he's just setting his own records at this point for popularity. Or lack thereof. Alright. This is Lebanon from Wednesday. Another clip from Forbes Breaking News showing the devastation of the latest Israeli airstrikes in Tyre. Yeah, as you can see, Israel is continuing to try and turn Lebanon into another Gaza. Carpet bombing, entire civilian areas, buildings reduced to rubble. Was it 8? I think 18 people or some stupid number fucking died in the last couple days from Israeli strikes. Oh, we're talking about Lebanon. Let's go here. From Wednesday, drop site news. Lila Yunus speaking with them.
Leila Yunus, drop site contributor, an author of a piece that is not, I don't think it's quite up yet. Let me see if I can, well, let me see if I can put it up here. Leila, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And so the headline might change before it's published, but current headline is our little snapshot of our preview back end. You either leave right now or you die. Israel's ethnic cleansing of Ain Arab. Israeli soldiers went door to door in the border village, forcing residents from their homes at gunpoint as part of a systematic campaign to empty large swaths of southern Lebanon. And I think this is instructive of what is going on kind of more broadly across southern Lebanon. Can you tell us what you found and how it sits in the context of Israel's campaign, which I should add comes amidst technically a ceasefire. Like, all of this is happening amidst a ceasefire, which, as hard as that may be to believe.
Right. Well, we know how Israel typically runs ceasefires these days. But so what I learned about Ain Arab is just to set the scene a little bit. This is a village located in the plains in the southern part of the country, near the border, near the southern border. It's a small agricultural community, really just a small collection of houses. So during the escalated fighting after March 2nd, the residents of that village fled, many of them to the Bekaa Valley. And then when the ceasefire was announced in mid-April, they went home. That very same day, Israeli soldiers strode into their village from the south, which is actually from the direction of the Wazena and also near the village of Khiam, where people following might have heard a lot of fighting that happened around there. So the village is very close to that village. And so they strode into the village and they told everyone, you shouldn't be here. There's a curfew. Don't go outside your homes after dark. And they left. Life kind of goes back to semi-normal, bombing in the distance, but people go back to their agricultural work, prepare the spring harvest. 12 days later, my main source, Nasreen Abdelal, she's at her family's little corner store behind the counter, and she sees a large armored bulldozer coming down the road towards her, and behind it, a large number of Israeli military vehicles. Her estimation is over 100 soldiers in total kind of flood into the village and immediately tell people, you leave right now or you die. They went home door to door, pointed their guns at residents. They told them you have 2 hours, but according to Nasreen, they didn't even give them that. And additional testimonies that I was able to verify from other residents. People didn't even have time, some of them, to lock their doors behind them. Nasreen had run into her house to try to at least get her family's passports and a couple belongings. And she had put her kids in the pickup truck and went back to the house to get stuff. And she just hears the pickup truck's horn honking. She runs outside. There's an Israeli soldier who's basically opened the door of her vehicle while her kids are in it and is honking the horn and tells her, you get in the car, you drive away right now or we shoot you.
This sounds a lot like the pogroms in Eastern Europe. It's fucking disturbing. Leave or we kill you.
Some sort of a ceasefire in southern Lebanon.
And this is kind of a trivial question in the context of everything that's going on, but it's such a horrifying scene. Like, what was she able to get her wallet and her identification papers, like a passport? Like, was she able to get back in it, or was it just no?
She told me that she was able to grab her passport and nothing else, and then she left her house. Others weren't even able to grab that. And remember, this is, an agricultural community, so they survive off of this land. So their spring harvest is effectively destroyed after, just to remind people who don't know, one of the worst droughts that Lebanon has seen in decades, and years of war and displacement. So, she told me, I think the quote from the article is, to say we are destroyed is an understatement.
And then
okay. Disturbing situation happening in Lebanon still, seemingly getting worse. U.S. and Iranian strikes continued. Kuwait saying that an airport was hit by an Iranian drone on Wednesday. Here's BBC. What a fun week it's been, huh?
The United States and Iran have exchanged fire as hopes for a ceasefire are strained further. In the past few minutes, Iran's foreign ministry has condemned US attacks on Iranian tanker and Qasem Island. The US military described them as self-defense strikes, shooting down ballistic missiles and drones fired at ships and Gulf countries. US Central Command said the strikes on Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz were in response to attempted attacks by Iran across the Middle East. Earlier, the US fired a missile at a ship it says was violating an American blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, disabling the boat. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard said it had targeted US bases in the region in retaliation, including Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain.
We are literally doing the thing that little Marco Rubio was saying that we were going to go to the UN and complain to Iran, complain about Iran for blasting boats in the middle of quote-unquote international waters.
Well, sirens sounded across Kuwait City as the military's air defences intercepted the missile and drone attacks. Kuwaiti officials say Iran has carried out a drone strike on a passenger terminal at Kuwait International Airport, and in the past few minutes, the ministry there says one person has been killed. Well, our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell is in Jerusalem with all the latest.
Kuwait has been repeatedly targeted by Iran since the start of the Iran war, and even during the ceasefire. It's a major US ally in this region, and it has got two US air bases there. Iran says that these have been used to carry out attacks on its territory. But what we've heard from the Kuwaitis in the past few hours is that a passenger terminal was targeted by Iran at its main international regional airport, that there is serious damage there. A number of individuals were injured and flights have now been suspended. And this is coming only a couple of days after the airport reopened because it had previously closed due to damage it sustained at the height of hostilities during the Iran war. Now, in the background here, the exact sequence of events isn't really clear, but this exchange of fire between the US and Iran seems to have started with the US firing at this ship that was empty, trying to head into Iranian ports and disabling that vessel. At the same time, the Americans, the Central Command, is saying that it has also attacked drones in the area that were threatening civilian shipping. It's not given much detail on that, and it has confirmed that it carried out a strike on Qasem Island.
Oh, there we go. There's more continuations of the fighting in the Strait and Iranian U.S. attacks on Iran, Iranian responses, back and forth. It's all fun times until it's not. Yay. Oh, God, I'm so tired today. I think the heat's taking me out. Oh, God. It's slowing me down a little bit. I'm like sweating. But I'm avoiding using air conditioning on the space station. Can't afford the electricity bill. I mean, I'm already struggling to afford the current bills. I'm thinking about paying some future air conditioning bill. It's too much. Hold off on that puppy. Oh, God. Oh, 7 hours, 45 minutes. Honestly, we've done quite a lot tonight. I'm feeling pretty good about what we've managed. I'm starting to poop out here. I think we'll do... Let me think. What do we need left, really? All right, we'll do... We'll do this one. This was in the UN. Israel's UN delegate complaining quite a lot about Hezbollah fighting back against Israeli forces occupying its territory. So this is a fun one.
So this is so crazy that it almost sounds like a joke, but I can assure you it's not a joke.
Give me a
Take
joke.
a look at this. Israel's ambassador brings a drone to the UN to complain about Hezbollah's drones, okay? So the Israeli ambassador goes to the UN and he gives a speech where he's like complaining that like, bro, we're getting attacked. And the drones are like killing our IDF soldiers, man. What the fuck? But what he's not telling you is...
That's a war.
The IDF has illegally invaded Lebanon. Like, they went in there. By the way, they're wiping out cities and towns left and right, just like they did in Gaza, where they bombed every building known to man. It's like 95% of the buildings are just totally wiped out. It literally, people are talking about...
We know. Around here, we know about the utter destruction that Israel has wrought.
To be kidding me. All right, listen to this. Here we go.
This is an example of a drone used by Hezbollah. This is what we are dealing with. Now, Hezbollah are using different kinds of drones. Few of them with fiber optic. These drones weigh less than 2 kilograms. It flies low. It is very difficult to detect. And by the time you hear it above your head, it's too late. It can fly undetected for tens of miles. And all of a sudden, you see it above your head. A thin cable is what makes this drone different. It does not rely on a radio signal. It cannot be easily jammed, unfortunately. It gives the operator a live video feed and direct control until impact. This is a modern warfare, cheap, precise, deadly.
Look, man, I'm old school. If you don't want to get attacked, don't illegally.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. That's the thing about this. Like, this is some of the most blatant hypocrisy that you could imagine. It's like you started a war, and soldiers are dying. Why are you telling the UN about it? You started an illegal war, and you're here to tell the UN about how you have troops dying? That's what war is. Nobody can be surprised by this. You're not allowed to be surprised by it. Because you have to be a fucking spring chicken. Complete fucking moron. Flat brain, single cell organism. Immense stupidity. To think that's a reasonable fucking thing to complain about. It's like, dude, you put troops in someone else's country against their will, and now some of them are dying. Full stop. No further commentary. What would you like us to say? That's too bad. Like, what would Israel exactly? What would they like the UN to do about this? I don't understand. Now, I just want to go back to this supposed strike in Kuwait, because while we were told that these attacks were intercepted, video that came out showed a different story. This is from yesterday.
A dramatic new video this morning shows yesterday's Iranian drone strike on the Kuwait International Airport. This is a commercial airport you're looking at here. The drone crashed into the terminal, killing one person and injuring more than 60. Iran claims it was caused by a U.S.-made interceptor that failed to hit incoming missiles, but the aircraft's triangular shape is consistent with other Iranian drones. It comes amid a breakdown in talks with the U.S. after launching.
Now, one way or the other, something hit this airport, causing a great number of casualties. Here were 60 people injured, one person dead. Doesn't seem like a successful interception. I know that much. In the U.S., and like multiple people were talking about it as though, oh, it was no big deal. The U.S. once again bravely intercepted these, no problem. Meanwhile, fucking ball of fire emanating from the Kuwaiti International. It's deeply ironic that Kuwaiti International Airport is KIA. I don't know if that's the actual like call sign for the airport, but like that is literally the initials of the airport. Such a strange week. Now, a statement was read off by a government representative on behalf of Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, urging Iranians to stand firm. Here's Reuters, right? Yeah. Nope. Associated Press. From yesterday. The enemy, due to firm blows it received on the battlefield. and on streets, is experiencing a deep and meaningful humiliation. It has caused a noticeably distancing themselves from him. It is now focusing its hybrid warfare scheme on 2 points: weakening the people's resilience and causing errors in decision-making of the country's officials. Everyone must stand firm, clear-sighted, and united, and build mutual trust to avoid echoing the enemy in order to push back against and foil the enemy's evil plan. Yep, that was not Supreme Leader Khamenei. That was, like I said, a government representative speaking on behalf of him. He still has not been seen in public for 3+ months, which are leading me to believe that he actually was, in fact, gravely injured in this strike. I don't see why else he wouldn't appear at some point. Even in like a pre-recorded video, right? You would think at this point we would have seen something. All right, let's go here now to CNN from yesterday. As there's a big announcement of the U.S. House passing the resolution on war powers in Iran.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted.
A Republican revolt in the House of Representatives with a small handful crossing party lines to vote to restrict the president's war powers on Iran. So what might this small group of Republicans be seeing? Where is public opinion in general? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Eden, trying to build up anticipation there. What are the numbers showing right now, Harry?
The most unpopular war at the start of a war that I could ever find, ever, has become even more unpopular. That's what those Republicans in the House are seeing. Just take a look here. Net approval rating of the Iran war. At the start, it was underwater, -9 points. Now it's down there with the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this, -23 points. This is a war that has become more unpopular, even as President Trump and his administration has tried to sell it. And among independents, it's gone from 23 points underwater to, get this, 40 points underwater with independents. So those Republicans who, in fact, did not vote with the renegade Republicans, they are helping to put that Republican majority, which was already at great risk in the House, in even more risk.
It's in the wrong trajectory right now.
No, this is the wrong place. You want to be going up, not down.
How do people feel about the congressional approval?
Yeah, okay. How do people feel about the idea that military force needs congressional approval? Okay, this is pretty simple. Against presidents using military force without Congress's approval. Look at this. 63% overall are against the idea that, in fact, the president could just go willy-nilly without congressional approval. How about independents? 72%. 72%, more than 2 in 3 independents are against the idea that the president can, in fact, use military force without congressional approval. So the American people, independents, very much with that House vote yesterday with the ideas, hey, the president actually has to come to Congress to...
Yeah. Look, I know how to pronounce Khamenei, okay? I'm tired, so I'm really not sweating it right now. The president's called him Khomeini like 50 times, so I don't know what to tell you. But suffice to say that even though the House passed this war resolution powers, Senate did not rush to vote on that before going to weekend break. They did not bring that to a vote. They're just blocking it from ever coming to a vote. And Donald Trump was very upset that the House would dare cross him, tweeting his thoughts, angry thoughts. Here's BBC.
The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a resolution directing President Trump to withdraw U.S. forces from around Iran or win approval from Congress to continue the war. In a sign of growing discontent over the military campaign in the Middle East, 4 Republicans sided with Democrats in the vote. The president has previously dismissed as unconstitutional any effort to limit his war powers. And Mr. Trump has posted on his Truth Social platform calling out the Republicans who back the resolution, describing them as grandstanders and saying they should be ashamed of themselves. Well, shortly before that House resolution, Mr. Trump downplayed recent Iranian attacks on U.S. bases in Kuwait and other Gulf states and insisted a deal could still be finalized as early as this weekend. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says no tangible progress has been made. Our correspondent Tom Simons gave us this update from Washington.
Well, this is likely to be a symbolic vote by the House of Representatives. What's happened is that 4 Republicans have voted in favour of this resolution to tell Donald Trump to stop the war in Iran. Now, the problem is that this is not the sort of resolution that is legally binding, and it has to go to the Senate, and there, of course, it might be defeated by the rest of the Republican Party in the Senate. If it was a legally binding agreement or resolution, it would have to go to the president, and of course, he would veto it, and then it would go back to both houses of Congress, and they would get a chance to vote again, and if they voted 2/3 by majority, then they could overturn the veto. But none of that is going to happen, because this is not that sort of congressional resolution. The other thing...
This was the president's tweet. Yesterday, in a meaningless vote, the House voted 4 bad Republicans and all of the Democrats to limit my war powers, right in the middle of my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. I love that he's calling them the Islamic Republic of Iran lately. He's really stuck with that. Who would do such an unpatriotic thing? They know where the negotiations stand. The Democrats... Oh, he changed it back to Democrats. The Democrats are fueled by Trump derangement syndrome. They would rather have our country fail than give me another of many victories. The 4 Republicans, that's a whole other story. They're grandstanders. They should be ashamed of themselves. MAGA. President Donald Trump.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Now, even though everybody's been saying, oh, peace, there's going to be new peace in Lebanon, because the government of Lebanon and Israel are going to talk. All week they were saying it. Well, by yesterday, that was completely undone after Hezbollah rejected the latest agreement between Israel and not themselves, right? Hezbollah continues to be left out of the negotiations, and shock of shocks, they're not accepting the finalized agreements. It's weird, I know, but they're not into it, as it turns out.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Marianne Mashiri. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 97 of the US-Israel war with Iran.
97 already?
Well, let's start with some of today's key developments. Hezbollah rejects a renewed ceasefire deal between Israel and Lebanon, saying they won't stop attacks on Israel as long as strikes on Lebanon continue. CCTV captures the moment an explosion rocks southern Lebanon early on Thursday, as several Israeli strikes are reported despite diplomatic talks. A Serbian UN peacekeeper has died and 2 Spanish blue helmets injured in Lebanon after their UN position in the southeast of the country was attacked on Wednesday by mortar fire. And the US House of Representatives passes a measure directing the White House to withdraw US forces from around Iran or seek congressional approval to continue the war. But let's start with Israel and Lebanon. The Lebanese president has described a US-brokered ceasefire as the last chance for meaningful peace in his country. The talks between the US, Israel and Lebanon, which took place yesterday, renewed the truce agreed in April. But the terms have been rejected today by the Iran-backed group Hezbollah. They are Lebanon's most powerful political and military.
Wait, they're the Iran-backed group Hezbollah? Wait, if they're backed, is it Iran? Is it part of the Iran war? Because we're told this isn't part of the Iran war. But now BBC is saying this is the Iran-backed group Hezbollah. I feel like they're getting their wires crossed with American propaganda right now. Because we're claiming that this is, Hezbollah, that's a completely different thing. Iran. I haven't heard this claim in a little bit.
Designated a terrorist organisation by the UK and many other countries. Well, today, their leader said, despite the agreement, as long as Lebanese towns remain under threat, so will northern Israel. Well, in recent weeks, Israel has occupied southern Lebanon and IDF troops have been pushing further north. Hezbollah have, in turn, been firing drones at northern Israel. The ceasefire agreement requires Hezbollah to stop all firing and for Israel to withdraw south of the Litani River. Our correspondent John Subworth is in Beirut and sent this update on the view of many people.
Like, that needs to be made perfectly clear, is that Hezbollah did not agree to those terms. The U.S.-backed government, the portion of the Lebanese government that is not Hezbollah, that is backed by the United States instead, agreed to it. It's like Trump suing the government. Right? It's like the U.S. negotiating with itself. We're still not negotiating with the right people. And it just shows just how fucking incompetent and useless these fucking morons really are. It's just insane. It's like, look, we can keep negotiating with ourselves for propaganda purposes, but it's not going to get us anywhere if that is in fact the plan to actually achieve peace and an end to war. But of course, the Trump administration has no idea about any of these things. And or they don't care, or they're like vehemently opposed to ending the war. Like, it's like different factions. There's people who are too dumb to know what the fuck is going on. And there's a group of people who are opposed to the war ending because Israel wants the war to keep going on. And there's other people who just think that Iran needs to be completely like obliterated. Which is basically the same group. It's like the same team. It's basically the same. It's all the same people. Oh, we're almost done with the stream, people. I'm afraid to say it, but it's true. 8 hours in, just a few clips left. Now, somehow, after all of that news, Trump came out and said this. In fact, I take it back. I think he said this before any of that came out. This was all within like the same 12-hour period. Trump had this to say. I can't say the exact timing of this anymore. I knew at one point, and now I can't remember because I moved clips around, and it's totally fucking with me.
In Lebanon, you said that negotiations are in final stages, but Iran's saying they're stalled.
What does reject mean? They didn't reject that. They're looking. I think Hezbollah, I will tell you, they called us and they said, how about stopping? And I think you're going to see things happen over there. That's been like a little bit of a different world, but it's interconnected with Iran. And it would be really nice if Lebanon could have some peace. Lebanon's been under attack for so many years and always like an underdog. And it would be really nice if it could end. And I spoke to Bibi.
He really is just complete. Like, he has no foundation of knowledge about any of this conflict. They're always like the underdog. Why are they always the underdog? Can the president of the United States explain to us why Lebanon's always kind of like the underdog? I wonder if there's like any geopolitical reasons for that. Of course, I'm pointing out that it's because of the United States, because we've taken the side of Israel over Lebanon every single time, right? We've undermined the government over and over again, funded people more willing to give up territory than to fight against Israel whenever they do stuff like this. And that's why they're always, we made them we literally like turned them into the underdog as best as we could. And it's really come to fruition in the Trump administration. But for him to be like talking about like so much of this is just so revelatory, so revealing on what this man thinks. He's like, Hezbollah called, and they were like, "How about stopping? How about stopping?" Says Hezbollah. Yeah, and Trump's like, "So we think that good things are gonna happen." Is he so stupid that he thinks that Hezbollah is saying that they are going to just stop? They're not the ones who are doing the fucking invading right now. Oh my god. What a dumb fucking man. What a stupid man. Hezbollah is like, how about stopping? And so I think great things are going to happen very soon.
What you talking about?
Unbelievable. Welcome to the future. This is the dumbest future possible. This is the idiocracy future metastasized. It's not good. It is not good. This programming is brought to you by Brondo. It's got electrolytes.
Well, Zelensky says momentum on the battlefield is shifting in Kyiv's.
How is this here? Oh, shit. Right. All right, let's check in on the Al Jazeera live stream. Then we're going to make our way to Asia real quick, see what's happened there this week. And then we'll be done. We've got like 4 clips left, people. I'm afraid to say, but it's true. This stream is coming to an end.
End of May, Israeli forces illegally occupied this 900-year-old fortress on a hilltop close to Nabatea. Now, this advance marks Israel's biggest occupation of Lebanese territory in nearly 3 decades. Now, the relentless attacks, the shelling that we are seeing, and the ground maneuvers has led to a displacement crisis. More than 1.2 million people are internally displaced. Now, Israel's continuous occupation and attacks on capital Beirut is creating a fresh cycle of displacement. Now, this is the scale of destruction that we are seeing. Tens of thousands of homes have been destroyed. The World Bank estimates Lebanon needs $11 billion to recover.
2 Iran-aligned groups say they will leave the Popular Mobilization Forces and place their weapons under the authority of the Iraqi state. The move follows growing concerns about the impact of armed factions on Iraq's future, as well as regional security. Mahmoud Abdul-Wahid reports from Baghdad.
For years, Iran-aligned armed groups have been among the most powerful actors in Iraq's political and security landscape. Many emerged during the war against ISIS in 2014. They later became part of the Popular Mobilization Forces, a paramilitary organization comprising dozens of factions. Today, some of those groups wield political influence, maintain social networks, and possess significant military capabilities. But now some say they will disengage from the PMF and hand over their weapons. Supporters say the move could...
That 2 of 12 or something like that? 5, 10. Yeah, something like that. Doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Not gonna lie.
And hand over their weapons. Supporters say the move could strengthen state institutions.
I would not be shocked if like the United States is heavily involved in this move. Like if the United States like just, you know, was promising more weapons or money or something like that. Because we've been talking about doing it with the Kurds, and maybe this is their new solution. I don't know.
Supporters say the move could strengthen state institutions. But several powerful factions insist that their weapons are vital to what they call the resistance against US and Israeli military presence in the region.
Okay, that's going to end down the Middle East today. Good God, that shit is exhausting. It's only 5 days of the 97-day war that we've now been having. Congress continues to refuse to hold Trump accountable, prevent him from waging this illegal war. Meanwhile, in Shangri-La, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had lots of stuff to say here. This week, actually, it was over the weekend, technically, last weekend.
US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says there's what he calls rightful alarm over China's military buildup in the Asia-Pacific region. He made the comments during the annual Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore. Leaders are discussing the region's most pressing defense and geopolitical challenges.
When we look across the region today, there is rightful alarm regarding China's historic military buildup and the expansion of its military activities in the region and beyond. We share a clear-eyed assessment of that security environment and a mutual understanding that a Pacific dominated by any hegemon would unravel the regional balance of power and undermine the equilibrium we all seek to preserve.
The shadow of Iran war.
She even sounds like she's laughing. The equilibrium that we all hope to preserve. As if the United States isn't the main hegemon in like basically every region. Yes, we gotta preserve the delicate balance of the United States being in charge of everything.
Heavily on what's billed as Asia's leading defense forum. Hegseth told the gathering that the US is capable of resuming the war if necessary.
Our ability to recommence if necessary is we are more than capable. Our stockpiles are more than suited for that, both there and around the globe, because of how we balance exquisite and more plentiful munitions. So we're in a very good place.
All right, well, Michael Shoebridge is the Director of Strategic Analysis Australia, and that's a defence and security think tank, joining us live from Canberra. Thank you for...
That's all we're going to take. I mean, it's just insane. We've been running around just yelling at world leaders all the time and saying everybody's a bad guy. Well, we're clearly the bad guy, and everybody can clearly see that. Like, perhaps more so than ever before in, like, world history. We are, like, embracing the bad guy look while still continuing to claim to be the good guy, which is, I think, a really bad guy thing to do. It's all... Hegseth needs more tattoos. It could help. I don't know. I feel like he needs like a little bit of it's like a break, you know, from a lot of different stuff. Break from this job. Needs a break from his phone, I think. Break from right-wing media. Probably a break from drinking. There's actually probably most of the stuff that he gets into. He probably just needs to take a good break, you know, some amount of time. God, we're almost done here. 2 quick clips left, and then this stream comes to an end. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. Let's go here to this Xi Jinping North Korea visit, which happened somewhat unexpectedly over the last 24 hours. Reuters.
China said President Xi Jinping would visit North Korea on June 8th for the first time in nearly 7 years. It's also the
Sorry, I misspoke. Happening unexpectedly in the next 24 hours.
Chinese leader's first overseas visit this year, signaling the importance of ties between the two countries. So why is it happening now? Beijing has worked to draw Pyongyang, its only formal treaty ally, back into its fold after the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you for the follow, Mystic2001. We've been getting a bunch of follows lately. Continuing to grow. We're over 1,300 followers now. On Twitch. Approaching 2,100 followers on YouTube. The Galactic... what do we call it? Space Fams, right. The Space Fams continue to grow. Continue to grow in number.
Froze exchanges.
Well, I think at the symbolic level, it's important for Xi Jinping to sort of keep tabs on what's going on in Pyongyang.
John Delury is a senior fellow of the Asia Society.
I think the message implicit from the Chinese side is Xi Jinping is saying, look, we are still the principal actor when it comes to North Korea.
Last September, Kim was a guest at a massive military parade in Beijing. And in March this year, passenger train services between Beijing and Pyongyang resumed after a 6-year suspension. Ahead of the visit, Kim called for an exponential expansion of Pyongyang's atomic arsenal during a visit to a nuclear material production factory.
There we go. Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping set to meet, I think, on Sunday.
Immediately, if not sooner.
China perhaps asserting its dominance in the region and shoring up allies too, I suppose. North Korea right now with all the conflict to some degree are important to China. North Korea has been like a vital workforce in a number of fields. Let's go here now to Japan, where another war-related situation is causing people to try and do some very strange things with cooking oil.
In her Tokyo kitchen, Japanese homemaker Maki Watanabe carefully pours used cooking oil into a plastic bottle. Thanks to her frequent home cooking, she donates around 10 gallons of cooking oil a year, and it's all part of a nationwide push to turn household waste into sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, which offers massively reduced greenhouse emissions compared to the regular stuff. Watanabe hopes more people join the effort, saying fueling jets will take huge amounts of oil. Such contributions join a growing stream of used waste collected through the Fry to Fly initiative. This comes as the
Fry to
Iran war
Fly.
disrupts global energy supplies and drives up costs for resource-poor Japan.
Fry to Fly, baby. The skies will now smell like McDonald's and tonkatsu. My God. Alright, it's not because of the Iran war. But this is a fucking hilarious. Like, we're going to use cooking oil to power the planes of the future. But maybe that should be what people are doing. Maybe we need to replace jet fuel with cooking oil. Get everybody, converted to biodiesel on their cars. I think Operation Epstein Fury is just going to keep continuing. People are suggesting that oil prices are going to continue to skyrocket. And it's yet to be seen what will happen with that. Oil was trading around $100 a barrel for most of the week, I think, or like 95, something like that. But there's been suggestions it'll go to 120, 150, $200 a barrel. Some people are suggesting that's entirely possible. Others more skeptical.
This is ridiculous.
Frizzla's throwing eggs at Frizzla. Why? Okay, well, that is all of them. All the clips. 110 clips. Minus like 5. Oh, what a week. Not even technically done. We still have Saturday. The weekend is technically here, though. Which is, I'm sure for most of us, quite a relief. For me, it just means I gotta make sure I do all of my streams. Bring all of you your beautiful news content. This is really this is like my work week, is the weekend. And this is my main work focus is like the weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then the other days, they happen. My egg command doesn't work. Oh, it's my fault now. Now you're blaming me. Or it's because you did 2 ats. It's because you did at Columbia Rican. And so it was at. And at isn't a real command. And so it was like, oh, this user wants to throw an egg at themselves. Perfectly reasonable for Nightbot to think that, in my opinion. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Billy Detroit, Sisyphean Task, DC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right, all these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. On Patreon.
Holy Toledo.
WSNT_me just cheered 100 bits. WSNT_me gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Holy Toledo!
WSNT_me just cheered 200 bits.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
You've been very bad and the robots are coming.